Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go ahead and get started with our meeting proceedings. On behalf of the U.S. delegation to the Yukon River Panel, I'd like to welcome you to the 2024 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting. We will begin our meeting proceedings with our opening prayer. I'd like to ask Mr. John Lamont if he would lead us in our prayer. Thank you.
Good morning. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here today together. We pray that you guide us in making decisions for the natural resources you provided for us. We just ask that you give us wisdom, give the board members wisdom, and the audience knowledge. We just ask that you also guide us in our friendship. We're all one as people, we're all one as salmon, and we know no borders. So, dear Heavenly Father, Lord God, great Creator, thank you for providing this meeting for us. And we just ask that we make the right decision. In your name we ask this blessing. Amen.
Thank you, John. Very much appreciated. I'll now turn the mic over to Mr. Co-Chair for some additional announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to panel members, delegations, members of our gallery here in Anchorage this morning, as well as those joining us online. My name is Steve Gotch, and I serve as Canada's head of delegation and Canadian chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'd like to start off by extending our appreciation for the welcome and the hospitality from the Alaskan and United States hosts who have welcomed us for this Yukon River Panel 2024 preseason meeting. Importantly, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting in Anchorage, Alaska, which is in the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina Athabascan people. We are honored to have the Canadian delegation be welcomed here for this important meeting. Before we begin with the formal proceedings, Mr. Chair, I wanted to take a moment for a few acknowledgements. In late February of this year, respected Tonquichan elder Gus Duty, Francis Woolsey passed away at the age of 92. Elder Gus Duty served on the Canadian delegation to the Yukon River Panel in the early years and really spent a lifelong connection with the land, the salmon, and the people in the upper Yukon River watershed. More recently, this past weekend, respected Trondek Gwitch'in and Gwitch'in elder Percy Henry passed away at an age nearing 100. Elder Henry was born on the land, and his true date and year of birth was not known, but for many, they believed that he was at least 96. He was a fluent speaker of the Han and Gwitch'in languages and a longtime advocate for salmon, and also one of the chiefs who presented the foundation for Yukon First Nation treaties in Ottawa back in 1973. Also, very recently, I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation elder Benson Billy and Nacho Nyack Dun elder Kenny Harper. Mr. Chair, if I could request that the panel take a moment to honor the commitment of these elders and many others who have taken the time to foster and bring attention to the importance of Yukon River salmon. I'd like to also honor in particular those elders and those leaders who are still with us, who are fighting for the cause of Yukon River salmon and ensuring that the salmon remain on the landscape for millennia to come. As part of this acknowledgement, I'd like to invite Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation representative Joseph O'Brien. Joseph, if you could join us at the podium to provide a few words of acknowledgement. Thank you.
And Odenji, Masicho, Alaska, and Denny, see. Iya, hey, iya. Ah, itzi, ah, hey. Iya. 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 Masicho. I want to thank the usually, and we go into areas, sir, and we would thank the traditional territories or Dene. It's almost on like the Casca Dene in the Yukon, and to be allowing us to be on their traditional territory. And thank you for the hospitality, and thank you to be in your beautiful country, and thank you to the Alaskans, and thank you to every one of you that's out there, that's sitting there, and that you wouldn't be here if your heart is not in it. And my name is, in English way, is Joseph O'Brien. I am a Northern Shoshone from Central Yukon, and I'm of the Crow clan, and my traditional name is Anata. And I grew up in the residential school, but when I was younger, we grew up in the fish camps along the Yukon. In my time, and the song that I was singing there and along the Yukon there and the Norsko River, Tatchin, and we go down to the river with my grandma, and we wait, and she'd be holding a drum, and then I didn't understand, but pretty soon you see salmon start coming, and pretty soon that water was red, and she starts singing and holding her arms up to the heaven and welcome home, and she'd be singing, welcome home, welcome home, and she'd give thanks in her language for the salmon, because our people are spiritually, culturally tied, and that's our name, Little Salmon Carmacks people. Many of us made this journey to Alaska because we don't know what's happening on this side of the border. We know what's happening in the Yukon. We've been making sacrifices, and it's hard for a lot of our elders, and many have passed on without tasting salmon again. And when we see pictures, on TV and television of a salmon, a wheel going around and salmon coming out and somebody throwing it to their dogs, or else in the ocean where you have something that's 4 miles wide, 3 miles deep, and scooping up everything in the ocean without regards. When I'm out in the land, I was taught there, and I go and I get moose or caribou or anything there. After I take that an animal, I'm on my knee and I put my hand upon it and I say a prayer to give thanks. And that's the way I've been taught. Our connection to the Mother Earth and our connection to the land in the time of the great mammoth that goes back, there was no borders here. Our people were almost one people, just like when you hit a drum. It don't matter if you're from this side of the border or that side of the border. You're one people. and you're one voice. So when you're talking about the salmon there, put the borders away and put your heart in all in one place. Growing up, when I watch my grandma cut the salmon and hang it up to dry all the time, and they give thanks for almost everything around them. 2 years ago, when I had to sing this song on the river, it was called Calling the Salmon Home. Along the river, you know, with tears in their eyes, and echoing across the valley, and you sing this song and you say a prayer. You want the salmon to come home. You want them home. Because some of our elders say if there's no salmon, I don't know if we're going to exist anymore, us as a people. That's how important it is to us. Some people have made the journey here with me. If they can stand up for a second, that's Northern Shoshone. If you stand up just for a second and show yourself. These are my people there from Central Yukon, from Mayo, Carmacks, Pelly. We have fish camps. We have been part of the land. And the Northern Shoshone people are made up in the Yukon of a huge area, bigger than some of the countries that vote at the UN level. And that's a whole area, or that traditional territory that we govern. But we gave up a lot when we signed some of our rights to live side by side. On this side of the border there, at one time there, in time of the Great Mammoth, when we walked with, we have relatives that are over here. In our culture center, there's a mammoth trap there, one of the last known ones that our people there used to hunt. And then we're culturally, spiritually tied. With the salmon, the importance of it to come home to us. Even though we had a loss within our community, you know, our heart is there and our heart is torn. And this is important for the future of our kids, that we be here too, so that you can hear, if you're from Alaska, of what we're trying to say on the other side of the border. Let's put those borders away. Let's put them away when we talk. I want to thank you for allowing me to be able to come before you, and it's a great honor. And some of you are made up of many boards, some of you are chiefs, some of you are elders, but you're all talking about the same subject. You know, I see an agreement to be signed, and something that's long in coming there, because we made sacrifices for the last 8, almost 10 years, or I've been personally pulling in my net and refusing to fish, but I've been getting salmon from elsewhere, taking it down and cutting it and drying it to keep that culture alive, to teach the kids so that it don't be a memory. I don't ever want to use the word extinct. I'll use the word adapt. Now, at one time, that tuna almost became extinct, and it took drastic measures for everything to turn around, for them to come back. I say we got to take drastic measures for the salmon if we're ever to see them again. Thank you for having the honor, and thank you for allowing me to come before you. I look forward to a good meeting with you, and I look forward to meeting some of you personally. I look forward to hear about the salmon. Masicho.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for joining us and honoring the memory of your elders and your comments today. Much appreciated. We'll proceed into our welcoming remarks and introductions. My name is John Linderman. I'm with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I serve as the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Supervisor and the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. And perhaps we'll start with the end of the table here and move down. So Dennis.
Good morning, Dennis Zimmerman, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee member, Yukon River Panel appointee. I also sit on the Pacific Salmon Treaty Transboundary Region table. And I reside in Whitehorse on the traditional territories of the Kwanlin-Dun and the Gwitch'in Council.
My name is Pauline Frost. I'm a Vuntut Gwitch'in citizen. I am the appointee to the panel of the Yukon government. I'm going to just acknowledge my people as well. I sit here as a chief of Vuntut Gwitch'in, and want to say good morning to everyone. It's really great to be here again. And also just want to acknowledge those in the gallery and all the citizens and residents that are just as passionate about salmon as we are that sit around this table. So want to just honor you and thank you for coming and being part of a historical time right now for all of us. So thank you, and I look forward to the next 2 days. Wassilie.
Danny Cresswell. I sit on the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board and also the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and a new panel member. And I'm from Canada, from Carcross Tagish First Nation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth McDonald. I'm a Porcupine rep on the Salmon Subcommittee, which comes with an appointment to the Yukon River Panel. I'm appointed or nominated by Vuntut Gwitch'in government, and my family's from the Yukon River, with my grandparents coming from Pelly Crossing.
And Julie, Vuntut Gwitch'in First Nation, representative of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and also the Yukon River Panel. I just want to welcome everyone here from across North America, I suppose, but also want to welcome my friend Dr. Bathsheba DeMoose, and she wrote a book called Floating Coasts, and it expresses a lot of the issues that are going on in the north, and she's going to write another book, and that'd be great, and be interesting to talk to Randy Brown about the whitefish on the Porcupine River. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, welcome everyone. My name is Sven Pauken. I'm the alternate panel member from St. Mary's. I'm sitting in for panel member Eric Weingarth. He couldn't be here this week with us. I'm also the tribal administrator for the Alachuk tribe in St. Mary's. I just want to introduce a couple of council members that are here with us. Council member Peter Tyson is sitting in the audience. The other council member, Francis Thompson, should be here. He was here all last week for North Pacific Conference. So good morning.
Good morning. I'm Rhonda Pitka. I've been a panel member since 2017. I'm chief of the Village of Beaver, and I live in the Village of Beaver.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Gerberding. Many years ago, I was a commercial fisherman on the Yukon River in Yukon. I live in Dawson. I'm currently chair of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and a federal appointee to the Yukon River Panel. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Nisha Stelright. I work for the Fairbanks Fish and Wildlife Field Office and a new panel member.
Good morning. My name's Sebastian Jones. I'm from Dawson City in the Yukon, and I've lived and fished along the Yukon River, I'm going to say, for most of my adult life now, and I hope to be doing it again soon. I sit on the was appointed to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee from the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board, and therefore I now sit on the Yukon River Panel. And I'd like to give my appreciation to the amazing crew of people that drove hundreds of miles all the way from the Yukon to come to this meeting today. It really helps put into focus the importance of what we're doing, that people come to this meeting. So thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to echo those words from Sebastian. It's really nice to see so many people from the Yukon Territory here. My name is Andy Bassich. I live at Calico Bluff on the Yukon River. That's about 4 miles downstream from the Eagle sonar site, about 20 miles from the Canadian border. I've been a panel member since the treaty was signed, and I co-chair the Communications Committee along with Dennis Zimmerman. Looking forward to having a good meeting and hoping to build our relationships to work on these really difficult problems. It's good to see everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Brown. I'm the statewide research director for the Division of Subsistence at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks. I am the alternate U.S. co-chair, and I also help facilitate the Traditional Knowledge Committee. And I too want to echo those words and welcome everybody that traveled so far. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Merkel, and I am the manager of treaty implementation with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse. I'm also the alternate Canadian co-chair for the Yukon River Panel. And I also support the Traditional Knowledge Committee, Communications Committee, and the Joint Technical Committee. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Ragnar Ahlstrom. I'm from the village of Aluknuk. Was born there, lived there all my life. Aluknuk's located on the Yukon River Delta, just a few miles from the Bering Sea.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Lars Jessup. I'm from Whitehorse, Yukon. I'm a biologist and a consultant, and I do a bunch of work for Notchinayak-Dun. And I am here as the advisor for Notchinayak-Dun First Nation.
Good morning. I'm Virgil Emphenauer. I live in North Pole. I used to be a fish wheel fisherman for my family, and then we own a fish and meat processing facility in Fairbanks. I've been involved in this process since 1988. I hope you enjoy the stay here in Anchorage. Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm based out of Fairbanks. And I want to welcome everyone in the audience, both from Canada and the U.S. fishermen that made it here today. It just shows how important salmon are to each of you guys, and showing your interest in learning what we have to say today.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is Bonnie Borba. I'm the fall season research biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game out of Fairbanks. I'm on the JTC Technical Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shane Ransbury. I'm a fishery assessment biologist for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I live in Fairbanks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Anchorage, to our nice spring weather here. And thanks to our Alaskan and Canadian fishermen who've traveled here. I look forward to the comment period. It's one of my favorite parts of the meetings. We get to see these presentations all the time, but in the 9 years that I've been one of the managers on the Yukon River, I have learned the most from fishermen, and I've learned a lot from what Canadians in the heartland have been telling us about the problems you've been facing. I'm the federal manager for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the Yukon. And my name is Holly Carroll. Sorry.
Good morning, Dina Jalen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Yukon River Summer Season Manager. I work closely with Holly on the federal side and with Christy on the fall side, and just also echo that it's great to see everyone here. And we always do learn so much from the audience and from the panel members during these meetings. So thank you for the opportunity to be here and share your wisdom.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm the summer season research biologist, and I'm also a member of the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Yasumi Ishii. I'm the U.S. federal alternate on the panel to the Fish and Wildlife. I work for NOAA Fisheries based out of Juneau, Alaska, and I'm a research fishery biologist.
Good morning. My name is James Kelly. I'm from Fort Yukon. For those from on the Yukon side, the Great Porcupine River flows into the Yukon 1 mile from our community of Fort Yukon. So it's good to see you here today. And I know that this is going to be a productive meeting because I have a granddaughter. I've never fished or seen that taking place. So I'm hoping that one day she'll get that chance like you are saying today. So with that.
Good morning. My Yupik name is Juchitjo. My name is Serena Fitka. I grew up in St. Mary's. I'm Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. I also serve on the TK Committee and the Communication Committee.
Kamat Hozo, Shojre Carly Knight, Gwitch'in, Dawson City, Fish and Wildlife Manager, Tronda Gwitch'in. I was born and raised in Whitehorse, but as I mentioned, I now live in Dawson City. Masi Cho to the Nenana people for welcoming us here to have this important meeting. I'm also a First Nation advisor to the Yukon River Panel and alternate co-chair for the TK Committee for Canada. Masi Cho, you have the mic.
Good morning. I'm Robert Perry, Species Manager with the Fish and Wildlife Branch in the Department of Environment of Yukon, and I'm an alternate panel member.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Kendall. I'm a Fisheries Manager for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and also a member of the Joint Technical Committee.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Bill Waugh. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse.
Yeah, morning. Adam O'Dell. I'm with Fisheries and Oceans Canada as well in Whitehorse, fisheries biologist, also a member of the JTC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha Bentz. I am based in Vancouver, British Columbia, and I'm with the Pacific Salmon Commission, and we support the Yukon River Panel process. So thank you for having us here in Anchorage.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zach Liller. I'm the U.S. co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee. And my day job, I work for Alaska Department of Fish and Game here in Anchorage as a research coordinator for the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim region.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Ross. I am the Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee, and I also work with Fisheries and Oceans Canada as the operations manager and based out of Whitehorse. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Darren Isaac. I live in Pelly-Crossin. I am an advisor for Selkirk First Nation. And we have a delegation also from Pelly-Crossin here. It's good to see you guys.
Good morning. My name is Alita Trainer. I'm from Eagle, Alaska on the Yukon. I live in Fairbanks now. I'm the regional program manager for the Subsistence division at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I'm also the social science representative on the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning, everybody. It's so good to see you all, and thank you for traveling all these miles to come and be part of this. We really appreciate your presence and look forward to conversating with you to the next couple of days. My name is Charlie Wright. I grew up on the Yukon River and their Rampart and Tanana my whole life, being hunting, trapping, and fishing. I did that, lived that way of life until we started running out of resources, and now I dedicate my life to serving the people and making sure we have a sustainable system going forward. So I appreciate you all being here. I serve 40 tribes, attend the Chiefs Conference, Secretary Treasurer for the Executive Board for the Tanana Chiefs. I serve on many different boards and commissions. I serve on the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission as a fish commissioner for my village, serve on the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, my village council for Rampart, my Rampart Village Corporation, where I serve on the land committee. I serve on the Eastern Interior Regional Advisory Council as the chair. I'm the Yukon River Panel alternate, co-chair to the Traditional Knowledge Committee, and I serve on my local advisory council. I don't say no to nothing when it comes to serving my people. As you can see, it's dear to my heart, and I know it's dear to all you, and I appreciate you all being here. Have a good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brandy Mays. I am of the Wolf Clan and Killer Whale Clan, Duklawaty.
I am from Marsh Lake, Yukon. My people come from Marsh Lake, Yukon, at the very headwaters of the Yukon River. I am the Fish and Wildlife Manager for Kwalindun First Nation. I am the First Nation advisor for my First Nation and the co-chair to the Traditional Knowledge Committee. Welcome. Thank you for having us here, Anchorage, and have safe travels home if I don't get to see you guys again. Thank you.
All right, Dunjay, Chun, Gachunjay, Chief Bob Dixon Huye from Kalani First Nation. Really glad to be here to, be a part of this. And I want to thank all of the participants for all of their input, their traditional knowledge and the scientific knowledge as we deal with these subjects going forward. And we all want the same thing, which is fish for our people in the future. Thank you.
Geraldine Pope. I'm with Kluane First Nation as the Director of Lands Resources and Heritage, and I'm also the advisor for Kluane First Nation.
Zenu Shokwathan. My name is Brandon Crawford. Try this again. Zenu Shokwathan. My name is Brandon Crawford. I was born and raised in Whitehorse, Yukon. I'm the supervisor of Fish and Wildlife for the Tonquachon Council based out of Whitehorse. I'm also the First Nation advisor to the panel. Thank you.
Sutat. My name is Jen Herkis. I'm the First Nation advisor for the Carcross Tagish First Nation, and I sit on the TK committee. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. My name is Steve Smith. I am an employee of Fisheries and Oceans Canada out of Whitehorse, and I'm a member of the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hannah Turner. I am the Renewable Resources Coordinator with Teslin Tlingit Council, and also the First Nation advisor to the panel for Teslin Tlingit Council. And I sit on the Traditional Knowledge Committee as well. It's good to see you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dean Allen. I am the Senior Pacific Salmon Treaty Advisor for Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Victor Kiang. I work for the Pacific Salmon Commission based in Vancouver, and I provide administrative support for the Yukon River Panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sam Decker. I'm with Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks, and I'm here to help with the technical aspect of the meeting.
Thank you all for providing your introductions and comments. We'll go to our members that are online. First, James McDonald, go ahead.
Yes, certainly. Good morning, everyone. My name is James McDonald. I'm a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and a proud member of the Yukon River Panel. Good morning.
Thank you, James. Next to Jennifer Hooper.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hooper. I am a lower river advisor on the Alaska panel. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think that concludes our remote meeting attendees from both delegations. I'd like to echo some of the comments from during introductions of welcoming individuals to that traveled so far to attend and participate and hear the deliberations of the Yukon River Panel. I thank you very much for coming and spending the time with us over the next couple of days. We'll look forward to hearing from you and talking with you during breaks. Moving into a review of our agenda, we'll do a brief overview of our action items from the January meeting. Let me just bring that up here. So I guess a brief overview of the agenda first. Today we'll be going over action items, and then we'll have a report from our Joint Technical Committee on their recent meetings and proceedings. The remainder of the meeting's agenda will focus on a discussion of the recently signed 7-year Chinook salmon agreement between Alaska and Canada. We'll then have a series of presentations with opportunity for questions and discussion on the preliminary Chinook salmon outlook and management strategies, and then the preliminary outlook and management strategies for both Mainstem and Porcupine River Chum salmon. We'll then conclude today's proceedings with a report out to the Yukon River Panel on Bering Sea pollock fishery salmon bycatch. We will then be providing opportunity for public testimony during that time frame. I understand we've already got several individuals signed up to provide testimony remotely. For folks that are here in person, there are sign-up cards out just outside of the doorway there on some tables that are set up. Feel free to fill out and those sign-up cards and provide them to Victor Keong over here. And we will have a cutoff time of about 3 p.m. this afternoon for today's testimony. There'll be another opportunity for testimony tomorrow before we close our public proceedings. Would ask that folks try and keep their comments to 5 minutes or less if possible. We want to make sure we provide adequate time for all individuals here in person, as well as online or remotely, to provide their comments and testimony to the panel. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a reminder for our virtual participants that if you would like to provide testimony remotely to the Yukon River Panel, you're certainly welcome to do so. If you could visit the Yukon River Panel's website for further instructions on how to sign up and provide testimony. Again, the opportunities will be at the end of the day from 4:30 to 5:15 this afternoon, Alaska time. And then again tomorrow from 4:15 to approximately 5 o'clock Alaska time. So again, 2 opportunities for public testimony, either in person here in the delegation room in Anchorage, or via virtual testimony online. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we'll now move into a review of and a report out on the action items from our January 2024 2023 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting. I'm not going to try and go through these relatively quick, so bear with me here. This is organized with respect to specific actions that the panel took, as well as specific decisions that the panel made during the January postseason meeting. The Traditional Knowledge Committee did present at this meeting their 2024-25 budget for consideration and decision by the panel. The panel endorsed the Traditional Knowledge Committee's terms of reference during the January meeting. The Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat confirmed the amount of R&E funds available for the upcoming 2024-25 project cycle. The Pacific Salmon Commission worked with the panel co-chairs to develop a description of the process for panel feedback to R&E fund proponents. The panel worked with Pacific Salmon Commission to develop a proposed policy for overdue project reporting. The R&E Fund project proposal review developed questions for feedback to proponents. That was completed. Regarding those questions that were submitted to proponents, the Pacific Salmon Commission provided a deadline, and we did receive those responses from proponents by the deadline. There was a clause developed by the Pacific Salmon Commission to request that for proponents to identify cost-efficient methods in their proposals. Another clause was developed for inclusion in the call for proposals to identify cost associated with R&E funds be limited to generating results directed toward and to the benefit of the panel. The PSC, Pacific Salmon Commission, reported to the panel on existing policies and procedures and the purchase and ownership of capital or equipment items. The Traditional Knowledge Committee provided its perspectives on the stewardship guidance document to the panel during this meeting. The panel chairs did schedule an opportunity for initial panel discussion on the topic of developing a rebuilding plan for Chinook salmon, Canadian origin Chinook salmon. The Joint Technical Committee developed recommendations regarding making project results available publicly. The Yukon panel confirmed an allocation of $5,000 for the Communications Committee for the upcoming cycle years. The panel chairs did work with the Joint Technical Committee, TKC Committee, and Communications Committee, and the Pacific Salmon Commission to develop a renewed, proposed and renewed administrative services agreement with the Pacific Salmon Commission. The panel confirmed an allocation of up to $15,000 to the Communications Committee budget to develop a communications strategy that has been approved, and the committee will be proceeding. The panel chairs reviewed the final videos produced through a Communications Committee project. They have been reviewed, finalized, and approved, and they are now available on the Yukon River Panel website. And the panel chairs did review and provide recommended administrative revisions to the Restoration Enhancement Fund Priorities Plan, as well as the R&E Fund review and approval process. And lastly, during public session, kind of same action item regarding providing an opportunity for panel discussion, initial discussion on a rebuilding plan. Mr. Chair, any additional comments on action items?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, the action item report was complete, and only to confirm that a number of the action items and decisions will form the basis of presentations and panel discussions at these sessions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll certainly be reporting out for information on those results over the course of this meeting. Next, we'll move on to the Joint Technical Committee report to the Yukon River Panel. This will be presented by the JTC co-chairs. And I guess as soon as we have the presentation available and up on screen, chairs, you can feel free to proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, some adjustment issues here, but just a reminder, I'm Mark Ross, and I'm the Canadian chair for the JTC. Next slide, please. So the JTC held its annual spring meeting March 5th through 7th in Whitehorse. As you can see here, it's a beautiful photo of downtown Whitehorse. This was a hybrid meeting. Recognizing that the most of our attendants were present in person. Next slide, please. Again, we started day one with our introductions and meeting coordination efforts. As you can see here, good representation from both countries with nearly, yeah, sure. Sorry, that's better. Thanks, Zach. Good idea. So good representation from both countries here. And again, recognizing that 90+% of people were attending in person. Next slide, please. We started day one with a review of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, specifically within Chapter 8, Section 21, where we talk about the requirements for the Joint Technical Committee and what the JTC is responsible for delivering to the panel. We thought this was important as it recaps all the requirements for the JTC for both our new members, as well as a refresher for our existing long-term members. Next slide, please. Continuing on with day one, we then discussed the 7-year agreement between the US and Canada, and recognizing that the additional clarification would be needed as the implications to the JTC. Some of these examples of implications would be around the IMAG recommendations that the Joint Technical Committee provides, as well as working on the rebuilding plans that are coming forth and bilateral run projection models. Also recognize that the JTC completed analysis for the Chinook salmon escapement goal review, and this analysis may provide some good insight in establishing biological escapement targets for rebuilding. Next slide. Continuing on with day one, so review of the escapement targets for 2024. So recognizing the agreement between the parties for US and Canada that establishes a rebuilding target of 71,000 fish, the JTC did not provide a recommendation on Chinook salmon, as the agreed to 71,000 would be utilized. With regards to fall chum, so the IMEG recommendation is withstanding for 2023 through 2025, as the JTC is working on the chum inter-management and goal recommendation to deliver in 2026. And as a reminder, so for the 23 through 2025, the Mainstem fall chum salmon escapement goal is 70 to 104,000. And for the Porcupine River specifically, for chum, it's 22,000 to 49,000. Next slide, please. So on the chum escapement goal development, the subcommittee has been finalized. So for the United States, we have on the subcommittee, we have Zach Liller with ADF&G, Bonnie Borba with ADF&G, Hamachan Hamazaki with ADF&G, and Curry Cunningham with University Alaska Fairbanks. On the Canadian side, we have myself, Mark Ross with DFO, Adam Odell with DFO, Marina Milligan with the Council of Yukon First Nations, or the YFNSSA, Yukon First Nations Salmon Stewardship Alliance, Brendan Connors with DFO, and Dylan Glasser also with DFO. Next slide, please. So a review of the timeline for the fall chum escapement goal subcommittee. So we had the advantage of using the Chinook escapement goal timeline as a basis here, which was helpful, recognizing there's some differences. Down the left side, we have all the elements that we've identified within the Chinook process that we'll utilize in the chum process. As a summary, there's approximately 5 main phases. So subcommittee membership creation, followed by data review, modeling process, and then extensive peer review process, and then finally delivering our recommendation. The recommendation, sometime in 2026, as early as the second quarter, or end of the first quarter as identified here. It should be noted that this chum IMEG development process does require some additional travel and outside of our normal processes. So we are looking to make sure that we identify those opportunities and those requirements and make sure we have funding in place to meet those needs. Next slide. We also reviewed the Yukon River Panel action items, which I'll go through briefly. So number one, the JTC will develop specific requirements for publicly available data sets to be factored into the 2024 project funding decisions, and the PSC Secretariat will provide complementary recommendations related to data management at the PSC for YRP consideration. Action item 2, the Yukon River Panel co-chairs, the JTC, the Traditional Knowledge and Communication Committees will work with the PSC Secretariat to develop the scope of services and projected costs to be incorporated into a renewed R&E Fund Administrative Services Agreement. And lastly, number 3, the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat will work with the panel chairs to develop a description of the process for the panel to provide feedback to the Restoration and Enhancement Fund project proponents based on consideration of advice from the JTC, the Traditional Knowledge and Communication Committees in a cohesive manner. So JTC put forth these recommendations to the PSC on April 8th. Next slide. Thank you. The JTC also discussed quite extensively on-route mortality, research planning, and the implications for 2024 panel recommendations. For 2024, ichthyophonus study plans through the ADF&G and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as Chinook tagging study plans with ADF&G, DFO, and other partners within Canada, including Yukon First Nations. And JTC agreement was reached to incorporate the recent difference between estimates into the 2024 Chinook salmon forecast. Recommendations that the panel update are any near-term priorities on on-route mortality research, specifically tagging and tracking into Canada. And with that, I will turn it over to Zach Liller. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for kicking us off. I'm going to borrow your notes if that's all right. Yeah. And I wanted to thank Carly real quick for bringing the water up. I'm not sure whether you needed it or she was anticipating that I was going to, but I really appreciate it. Just to remind folks, my name is Zach Liller. I'm the U.S. JTC co-chair and a research coordinator with Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So I'm going to kick us off for the rest of the presentation and talk a little bit about what we covered during day 2 and day 3 of our meeting. So day 2, we received detailed presentations from our forecast subcommittee. So we have a subcommittee that develops the preseason forecast for Canadian origin fall chum. So that would be the Mainstem stock as well as fishing branch. And we also have a forecast subcommittee that addresses the Canadian origin Chinook salmon run. And so we received detailed presentations from those committees and we finalized the forecast for the 2024 season. And you guys will be receiving those forecast presentations here in just a couple of minutes. So I won't steal their thunder. Next slide, please. We then heard presentations from the agency management teams. So that would be ADF&G and Department of Fisheries and Oceans, managers for fall chum and Chinook salmon. And so we discussed their preseason plans and had a little Q&A session. You guys will be receiving detailed presentations from those managers here again a little bit later this morning. So I'll let them speak on that behalf. Next slide, please. We then transitioned from the agency reports to reports from our various subcommittees. For folks that aren't familiar, the JTC gets a lot of its work done through subcommittees, and we have an administrative subcommittee as well as a report subcommittee. The administrative subcommittee has been working really hard to try to make JTC documents more readily available to our JTC membership and making sure that those documents are properly archived for future benefits. We discussed some of the progress that we've made over the recent year of getting historical meeting documents uploaded to a SharePoint site that the Pacific Salmon Commission has been hosting on our behalf. And then we also discussed some steps that we'd like to take to help make some historical historic JTC reports more publicly available. So currently, JTC reports are available to the public through the Yukon River Panel website back to 2001. However, JTC reports exist back to 1985. So for those of you that are really looking forward to reading those old reports on the weekends or to help put yourself to sleep, those will hopefully be available here quite soon. Speaking of reports, the 2023 season summary and 2024 forecast report has been finalized by the JTC. It's currently available on the Yukon River Panel website. Next slide, please. We then heard from our Restoration and Enhancement Fund subcommittee. Just for some background, the JTC conducted its technical review of the 2024 Restoration and Enhancement Fund proposals back in December and provided our recommendations to the panel at that time. Since then, the panel received some follow-up responses from some proponents on some questions that the panel had, and the JTC took the opportunity to review and provide some feedback on those responses. The JTC also talked a little bit about our timeline for future R&E proposal reviews. And we agreed that we're going to endeavor to provide final review products to the panel no later than January 15th of each year. And that's about a month later than what we've done in prior years. However, that's to accommodate a shift in the schedule that the panel implemented beginning in 2023. Next slide, please. We then spent about an hour and a half discussing options for engagement, future engagement with the panel's new Traditional Knowledge Committee. The JTC has been really eager to see this Traditional Knowledge Committee get off the ground so that we can start having a meaningful and productive relationship and co-developing recommendations for the panel where appropriate. Much of our discussion, though, was around how these discussions might take place in the future. We recognize that for meaningful engagement between the panel's committees, that trying to do that through email or virtual meetings would be quite challenging. So we are hoping that most of our engagements will be through in-person meetings. However, recognizing that both committees will likely need some additional funding support in order to make that happen. Next slide, please. The JTC then moved into what we call our roundtable discussion. So the roundtable discussion is something that we started 6-7 years ago, I guess. And what it was designed to be is basically an open block of time for JTC members to bring topics to the group's attention that would be of interest to JTC members, but also likely of interest to panel members. So the idea here is that that we would have an opportunity to be kind of introduced to new projects or concepts or ideas that we could then share with you guys. And if you find them to be interesting, we would be happy to help facilitate a more detailed, in-depth report out in the future. So we heard 3 different discussions during this time. One was related to some new research that links the productivity of Canadian origin stocks to environmental conditions. We then also discussed a presentation regarding the 2023 operations of the Tatchin Creek Weir, and we had a really robust discussion about weirs and how they are useful for counting salmon escapement. And then we also heard a presentation regarding the impacts of Kluane Chum from a major hydrologic change. So folks might remember that the headwaters of the Kluane system experienced some change due to some glacial melt back in 2016, and that's had some implication for lake levels and spawning habitat for fall chum. And this was a kind of a kickoff presentation to start developing some summaries that we thought might be useful to the panel. And this was led by DFO staff. Next slide, please. We then moved into a facilitated discussion about the 2024 Chinook salmon telemetry plans. So for folks in the audience, ADF&G is tagging Chinook salmon near the mouth of the river in 2024. And there's extensive coordination within Canada to extend the tracking of those fish throughout the Canadian territories. And so while the JTC is not leading this project or necessarily overseeing the coordination, given the bilateral interest and the number of folks that were involved, we thought it would be useful to spend about an hour, 2 hours of time so that folks could just have a robust discussion about plans for 2024. And you guys will receive a detailed presentation tomorrow, actually, on this particular topic. Next slide, please. So that largely brought us to the end of the meeting. As with all of our meetings, we end with planning for the next time that we're going to get together. The next time that we're going to meet will be in the US. We're still looking to nail down a location, but that meeting will be the week of November 18th. Once we established the dates and kind of a general plan, we had a fairly robust discussion about other meeting considerations. The JTC wanted to share with the panel that we are really looking forward to and would like to schedule an in-person meeting with the Traditional Knowledge Committee during the fall winter of 2024. And our idea for this initial meeting would be to begin the conversation about what a long-term coordination process would look like. Long-term, however, the JTC plans to prioritize our in-person meetings. We'd like to meet in person all the time, but when we can't, we will prioritize our in-person meetings during the spring. And that helps us to coordinate preseason forecasts, interim management escapement goal recommendations, and other management recommendations pertinent to the panel. We would benefit from regular coordination with the Traditional Knowledge Committee during those spring meetings. And we also recognize that to the extent possible that the in-person meetings benefit the coordination amongst the panel's committees. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a quick moment before we wrap up. Mark and I and previous co-chairs have had the honor and privilege of reporting out to you guys on the activities of the JTC, but the JTC is much, much bigger than the co-chairs. We have very extensive membership, and one of our members in particular, Randy Brown, is stepping back from the JTC. He's not retiring from service, but he is stepping back from the JTC. Randy has been with us for a very long time. He was appointed to the JTC back in 2002. And so just goes to show just how much contribution some of these members and people like Randy in particular have brought to the panel and to the JTC. For those of you guys that know Randy, you know how special he is and how much information he's brought to bear. For those of you that don't know Randy, you've probably been impacted positively through his work. He's done a tremendous amount on behalf of the panel and the JTC. Originally, Randy was from New Mexico. For those that don't know, he moved to Alaska as a young man and actually homesteaded along the Kandik River, which is a tributary of the Yukon near Eagle, and homesteaded in that location for quite some time before moving with his family to Fairbanks, where he pursued educational opportunities at University of Alaska Fairbanks, earned some advanced degrees. As soon as he graduated, he took employment with Fish and Wildlife Service, and he's been an exemplary fisheries biologist with the service since that time. His professional contributions are certainly too many to name here, but I will say that over his time, he's been honored with the Rachel Carson Award for Fisheries Excellence. His contributions have earned him an honorary doctorate from University of Alaska Fairbanks. His contributions to the JTC have been exceptional. He's been a long-term reviewer of R&E proposals and served on many subcommittees. So Randy is here. I believe that this might actually be your second Yukon River Panel meeting. So it goes to show that over a 20+ year career with the JTC, the opportunities to come and actually interact with panel members have been limited. So Randy, thank you very much for coming down from Fairbanks this morning. If you're willing, maybe stand up so folks know where you're at. Feel free to stand. Guys, Randy's going to be here throughout the day, and we do have a social tonight, and he's going to be joining us as the social. So I know there's at least already one person that's looking to pick your brain on whitefish and the porcupine, and I'm sure that there's more folks out there that would love to chat about your career with the JTC. Sir, thank you very much. You've been a fantastic mentor and friend, and we really, really appreciate it. Next slide, please. And with that, folks, we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Yes, please. Thank you, co-chairs, for the presentation. Open up the questions, comments from panel members. Andy.
Thank you. Keep standing, Randy. Come on, stand up. I just wanted to offer a little bit of insight about Randy in his non-professional capacity. I met Randy when I first came to Eagle as a very young man. We were both actually pretty young men back then. But Randy was a bushman. He was a man who lived on the land in traditional ways, self-taught, a man who mentored me through a lot of things. We were both dog mushers. Back then, nobody had any money for a snow machine, so we mushed dogs. We trapped together every spring, trapping beavers on the Kandik River and 70 Mile River. He taught me a lot about moose hunting, beaver trapping, woodsman skills. And the point I'm trying to make here is that I think one of the really special things about Randy's contribution is his perspectives. He lived on the land, very close to the land, very much the way people lived 100 years ago. No modern tools. Randy didn't even own a chainsaw until he moved to Eagle. Just a Swede saw and an axe, dog team, one rifle, maybe two, but most of the time one rifle for everything. And I think that's a really important part of the contribution he made because of that close tie to the land, understanding not only the fish, but the wildlife and how everything how everything is one big circle in life and how everything plays upon everything, and bringing that to the science aspect of his role on the JTC is really special. You don't find that very often. So I just wanted to highlight that because not too many people know that aspect of Randy's life. They know him as Dr. Brown, the Yodolith man, and the Whitefish man. But there's another side of Randy that is really special. So I just wanted to highlight that very much. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And thank you, Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Next, we'll go to Dennis, then Ragnar, then Pauline. Dennis?
Great, thanks. Randy, I don't know you, but anybody called an otolith man, that's a pretty cool name. So I'll give you that one. No, I said this in the closed session, but I wanted to mention it here. I think the JTC's done excellent work with the en route mortality and factoring that in. I think that was, for a lot of the people in the communities, and when we do engagement in Canada, we talk about missing fish and how are the water temperatures affecting the fish and these kinds of things. And I think that really helps with, that we've got those in the numbers. So that's great work. And secondly, I wanted to also acknowledge the way that you're starting to figure out how to work with the Traditional Knowledge Committee. I think, it's one thing to create a committee, and that took a long, long time, and a lot of people in this room did that. But the fact that you're actually starting to figure out how to build it into your work, I think that's, like I said, I sit on another treaty table, and we're nowhere close to that. So it's excellent, innovative work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Go ahead, Ragnar, then Pauline.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ross, or Mr. Liller, on slide 5, and this is in discussion of the draft 7-year agreement. JTC recognized that additional clarification would be needed. Examples for IMEG rebuilding plans, run projection models. Have those additional clarifications been met to the JTC's satisfaction?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Ragnar. I think that we're in the initial phases of this agreement as far as it comes. We're going to be discussing it later today. And we have an open mind on how we might incorporate those ideas and are open to seeing where that evolves with direction from the panel. So I think that's going to be a little bit of an evolution here coming forward. Thanks. Anything to add, Zach?
Pauline, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the presentation. I want to just highlight the Andy's description of what it takes to be on the, on the JTC and the critical importance of local traditional knowledge and practices as you make decisions around, our escapement objectives. Now, the Yukon River Agreement and escapement requirements, historically, we've targeted the low end of the range to meet escapement at 42. I believe it was, we had it set at 42.5. In Canada, we've often made recommendations to our federal minister to reach the midpoint of the range, which is 48.75. And in 2013, the Salmon Subcommittee, in collaboration with the Indigenous Knowledge Keepers in the Yukon, made a recommendation to shut down fishing in Yukon in Canada at 30,000. So would you be able to take a few minutes just to sort of highlight how you arrived at the number of 71,000 comparatively to what we've seen historically? And I think that's really important for the public to know because we've heard the presentation, but for our the folks in the audience, I think it's important that they understand that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to take an initial crack at that. For clarification, the 71,000 that is referenced as a border passage objective within, is it not working? We're going to have to hold them close. All right. The 71,000 that's referenced as a border passage objective in the agreement between ADF&G and DFO was established through discussions between ADF&G and DFO, the folks that drafted that agreement.
That was not a recommendation specifically from the JTC. However, the JTC does have analytical tools that we've developed over recent years that at future meetings, should the panel like to have a discussion about what 71,000 means with respect to the productivity of the Chinook salmon stock, future rebuilding potential, harvest potential, things like that. The JTC has tools that could provide some context around that number, but just to clarify, the JTC did not recommend that 71,000. That was through the negotiation process.
Okay, just following up to that, can you help us better understand the recommendations? This is a joint technical committee representation. You identify the rebuilding plan at 71,000, but it derived from the agreement that was signed. So is this a projection then aligned with the 7-year agreement with the 71,000? Can you just clarify that for us here? Thank you. Because generally speaking, the Joint Technical Committee provides recommendations on an annual basis to the panel, and we make a decision based on the recommendations. So I'm curious to know, maybe you could just help us better understand, and for the record of the audience, is this something you're projecting over the course of the 7-year agreement? Wassilie.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the interest. The slide that presents the recommendations, what we were attempting to communicate here is that the JTC made no recommendations in 2024 because of the agreement that was already in place. So with that said, moving forward, if you guys would like to have some more detailed discussions about what 71,000 means within the context of rebuilding expectations, the JTC could certainly help with that. But we did not make an IMEG recommendation for 24 in deference to the agreement that was already in place.
Yeah, thanks, Pauline. I think I might just add for the group's consideration that we're going to discuss the agreement later today, and maybe that'll outline a bit of where we're going with this. But the JTC did not provide a recommendation, as the agreement's recommended 71,000 essentially is superseding our recommendation at this point. Thank you.
And maybe a quick add-on, there'll be additional discussion and review of that agreement. That's the next agenda item after the JTC report. So opportunity for questions and clarification there as well.
Mr. Chair, just real quick, I'm getting a bunch of waving from the back. That if we can raise the volume a little bit, that might be helpful.
Caroline, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't make him stand, but I just wanted to make another comment about Randy Brown, especially in light of the conversation we're having about what it really takes to do this type of work. Randy is a biologist, as you've learned, in addition to his life as a young man in rural Alaska. But I will say that I've worked with Randy for almost my entire career. About 20 years ago, we shared a graduate student who was interested in bridging the biological sciences with traditional knowledge. I learned a ton from that experience, and it convinced me of the value of doing that type of work. And Randy was pretty integral to that. We had lots of conversations and disagreements about how different ways of knowing inform what we do here, and all of that was extremely valuable. And I really, really have always appreciated his open-mindedness and his willingness to do that work and to learn everywhere he can, not just from otoliths. So I just want to thank you, Randy, for the last 20 years, because you've been an important part of my career, and you've been an important part in the lives of the people, especially in the Upper Tanana, where we did this work. And I just really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And I guess I was planning to mention this during our lunch break, but we're about to take our mid-morning break now here in a second. So given the reference to additional accolades for Dr. Randy Brown, we will be holding our public social and reception of the Yukon River Panel this evening from 6 to 9 p.m. at the 49th State Brewery, which is located at 717 West 3rd Avenue. It will be in the Barrel Room West, which will be the downstairs portion of that. For many folks that may have attended panel meetings here in Anchorage in the past, it's the same location from our last meeting in December. It's about 2 blocks that way, just past the Captain Cook Hotel. So we look forward to any individuals that would like to join us this evening during the panel's reception.
I just wanted to double check the time. The agenda says the public reception starts at 6:30.
Sorry, 6:30. He can show up at 6 is fine too. 6:30 to 9 this evening. I'll provide additional reminders over the course of the day here. So with that, we will go ahead and take our mid-morning break. We will reconvene at 10:30 to proceed with our morning agenda. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed with the remainder of our morning agenda. That will start out with information on the Alaska-Canada 7-year Chinook salmon agreement. Defer to Mr. Chair to guide us through the document. Sven?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get started, I also would like to acknowledge another person in the audience with us. In addition to working as the tribal administrator for my village, I also sit on the St. Mary's Native Corporation Board as a vice president. We have one of our board members in with us today. I didn't realize he was here, Melvin Pauken, another lifetime subsistence and commercial fisherman. I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven, and welcome again to all members that are joining us to observe our public meeting proceedings. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good morning, everyone. Steve Gotch, Canadian Chair of the Yukon River Panel, but largely I'll be presenting this item in my capacity as the federal representative for Fisheries and Oceans Canada and my involvement in negotiation of the 7-year agreement between the state of Alaska and Canada with respect to Chinook salmon conservation. So before perhaps we discuss some of the details of the agreement, I thought that it would be beneficial to provide a little context leading up to where we find ourselves today. I don't want to go too far back in time, but we'll perhaps begin by acknowledging that shortly after the signing of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, officially in 2002, this panel received statements and submissions from many Upper Yukon River First Nation government representatives raising the alarm over the decline of Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks. We had many presentations from Teslin delegations, from Tonquachan Council and Kwanlin First Nation, Little Salmon, Carmacks, Carcross Tagish First Nation, many of the headwater Upper Yukon River First Nations that were 20 years ago beginning to see a significant long-term decline of Chinook salmon stocks in their traditional territories. And with those submissions to the panel, we received many statements about the importance of acknowledgement and recognition of traditional knowledge and traditional practices, as well as some of the teachings of elders that were really signaling the need to take action to begin to help Chinook salmon rebuild and restore their populations in the Yukon River watershed. Over the course of the past 20 years, much work has been undertaken, both from a scientific and technical perspective, as well as through various tribal organizations and First Nation government groups throughout the Yukon River watershed to better understand what was happening with Chinook salmon and to develop strategies to respond appropriately to what was beginning to look like a long-term decline in abundance. As Chief Frost mentioned, Certainly significant concerns started to be raised around 2012 when we saw a considerable decline in Canadian origin Chinook salmon, resulting in closure of fisheries first in Canada and then subsequently Canada and Alaska in the years of 2013, 2014, and 2015. We did see some return of abundance, some improvements in abundance over the course of 2016, 2017, and 2018 years when over 70,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon returned to the Yukon River watershed. And I think that it was certainly a time for hope and a time for perhaps some premature celebration, looking to a day when Chinook salmon would again be abundant in the watershed. However, unfortunately, that day was not yet to come. And what we observed was starting in 2019, again, another decline of Chinook salmon, now precipitating for a 5-year period, resulting in where we find ourselves today. And that is having experienced a series of record low returns of Canadian origin Chinook salmon to the watershed, and practically speaking, an abundance on spawning grounds of perhaps less than 10,000 fish. So really, we do find ourselves at a point in time, both historically and iconically for this species, a time of true crisis. And throughout this process, certainly the governments in Canada and the United States, working with First Nation governments, territorial governments, US and state federal agencies, acknowledge the need to take action, in particular over growing concerns about what we heard from Joseph O'Brien earlier today, the real potential that extinction would be facing at least one or more of the Canadian origin, or more broadly, Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks. In light of all of these factors, the Yukon River Panel undertook work over 5 years ago to begin to develop a new conservation objective for Canadian origin salmon stocks, Chinook salmon stocks. And we call this the spawning escapement objective, or the biological spawning escapement goal. And over the course of a 3-year period, the Yukon River Panel received considerable information and advice, both from scientific and technical authorities, and then subsequently from traditional and local knowledge holders with regards to potential options, measures, and actions that the panel could recommend for the parties to implement in order to respond to the situation that was being experienced with Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks. And ultimately in 2022, after considerable deliberation and negotiation, it was apparent that through the Yukon River Panel process, finding a solution or finding an outcome was not going to be easily achieved. And an impasse was reached at the Yukon River Panel table for the 2020 season, which precluded provision of a recommendation for conservation objectives for Canadian origin Chinook salmon for that fishing season. Subsequently, in 2023, again, considerable efforts, negotiations undertaken through the Yukon River Panel process failed to yield consensus on a recommendation for a conservation objective for Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks. And this was occurring at a time, as I mentioned earlier, that we were experiencing the lowest historically recorded abundance of Chinook salmon, certainly in the Canadian portion of the watershed, returning to the border and ultimately to spawning grounds. So numbers of certainly less than 15,000 fish, and more than likely from a spawning escapement perspective, less than 10,000. And to put this into context, I know that this is repetitive and perhaps stating the obvious for many panel members and members along the river that have spent their lifetime interacting with Chinook salmon. We only need to go back, 25 years ago, when the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon returning to the watershed was much closer to 130 or 150,000 per year. And so it's a stark contrast to reflect on the reality that we now are faced with abundances of less than 10% of what we saw less than 25 years ago. So in a response to obviously the seriousness of the situation and the dire need to take action, the calls from Canadian First Nation organizations, from provincial and territorial government authorities, tribal organizations, and otherwise, the government of Canada and the state of Alaska initiated a negotiation process in the summer of 2023 to look to find a solution to putting into place an agreement, some measures to provide a long-term strategy for the protection and conservation of Canadian origin salmon stocks, reflective of the seriousness of the current situation. The negotiation process admittedly was quite challenging given the stark realities and that face both Canadians as well as Alaskans across the Yukon River, the importance of Chinook salmon to the landscape, to the ecosystem, to the culture, to the traditions of the people up and down the river, to food security, and otherwise. It's certainly, if you were to describe the best example of an impossible problem or an impossible situation, this is it. So in light of the acknowledgement of the over 20-year decline of Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks, recognition that both the state of Alaska and the government of Canada had suspended fisheries for 5 consecutive years, where minimum spawning objectives were not achieved, and then also acknowledging that Canadian Yukon First Nations, many of which had not held directed fisheries for Chinook salmon in over 20 years, there was an acknowledgement that there was a need to take immediate and decisive action. And so through the course of a period of some accelerated negotiations between, I would say, October and March of this year, the government of Canada and the state of Alaska reached agreement, which was ultimately signed on April 1st, which serves as a commitment to respond and take action to address the decline of Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks through the commitment to very specific measures around management of fisheries, commitment to undertaking research both in traditional knowledge, local knowledge, scientific and technical research, monitoring, as well as the commitment through the Yukon River Panel to develop a rebuilding plan. And the intent of this agreement is for it to take effect for a 7 consecutive year period. The significance of the 7-year period being representative of the life cycle of Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon. And I would like to acknowledge that there were, and perhaps there still are, a very small number of 8-year-old Canadian origin Chinook salmon that return to the Yukon River watershed. And it's that small glimmer of hope that brings me optimism that these actions, although serious and significant, are not too late. So, Mr. Chair, I think that what would be beneficial is just to take a quick opportunity to walk through the 7-year agreement. I won't necessarily read it out verbatim, but I did want to take the opportunity to emphasize what the key aspects of the agreement are in order to best position both the panel's understanding and the public's understanding of what the agreement means for this process and for each respective country and party, that being Alaska and Canada. So there are 10 components of the agreement, and I'll walk through them here, as I said, fairly quickly. The agreement takes effect April 1st, 2024, and will remain in effect through the end of calendar year 2030, so for 7 consecutive fishing seasons. The agreement is in place between the Government of Canada, represented by Fisheries and Oceans, and the state of Alaska, represented by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And it's being put into place by the parties, recognizing the persistent decline of Chinook salmon has resulted in the inability to meet conservation objectives and provide benefits to the fisheries of both countries. So first and foremost, the primary action that the parties are putting into effect is that there will be a suspension of all Chinook salmon commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries on the main stem of the Yukon River and Canadian tributaries for one full life cycle. And this suspension of fisheries will remain in effect regardless of run abundance. So 7-year closure of all commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries on the Mainstem Yukon River for a 7-year cycle. Over this 7-year period, commitment number 2 is that the parties will rely on what's referred to as a rebuilding target of 71,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And this is considered the rebuilding objective at the international border. So we would need to see 71,000 actual Chinook salmon pass by the international border to have been deemed to have realized the rebuilding objective of for this particular stock during this 7-year period. There were some questions about where did the number 71,000 come from and what its significance is. And I'll speak about it very briefly to say that over the course of the Yukon River Panel's work to explore new conservation objective for Yukon River Chinook salmon, the panel received a variety of scientific and technical data and analyses, as well as traditional and local knowledge to assist with its deliberations. And one of the principles that came forward, both from a scientific and arguably a traditional knowledge perspective, was the concept of establishing an objective that, in my words, puts the interests and the needs of salmon first. And in a scientific or technical perspective, this is described as maximum sustainable recruitment. So the number of fish that would be allowed to or enabled to spawn that are expected to produce offspring that would support some limited fisheries, but really would be directed at the benefits of looking to rebuild salmon populations, to put salmon on the landscape, and if at all possible, under certain years of good production, provide for some very limited harvest opportunity. That scientific and technical recommendation aligned very closely with the advice that initially came through the Canadian Traditional Knowledge Committee, which effectively said we need to give salmon a rest. We need to start putting salmon first. And while there's still time, enable salmon to help themselves. They need our help. And our help is basically giving them a rest from the perspective of catching or tagging, poking, prodding them for scientific purposes. And I probably didn't do the full scope of the traditional knowledge advice justice, but I'm hoping to paraphrase here for the purpose of brevity. Over the 7-year period, subsistence fishing for Chinook salmon in the Mainstem, Yukon River, and Canadian tributaries will be closed, with the exception of a situation where the run abundance improves to the level where more than 71,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon are projected to cross the border into Canada. And this is intended to address uncertainty over an emerging concern, which is en route mortality. So in recent years, our projections and estimates of Canadian origin returns at the mouth of the Yukon River have underestimated the number of adult fish that are successfully crossing the international border. So the commitment here is that consideration for limited subsistence fishing opportunities could be provided, however, only in years when a passage of greater than 71,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon is likely to occur into Canada. And I have received a number of questions in the last week on the likelihood of, that this would even happen. Is this an unachievable or is this an unattainable goal? Is this just a number out of thin air that that's not possible to achieve, that is perhaps driving hope only to end in disappointment? And the response that I've been providing is we only need to look back one life cycle ago when we did see returns of around 70,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon to the watershed. Is this our new normal? Is this our new indication of the best possible situation or scenario or outcome for Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks? Arguably, no. I think we need to look back 25, 30 years when we saw returns and abundance of 130,000, even 150,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon returning to the watershed. The reference to 71,000 is really an instrument, a measure that we're putting into place to put Chinook salmon first over this 7-year period, give them a rest, give them the opportunity to help recover and hopefully start to sustain both the landscapes and the people in the future following this 7-year period. Another important point that I wanted to highlight, which is point number 4 in the agreement, is the acknowledgement of the importance of transmission of cultural knowledge and ceremony. This is one element that certainly from Canada's perspective, we heard very loud and clear, as did the state from various First Nation and tribal groups. The idea of not interacting with salmon for a 7-year period for any sort of ceremonial or cultural purposes was unimaginable. And so for that reason, the parties have committed to providing opportunities for some very limited take of Chinook salmon for cultural or ceremonial or traditional purposes. Although this will be largely informed by the abundance of salmon returning to the watershed on any given year. In years where we see 10,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon returning to the watershed, every last one of those fish counts. Every last one of those fish matters. And we need to pass every last one of those fish to the spawning grounds, because if we ever hope to start to recover this stock in absence of relying on human intervention through artificial propagation, the best investment we can make for the future and the best action we can take is to preserve and conserve those adult fish that are making their way to their spawning grounds during periods of very low abundance. Commitment number 5 is that the state of Alaska has a strong commitment to continue to minimize any incidental harvest of Chinook salmon in all other Mainstem Yukon River fisheries over the 7-year period. So implementing measures and means that allows for fisheries for other species, be it non-salmon or other more abundant species of salmon to occur, but yet still providing prioritization for ensuring that there's avoidance of Chinook salmon and an avoidance of any harm to migrating Chinook salmon as a result of administration of those other fisheries directed at other species. The parties are committing to, continuing to undertake scientific research and monitoring to better understand the causes for decline of Chinook salmon during this 7-year period. Because in order for us to take action to support rebuilding and recovery of the health of these stocks, we really need to understand what the drivers are and what the reasons for the decline are. So there's a strong commitment both through the parties as well as through the panel and joint technical committee processes to continue to undertake that scientific research, but also acknowledging that during periods of very low abundance, the sacrifice or take of Chinook salmon for scientific purposes is not necessarily going to be acceptable. And so the commitment is to minimize basically any take of Chinook salmon for scientific or research purposes for only those essential reasons or needs during the 7-year period. The parties also very importantly acknowledge equally the relevance and importance of relying on traditional and local ecological knowledge and research to also help our fulsome understanding of the causes for decline of Chinook salmon and specifically consideration of measures that we can implement to start to help rebuild these stocks. And that then transitions nicely to commitment number 8. If we could scroll down on screen, please. Which is that in accordance with the Yukon River Salmon Agreement under the umbrella of the International Pacific Salmon Treaty, during the 7-year period, the parties will work through the Yukon River Panel to develop a rebuilding plan for Yukon River Mainstem Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And the panel did hold its first special session dedicated to that topic yesterday afternoon, and we will be reporting out on the outcomes of that initial discussion and upcoming commitments and implementation of that important work. The point number 9 in the agreement is the commitment for Alaska to maintain and I would argue increase its efforts to reduce marine catches and bycatches of Yukon River origin salmon to the extent practicable. I know many of our Alaskan delegates participated in the very recent North Pacific Council meetings earlier this week, where the question of marine interception and bycatch of Alaska, Western Alaska, Yukon and Kuskokwim salmon stocks was a key point of discussion, and the need to take action in particular in a number of the marine intercept fisheries. I know through this panel process, we've heard a lot about the Area M fishery along the Aleutian Island chain and the need to take actions there to minimize incidental or non-target interception of AYK stocks, in particular Chum and Chinook salmon. And then also very importantly to take action to, as much as possible, avoid, and if not necessarily completely avoid, minimize the bycatch of Chinook and Chum salmon in pollock trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. And I understand very preliminarily from the outcomes of those discussions, having just concluded yesterday, that there is some positive news coming forward on that front, in particular in regards to bycatch in Bering Sea pollock fisheries and the concept of implementing what's been described as a conservation corridor to allow for passage of AYK, in particular Yukon River Chum and Chinook stocks to the Yukon River, and implementing some additional more restrictive fishery avoidance measures in those marine fisheries. So some very swift action being undertaken by the state of Alaska, and we would like to commend all of those representatives from tribal organizations that did put in several days of time, testimony, and patience at the council meetings to bring about recommendations with regards to address this, what is a very important consideration for Yukon River salmon stocks. And then finally, commitment number 10, the parties commit to acknowledge that there are factors that are influencing Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks that go beyond simply management or restriction of fisheries. There are other factors that really are driving the reality of what we're seeing today with regards to very low abundance. And that includes acknowledgement that further work needs to be undertaken to address habitat degradation resulting from natural resource, and in particular in the Upper Yukon River watershed hydroelectric development. The Yukon River Panel did receive a presentation on the relicensing process that's currently underway for the Whitehorse Rapids hydroelectric facility, and we do have subsequent relicensing processes coming up for the Mayo facility in the eastern headwaters of the Yukon River watershed. And the relevance of me referencing these processes is that really it's an opportunity that comes about every 25 years to intervene in the regulation and management of these facilities. And I know that a number of Yukon First Nation government representatives have been spending countless of hours and days intervening in that process to, again, much like I've described earlier, ensure that we are putting Chinook salmon first and ensuring that we're making decisions that as much as possible or where possible preserve and protect Chinook salmon to assist in this critical time of rebuilding for this stock. Importantly is also the acknowledgement of other factors in the marine environment, such as hatchery production. We've heard considerable feedback from a number of our Alaskan representatives and organizations that have testified at Yukon River Panel processes regarding the influence of large-scale, what I would call commercial hatchery production of pink and chum salmon that do rely on parts of the North Pacific and the Bering Sea for habitats. There's an acknowledgement that there is an ultimate carrying capacity within those marine environments, and continuing to produce, 5 billion pink and chum salmon on an annual basis is really pushing the limits of what arguably is ecologically sustainable in those environments. And I want to acknowledge that this is not just a US-Canada challenge. There are Pacific Rim countries that contribute to the problem, if you will, or the challenge of hatchery production, namely significant production being generated through commercial large-scale hatchery facilities in Russia, as well as Japan and South Korea. And so finally, the two bullets that conclude the agreement make reference to the commitment by both Alaska and Canada to pursue increases in federal funding and base funds to support Yukon River salmon habitat and stock restoration activities. So those are recovery actions, including monitoring, research, and support for development of a stock rebuilding plan. And that's inclusive of provision of resources for traditional knowledge, local ecological research, communications and stewardship activities, which arguably during this 7-year period are going to be fundamental in ensuring that people all along the river are understanding why this agreement is in place and acknowledging that in order for Chinook salmon to recover in the near term, it will require a commitment from everyone up and down the river, from the mouth all the way to the headwaters. And this does seem like an immense challenge. It does seem frustrating at times and almost impossible to think that as individuals we can make a difference. And, you know, admittedly, it is challenging when viewed through that lens. Any one of us as individuals, our small part, alone in isolation seems perhaps insignificant. Taking one fish, how is that going to hurt? Well, we need to start thinking about this challenge collectively. So thinking about the 50,000 people that reside in rural communities, from tribal organizations and First Nations throughout the Yukon River watershed, and harnessing the power and the commitment and the understanding of 50,000 people and all of those individual parts and pieces, in my opinion, is what is going to bring about change and what is going to bring about a future that sees salmon returning to the landscape, contributing to the environment, contributing to the culture, contributing to the people, and ultimately food security throughout the watershed. So I know there was a lot of information there, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to take 30 minutes of the Yukon River Panel's meeting agenda to walk through this very important issue. I expect that there's a number of questions that still remain with regards to implementation of this agreement, both within this panel process as well as through domestic processes in Alaska and Canada. And I wanted to acknowledge that and say that certainly the parties and the respective organizations, governments, and advisory bodies will be working quite actively over the coming weeks and months to ensure that this agreement is implemented effectively, again, for the benefit of the salmon and ultimately for the benefit of the people of the Yukon River watershed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the detailed description of the background and development leading up to the signing of this critically important and very valuable agreement. We'll move to questions and comments from panel members. Pauline Frost, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I want to just take a moment to acknowledge the significance of this agreement to both countries, to the people along the river, and what it means to us. I think it's a starting point. It's a point that we've strived to reach over the last 30 years. What we've seen historically is a decline of Chinook salmon significantly over the last 20 years, and we're hearing, 80 to 90%. But the questions I had asked earlier wasn't intended to direct or poke holes in anything. It was really just intended to try to generate discussion around the numbers that we've put out there, that we as a collectively, as Yukon River Panel members, tried really hard to reach. And the numbers were really focused on escapement goals. And reaching escapement goals meant trying to get the fish to the spawning habitat. So the purpose of that was just to bring to our attention the need to consider some alternatives, right? And in considering alternatives, we look at numbers, and 71,000 we think is a lot, but it really isn't. In that we have a 7-year window, and we have a lot of work to do in that 7-year window. So on section, I think section 8 and it speaks about developing a rebuilding plan for Yukon River Mainstem Chinook, and we have done a significant amount of work in Canada. So majority of the folks that are sitting here in the gallery or in the audience have had input into the drafting of the agreement in Canada, either through the Salmon Subcommittee or through the First Nations managers. So I think we're fortunate that these are the individuals that are here. So I want to just acknowledge them. I want to just take a second to acknowledge Madeline Jackson. As we all know, she's not here today. She fell and injured herself, but she's come to every panel meeting as far as I can remember. And from the headwaters at Teslin, advocating for closure and how important it was to close the salmon fishing down to allow the spawners to return to spawning ground so we don't ever end up in this situation. So I want to just convey for her that this is what she's asked of us. And that's why, as we look domestically at a rebuilding model, that we always consider local traditional knowledge with science and drafting and designing of some domestic approaches to rebuilding model. What we heard clearly also is this food insecurity, given that fishing is an industry. It's a corporate industry. We've lost that many years ago in the Yukon. And so we've not fished commercially. However, in Alaska, I want to just acknowledge that this means, you know, significant harm to the way of life, not just for the Aboriginal people on the river, but also the commercial fisher people on the river that have relied on this as a way of living. And so there's lots of discussions around not so much food insecurity, but climate change, adaptation, pressures on critical habitat, and science is not giving us the answers. So I think it's important at this point in time, we take the note of our dear friend Benedict Jones from 10 years ago said, look, why don't you monitor the water temperature? Maybe that has some impact. That was 10 years ago. We closed down fishing in Yukon in 2013. That's 10 years ago as well. So I want to just kind of make those notes because it's about our values, our principles, and our interests. Collaboratively, I think we will come to a common place of understanding, and we've reached that now, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us, and the agreement is really a political agreement as it rests with the Salmon Subcommittee's responsibility in Yukon or Yukon River Panel, but Joint Technical Committee has a significant role to play in terms of what the rebuilding plan will look like as well. There's lots of history, lots of data that will govern us, I think, going forward. So I wanted to just make those notes, and I wanted to acknowledge old Madeline for coming here for many decades to give us a strong message, and now we're at that point. So must see everyone for doing such an amazing job to get us to this point. Now we roll up our sleeves and start working for the future of salmon. Must see.
Thank you, Pauline. Andy Bassich.
Yeah, thank you very much for those words, Pauline. When I walked into the room today, the very first person I was looking for was Madeline, and I didn't see her. And I have to share, I was a little disappointed, but hopefully when you see her, tell her that she's dearly missed. She was a person I always really enjoyed seeing here and talking to and supporting this for so long. So just echoing the words of Pauline, but please pass on that we hope that she gets better. In regards to the agreement here, I'd like to get a little bit of clarification. I think there's a few parts of this agreement that maybe needs a little bit deeper explanation, not only to panel members, but to the public. And I guess I'll just start with the very first paragraph. The final sentence says, the suspension will remain in effect regardless of run abundance. And then in paragraph 3, the final sentence says, in this circumstance, the parties may consider providing limited subsistence fishing opportunities. So if Mr. Co-Chair Gotch, if you could maybe explain what might be perceived as contradictory statements. And then I'll follow up. I have a few more things I'd like to point out, just for clarification. Thank you.
Of course, thank you very much for the question, and do apologize. I walked through the agreement very quickly, and so taking the opportunity to come back and clarify some of these critical elements, I certainly welcome that and happy to do so. So clause number 1 in the agreement specifically makes reference to the suspension of Chinook salmon commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries in the Mainstem Yukon River and Canadian tributaries for one full life cycle. And the suspension of the commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries will remain in effect regardless of run abundance. So even if the run abundance was 71,000, even if the run abundance was 100,000, 150,000, the suspension, the 7-year suspension on commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries for Chinook salmon in the Mainstem Yukon River and tributaries will remain in effect for the full 7-year period. Now, acknowledging the priority consideration for subsistence fisheries, at least in the Canadian context, constitutionally protected right of access to subsistence fisheries for basic needs purposes in Canada. During the 7-year period, should the abundance of Canadian origin Chinook salmon crossing into Canada, crossing the international border, exceed 71,000 fish, this is actual fish migrating across the international border into Canada, should that number exceed 71,000 during this 7-year period, the parties have discretion to provide limited subsistence fishery opportunities. So yes, there is a 7-year agreement. Yes, there is a 7-year suspension of commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries for that 7-year period, regardless of run size. However, acknowledging the priority of entitlement and priority of access, both in Alaska state constitution consideration matters and in a Canadian constitution consideration perspective, there is acknowledgement that priority of access may be considered and provided to subsistence fisheries should the number of Chinook salmon returning to the Canadian portion of the Yukon River watershed exceed 71,000 adult fish over the course of the 7-year period.
Thank you. And then thank you very much. I think that it's really important that everyone fully understands that the differences there. The other thing I was going to ask is how we are going to address paragraph 4 as far as our policies for enacting or taking action on bullet point number 4. So if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So commitment number 4 in the agreement, if we could move it up a little bit on screen so it's visible, thank you, is to acknowledge the importance of Chinook salmon for ceremonial and cultural purposes, and providing the discretion to each party, meaning in the case of Canada, the government of Canada, and in the case of Alaska, the state of Alaska, to use discretion to provide limited opportunity for the purpose of ceremonial use and transmission of cultural knowledge. Now, admittedly, I can only speak to this in an informed manner from the Canadian perspective. I'm not about to infringe on how this may be implemented in the state of Alaska. But what I can say is that in the Canadian context, what this effectively means is adhering to constitutionally protected treaties between Yukon First Nations people and Canada and the Yukon government, which sets out specific rules and procedures around administration of right of access to salmon, in this case Chinook salmon, during times of low abundance, and really enabling the legal authorities that are provided for in Yukon First Nation self-government and final agreements to address this question of accommodating limited opportunities for transmission of cultural and ceremonial use, and not presupposing the outcome of those Canadian domestic discussions. I think that for the most part, this is enabling Yukon First Nation governments to exercise their legally protected jurisdictional authorities around administration of salmon fisheries for Yukon First Nations people. Obviously, there's a very strong and important role to play for the government of Canada and the government of Yukon. But at the end of the day, ultimately, the decision around take of Chinook salmon for cultural or ceremonial purposes will be arrived at through a trilateral intergovernmental process. And I will acknowledge that irregardless of this agreement and looking back on the past decade or arguably 2 decades, many Yukon First Nation governments have have taken leadership to implement full closures on the harvest of Chinook salmon during times of extremely low abundance. And the most recent few years are excellent examples of that. We heard Joseph O'Brien speak to sourcing salmon from other watersheds, from other parts of the West Coast where stocks are more healthy and abundant to use for culture, to use for ceremony. I know that a number of the Yukon First Nation first fish ceremonies are also relying on bringing in salmon from other areas during times of extremely low abundance to ensure that there is the opportunity for the transmission of that cultural and traditional knowledge while still affording protection for Chinook salmon during periods of time where every last fish matters.
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I was looking for is, will there be, or how will there be policy or guidelines for opening up a limited fisheries? And that's what I'm trying to get to here. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So in respect of Canada's implementation of this clause, there is no need for policy because there are legislative instruments, constitutionally protected legislative instruments that set out how administration of this clause shall occur. And there's a specific role for, in the context of Canadian process, for the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee as the main instrument for salmon, for management of salmon in the Yukon, to fulfill the advisory obligations within their mandate to provide advice to Yukon First Nation governments and the government of Canada, and arguably the territorial government, on how to administer access to salmon. So all to say, there's a very specific systematic approach that's outlined in Yukon First Nation self-government and final agreements that defines how specifically this particular process will be administered.
Thank you. And Mr. Coach or Linderman, are the same guidelines or policy in effect for Alaska?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a policy aspect of things, but there are pre-existing processes in place that fall directly under this specific clause. As an example, over these recent years of, and going back 10 years, of severe restrictions and closures to the subsistence Chinook fishery in Alaska, there has been provision of ceremonial harvest permits that have been provided for potlatch ceremonies. And that would continue those types of activities and provision of that opportunity to subsistence users in the Alaska portion of the Yukon to take a very small number of salmon for ceremonial purposes. So that's one specific example that pre-exists and has been in place for actually many, many years. There's certainly room for more as well on the Alaska side of the border. I think it's safe to say that development of additional procedures, whether or not any additional regulatory action would be required to accommodate it, is still a pending option that, amongst other things, could certainly play a major role in the discussion and development of a rebuilding plan. That's a part of this agreement, both within each country domestically as well as bilaterally amongst the panel. So there is definitely opportunity for more. And if nothing else, we need to hear from the cultural knowledge and traditional knowledge holders to help guide how any additional options that would address this component of the agreement would be crafted and should be accommodated.
Okay, quick comment on that. I would like to make a recommendation that that once these are developed more fully, that there be a presentation to the panel. Since we're in this for a 7-year period, I think that's going to be really important to have that clearly outlined on both sides of the border. So that's just a request for some education to the panel and to the public on that process moving forward. My final comment that I wanted to make, and this is also a recommendation, is reference to paragraph 9 and 10 in regards to marine catches and bycatches, and also hatchery production. We had a lot of discussion about this in our closed session, and I think there is a strong will to address this internationally. And I think it would be, it's incumbent upon the full panel to write letters to their respective state departments to initiate discussions on hatcheries, in particular in the North Pacific and the Pacific Rim nations, meaning Russia, Japan, South Korea, Canada, Alaska. Just to help the public understand a little bit about the discussion very briefly, it's recognized that a critical element of a rebuilding plan must include the marine life stages of salmon. There's a great deal of concern about it. There's a great deal of research that's been done. And we feel that because of the process of international discussions, that takes a long time. So the urgency, the reason I bring this to the panel is the urgency to begin this process, because this will probably very likely take considerable amount of time. So that's just a recommendation to the co-chairs, and I hope that we can make progress on that. And I fully support this agreement, and I think this is the beginning, and just want to reiterate the importance of everyone working together on this. It's going to be a lot of hardship. It's going to be an incredibly complicated process to include the marine life stages. There are a lot of regulatory bodies that are involved in that, and we need to bring everyone together at the table so that we can make a long-term solution to this problem. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs, for my time.
Next we'll go to Ragnar and then Rhonda.
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. They're different, so I'll ask them one at a time. Mr. Gotts, you had referenced the returns to Canada in 14, 15, 16 as being above or closer to 71,000. The returns off those returns were some of the lowest on record in 21, 22, and 23. And they were low even though there was minimal, in fact, closed subsistence harvest. That minimal amount of snook that were taken were basically, for the most part, off apportionment that's needed on sonar, pilot station, and so on. I'll ramble here a little bit. The studies have shown that those lands adjacent to the Bering Chukchi Seas are warming 4 times faster than the rest of the world. So it follows, in fact, you could get on a website right now and see what the temperature in the Bering Sea is today. And the temperature in the Bering Sea is actually warmer than last year. It's not at the record levels, but it's warmer than last summer or last spring. So if these returns continue at these low levels because maybe there's production concerns for Chinook in the Bering Sea, if they continue at these low levels for the next 7 years, we all assume that those returns are going to increase. But they didn't when there was no fishing for the last 3 years. If they continue to remain at these low levels, is it the intent just to keep these closures in place? I know it's pretty early. We haven't even started it yet. And I guess the reason I'm asking that question is, what happens if I'll just stop right there.
Thank you for the questions. Just a brief point of clarification, the spawning escapements and run size that I was referring to being above 71,000 were in 2015, 2016, 2017 and 2018, or excuse me, 2017. But to your point, what you're emphasizing, Mr. Alstrom, is that we passed a large number of spawners onto spawning grounds, and the resulting effect was very poor returns. And I think that what that signals to me is, first and foremost, in absence of fisheries, there's obviously other drivers that are influencing, and I would argue significantly influencing, the survival of Chinook salmon from the egg to the adult. And those might life stage, those might be freshwater drivers, they might be drivers in the marine environment. But what we have seen certainly over the course of the last decade is that there have been very significant restrictions, and in many cases closure of, in particular, subsistence fisheries on the Yukon River. And in itself, those closures are not bringing salmon back. So I think it's very important to acknowledge the fact that do we need to continue to keep an eye on fisheries? Do we need to constrain to manage fisheries in a way that affords the best chance for run rebuilding and run abundance? Short answer is yes. Is that going to be the only factor that will solve this problem of low abundance? Clearly, no. Clearly, there are other factors that are contributing to the declining abundance, and arguably the historically record low returns that we've observed over the course of the last 3 or 4 years. The one point perhaps that I will offer up, and this stems from a conversation that the Canadian delegation had in preparation for these meeting sessions, as well as conversations I've had with other representatives from Canada. And that is that, as difficult as it was to pass 50, 60, 70,000 adult Chinook salmon to spawning grounds in those prior years, 16, 17, 18. Think of where we would be had we chosen to pass 40,000 or 30,000 or 20,000. I think that unfortunately, as others have pointed to, in no uncertain terms, we could be looking at localized extinction events for some of the substocks, or functional extinction for stocks. So is the answer shutting down fisheries, and will that bring fish back? No, not in isolation. And I think that's fundamentally the point of this agreement, is that as signatories, as parties, and as people up and down the Yukon River, we need to start looking at influencing those other factors that are really playing a significant role currently, in absence of fishery harvest driving decline of Chinook salmon.
Oops. No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gotts, my second question was, Mr. Gotts, you spent some time on paragraph 9 referencing Chum salmon. As this is and I understand Chum salmon and marine bycatch, and marine catch in general. Is there any intention? We have a Chinook, Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon agreement. Is there any intention to have a similar agreement for Falsum, Canadian origin, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much for the question. I'll say not at this moment. I'll clarify perhaps some of my other comments to say that in many cases, the actions that are being implemented to protect Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks are also benefiting potentially other species. But at the same time, the primary focus is Chinook salmon. So in the case of bycatch, marine bycatch of Canadian origin salmon. As Commissioner Vincent Lang put it, it's important to maintain consideration for the results of our management actions that we may implement to ensure that by protecting Chinook salmon, we're not putting other species or other stocks at risk. And I think that the primary example of that is in the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries, where those fisheries are known to at times intercept Chinook salmon as well as chum salmon, and in many cases, large numbers of chum salmon. And so we don't want to create a situation where we're seeking to, reach zero interception of Chinook salmon, and as a trade-off, somehow significantly increasing interception of chum salmon. So that was the nature of my comments at this time. We remain hopeful that there will be a near-term recovery of Canadian origin chum salmon in respect of the Mainstem and the Yukon River. The period of decline of chum salmon that has been observed for certainly the Mainstem stock has been very short-lived, and we look back to only 7 years ago where we experienced record high abundance of fall chum salmon returning to the Yukon River watershed. So we remain hopeful that the recent decline of fall chum salmon will be short-lived, but we will not lose sight of continuing to monitor those stocks. But certainly as far as an agreement outside of the Yukon River Panel process, the intent is for the parties to continue to respond and administer responsibilities for those Canadian origin chum stocks through the existing Yukon River Salmon Agreement and Yukon River Panel process.
Next, we have Rhonda.
Thank you. So to be clear, this is not a Yukon River Panel agreement. This is a party agreement between the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I just wanted to make that clarification really quick. And also, subsistence fishing is a protected class in the state of Alaska, and we have certain protections in the state, and we have dual management of our resources with the Federal Subsistence Board also. So I was wondering, when you mentioned a trilateral agreement, what that specifically meant. Sometimes you say a lot of words, but then don't define them very clearly. And also, at the discretion of the parties for ceremonial and cultural use, that requires a lot of trust with the state of Alaska and the Department of and the Canadian government to protect Alaska Native and Indigenous people of Canada. And based on all of our history, it's with a lot of distrust that I say I don't trust that this agreement will protect those ceremonial uses to the degree that's necessary. And I also say that because we've had recent potlatches where we've had no fish for fishermen that have died. We've had great losses in our region over the last several years. And we haven't had any fish at those potlatches to give. So when you say that those uses will be protected, I need a little bit of a stronger statement than at their discretion. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much for the questions and for the opportunity to provide some clarification. So firstly, I guess for the benefit of the panel as well as the public, the agreement signed on April 1st is between the state of Alaska and the government of Canada. This is not an agreement that was reached through the Yukon River Panel process. It does not in any way necessarily supersede or replace the Chapter 8 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty, which forms the Yukon River Salmon Agreement under which this panel operates. Rather, it sets out an obligatory commitment between the government of Canada and the state of Alaska to take action to respond to the unprecedented decline and historically low abundance of Chinook salmon returning to the Yukon River watershed. So again, we're taking the opportunity at this panel session to receive information on the agreement between the Government of Canada and the State of Alaska, but in no way do we want to give the appearance or the misperception that this agreement was reached through the Yukon River Panel process. I think, as I mentioned in some of the contextual information, the Yukon River Panel has struggled greatly with the process to establish a new conservation objective for Canadian origin Chinook salmon stocks, having reached an impasse in 2022 and 2023 through its deliberations. And so completely separate from that process, the Government of Canada and the State of Alaska took action to undertake developing, negotiating, and signing this agreement. Secondly, you had asked for some clarification in respect of my reference to a trilateral agreement. So I appreciate the opportunity to clarify, and I was providing that reference, or I provided that reference in regards to the question around commitment number 4 in the agreement, which is recognition of the importance of ceremonial use and transmission of cultural knowledge. The parties at their discretion may provide limited harvest opportunities for these purposes. And I believe the question was how or what policies will be implemented, or what structure will administration of these ceremonial and cultural harvest opportunities be implemented through. And I prefaced my response by stating that I obviously can't speak on behalf of the State of Alaska with regards to how that process will be implemented. But in the context of Canada's implementation, there are trilateral agreements in Canada that are signed between individual First Nation governments, the Government of Yukon, and the Government of Canada. So three parties, trilateral agreements that establish constitutionally protected rights of governance and rights of access and authorities over management of people and resources within respective Yukon First Nation traditional territories. So the reference to trilateral agreements pertains to implementation through existing First Nation self-government and final agreement processes, which are trilateral in nature in Canada and constitutionally protected under the Canadian Constitution. So again, that very specific reference to Canadian statutory authorities. And then thirdly, around how will the numbers be determined and how will they be arrived at, and is it enough? And you know, perhaps the reference to the party's discretion or at their discretion creates some concern or mistrust. The intentional use of the term discretion in the context of what fundamentally is an international agreement between the Government of Canada and the State of Alaska specifically is intended to reference the discretion of each party's respective domestic, we'll call it statutory, or constitutionally protected processes. So what the term discretion means that Canada won't necessarily intervene in directing to the State of Alaska how to administer commitment number 4 in the agreement. And likewise, the State of Alaska won't necessarily intervene in how Canada will implement commitment number 4 within the agreement. Rather, each party, being the State of Alaska and Canada, will adhere to those domestic policies, or in Canada's case, constitutionally protected statutory and legislative processes. And as I mentioned, in probably more extent than there was interest in hearing, in the Canadian context, a very significant step in this process will be the discretionary authority that each self-governing Yukon First Nation holds around making decisions pertaining to implementation of final agreements and we'll call it collective as well as individual rights of First Nation citizens. And in some cases, in years where we see record low abundance, we see a collective number of 10,000 fish, which across the Yukon River and listening to the number 10,000 seems like a lot of fish. But when we talk to people like the Canadian panel member Danny Cresswell, who I think two Chinook salmon were in Carcross, Tagish First Nation traditional territory over the last 5 or 6 years. 2 fish. That's one net set could take out that entire run. Or you look at Mitchie Creek, a dozen or a couple dozen fish, a couple net sets, only a handful of fish will take out potentially that entire year class of that stock. So First Nation governments in the headwaters of the Yukon River system, of course, yes, they're concerned about the collective good, but their reality on their doorstep is seeing 300 fish pass by Old Crow that, is far below the minimum basic needs for that community. So making conscious decisions that are reflective of the direness and the seriousness of this situation in years when we see 10 or 12,000 Canadian origin fish crossing into Canada may mean the very difficult and painful decision to suspend any harvest of Chinook salmon, including for ceremonial or cultural purposes. But those are the very difficult implementation discussions that will need to occur over the coming weeks, Mr. Chair.
If I could perhaps add a little to that as well, I think there's a fundamental challenge in the context of this agreement and that specific clause about providing for cultural and traditional practices is that we have a conflict between the amount of fish available to have a full engagement of all Alaskan and Canadian fisheries users to practice their traditional and cultural ways in that regard. So we're forced with a situation where to continue to at least maintain as much as possible of those cultural and traditional practices, we have to find unique and perhaps out of the box style methods and procedures to try and maintain that connection to the resource during a time of rebuilding when there is not enough resources for all of those needs. It's by no means me referencing the ongoing and longstanding practice of providing for ceremonial and potlatch harvest, very small numbers of fish during these periods of low abundance. But there is more that could be done along those lines. Is it going to provide for all Alaskan or Canadian cultural and traditional practices? No, we don't have the fish at this moment. But we do want to look into and explore ways by engaging with those that maintain the knowledge and traditions of their cultures on how we could try and provide for some of that connection to these fish and that fishing and cultural activity that we want to try and maintain during this time frame and as this run continues to rebuild. So it's safe to say there's more to come on both sides of the border, perhaps, to provide for that connection to these fish and that culture as much as possible while we are all committed towards the rebuilding of these stocks. Mr. Chair, Pauline wanted to make an additional comment as well.
If I could jump in for a moment, I apologize, panel member Chief Frost, but I did get a question from a panel member in writing, and it pertained to clarification of clause number 3, which perhaps I walk through very quickly. So clause number 3, again, makes reference to over this 7-year period, directed subsistence fishing for Chinook salmon in the Mainstem, Yukon River, and Canadian tributaries will be closed except when the bilateral in-season estimate of Canadian origin international border passage, accounting for en route mortality, is projected to exceed 71,000 based on pilot station sonar. So we will be talking a little bit later in this morning's session about forecasts, or maybe I should say this afternoon session about forecasts, and introducing a new term or terminology for the panel referred to as difference between estimates. And what this is getting at is acknowledgement that over the past at least 5 or 6 years, perhaps more, there has been a difference in the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that is estimated to have passed by Pilot Station versus those that are passing by the international border, the Eagle Counting Station, in absence of fishery harvest. And so what that's referring to is that there are non-fishing factors that are influencing survival of Chinook salmon as they migrate upriver. So it's no longer reasonable to simply presume that if a Canadian origin Chinook salmon arrives at the mouth of the Yukon River, that in absence of any fishery interception, that fish will make it to the international border. That's no longer the case. And clause number 3 specifically makes reference to the fact that, yes, we will continue to use the assessment program near the mouth of the Yukon River and the lower Yukon River at Pilot Station to give us an initial estimate of Canadian origin Chinook salmon. But we will also need to temper our expectations and acknowledge the reality that not all of those Chinook salmon, at least based on the past 5 years of information, will survive their migration from the mouth to the border in absence of fishing pressure. So this reference to the 71,000 rebuilding target as a threshold for consideration of subsistence fisheries, what it means in practical terms is that the estimate of Canadian origin Chinook salmon at Pilot Station needs to be far greater than 71,000. It's probably more in the realm of about 90,000, or if not 100. Our scientists have the most recent estimates of en route mortality and can better describe how to estimate potential loss en route. But the point being is that the reference to 71,000 fish is the rebuilding objective. So that's the number of adult fish that we're hoping to deliver to spawning grounds to produce future generations to help rebuild this stock during the 7-year period. And I hope that provides sufficient clarification. There are still questions on it. I'm happy to discuss it further at the break or lunch, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Pauline and James, just to let you know, we see your hand as well online. But I wanted to just check in, Rhonda, did your question get addressed fully? Did you have any follow-ups?
Just one, in that the years that we did have a 71,000 passage, there was a full subsistence fishery. I wanted to make that clarification clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Rhonda. Pauline, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make some comments with respect to cultural and ceremonial use and the objective of the international agreement. The intent to meet border escapement, and I gave the numbers early for a specific reason. Our intention is to reach the high end of the escapement goal, not to reach the low end of 42,000. So I'm personally pleased that we're targeting 71,000 because that will give us some indication long-term if we are going to see the returns, because we've done everything that we possibly can in Canada to protect critical habitat. And I think some of the points made here with respect to relicensing of hydroelectric dams are the First Nations are very actively involved in that. And we have been for a while. It was our window is now, it just so happened to coincide with this agreement. So I can assure our colleagues across the way that we are and we will continue to build a model that is going to sustain in whatever way possible in Canada. Our tools availed to us through our self-government agreement some 50 years ago that we signed off on set the principle for us. Each one of us, 11 of us, there's 14 communities, 11 self-governing First Nations signed off on individual agreements. And those agreements clearly defines that we will always protect the resource first. Not one individual will be given priority over the collective good of the people. And I will make that statement here publicly because that has always been the case. And traditionally, we've made that statement clear, and that we will always protect the resources because it's our way. It's our way of managing. At the same time, we have some discretion to manage, and we enforce rules and laws as they apply to us using chapters of our self-government agreement to administer laws of application We can do that, and we've done that, so regardless of, what happens, we still will strive to reach the high end so that you on the Yukon Lower River will have fish again. Because what comes into Canada clearly must head back to the ocean. And someone's point earlier about the Chukchi Sea, that's exactly where the red dog mine sits, right? And the warming temperatures. There are many factors that we consider globally that affect climate change and climate action. And so the point for the public is that it's not just over harvesting that's affecting the salmon. There are many factors we are hearing from the Joint Technical Committee. They will actively be involved, although this is not a Yukon River Panel agreement. It's an international agreement that was signed off by the state of Alaska and Canada, because we could not do what we've been tasked to do under the Yukon River Agreement, despite all efforts. And I want to just say that's not a failure of ours. Absolutely not. We've done everything we possibly can. Now this is our window of opportunity to make it work. With respect to number 2, when it talks about a period of rebuilding in Canadian origin Chinook, and we talk about international border passage, that speaks to the escapement passage. 71,000 is defined in the escapement passage, and then we refer back up to the section that speaks about that'd be number 3, based on pilot station sonar. So I want to just maybe ask for clarification on what that means, and why is it that we in number 2 say salmon at the international border passage in brackets, and then in number 3 we say based on exceed 71. That's is that will be important for us as we look at our domestic management. I also just want to talk about ceremonial and cultural fish. I think Gwitch'in has it right, and having their first fish and taking a very small number when there's an abundance to teach the culture. And I know for a fact that this happens in Alaska as well, because I so happen to be invited to a potlatch in Caltag, and the fish that they served me and others was through ceremonial fish and through an application process that allowed them to take a few fish out of the river. My expectation is that will be extended if there's an abundance of Chinook coming up that allows for that. But it's a collective responsibility across from the mouth of the river to the headwaters. We have to be consistent in how we manage these resources from here on. Every fish counts. Because in 7 years, I don't want to be back at this table talking about a species at risk, because that's a conversation we will have if we don't take drastic action and remove the distrust and start building on some trust measures and collectively talking about our values and our principles. Wassilie.
Thank you, Pauline. Did you want to address some of her questions, Mr. Chair?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. So and just specifically on the question of clause number 3, the reference to 71,000 based on pilot station sonar. So I'll respond to this slightly differently in the sense that the pilot station sonar program, that estimation program, will continue to operate over the course of this upcoming 7-year period. The information that's generated through the pilot station sonar program, which is located near the mouth of the Yukon River, is absolutely essential to informing not just how the state of Alaska responds in regards to Chinook salmon abundance, but also to inform the state about other important stocks of salmon that are migrating up the river. So in our case, primarily summer chum. And so the pilot station sonar program will continue to operate, and it will continue to estimate the number of the various salmon species as they migrate upriver. In the case of Chinook salmon, an estimate will be generated at pilot station, but the trigger that's defined in commitment number 3 of providing an opportunity for subsistence fisheries is based on accounting for en route mortality and en route loss between pilot station and sonar. So the projection of 71,000 fish at pilot station is not simply an estimate of 71,000 Chinook salmon at pilot station, but rather it's a much more complex analysis that needs to take into account how many fish Chinook salmon are likely to die en route to the international border from natural stressors, from disease, from environmental conditions. So the estimate at pilot station needs to be more than 71,000, I guess, to put it bluntly. And how much more is going to be determined on the best available, most recent understanding of en route mortality between the mouth and the border. And that's what the panel will be receiving a presentation on as part of the 2024 preseason forecast for Chinook salmon. So yes, there's one estimate, which is the number of fish returning to the watershed. But then secondly, more importantly, how does that translate to fish actually returning across the international border to reach spawning grounds in Canada, and accounting for what we are now seeing is an annual en route mortality event. So loss of fish between the mouth and the border. So we're not just looking at once 71,000 Canadian origin fish are estimated to have passed pilot, that's when we're looking at a subsistence opportunity. No, we need to account for any potential en route mortality to ensure that we're passing 71,000 fish to the international border. I apologize if that's a bit confusing in the language, but that is the intent of that clause, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have James online.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask about the implementation funding for this rebuilding plan, and if you could speak to how that is, like what the situation is with that. Is there to be new monies directed toward the rebuilding process, or is the expectation that the existing funding levels that we have right now will be the main source? Or I just wondered if you could speak to, and both from a Yukon and Alaska perspective, how is that funding contemplated in relation to Section 8?
Thank you very much for the question. So the funding commitments are set out in the two bullets following Section 10. And I should maybe reference that the two bullets following Section 10 are applicable to the entirety of the agreement. They're not intended to be presented as sub-bullets of exclusively Section 10. So as far as what actions the state of Alaska and the government of Canada will undertake to secure funding, so the intent there is to secure and provide new funding. So it's not simply reliance on existing sources of funding. I know in speaking with Commissioner Vincent Lang from Alaska Department of Fish and Game, he's already started some preliminary discussions with U.S. congressional representatives around provision of new/additional funding to direct base funds towards Yukon River Salmon Agreement implementation, meaning in a long-winded way to support implementation of this 7-year agreement, as well as other, we'll call it complementary activities being undertaken by the Yukon River Panel to support this same outcome, namely the development of a rebuilding plan. And from Canada's perspective, we are pursuing basically a similar path, albeit through Canadian domestic processes. At the end of the day, what's envisioned is that these additional funds will be available through the parties to the Yukon River Panel. The specific administrative elements as to how those funds will be administered have yet to be finalized, but there is a strong commitment on behalf of the state of Alaska and the government of Canada to make additional funds available, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to be conscientious of the time. I recognize that it's about lunchtime at this point. We do have a couple more of our members with comments and questions. So we'll go to Ragnar and then Dennis, and then we'll look to close out this topic for now, and I'll have some additional comments at that time. Ragnar, then
Yeah,
Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, the issue moved on, but I'll bring up another issue. So the agreements between the parties, ADF&G and DFO are Oceans Canada. So what's the utility of keeping the Yukon River Panel going when all of this directs, the Alaska will pursue an interest? It seems like ADF&G is taking the place of the panel. So, I'm trying to figure out, what's the use of, Mr. Chairman?
I understand the question, Ragnar. And I guess maybe in the context of the overall Yukon River Salmon Agreement, it being an agreement between essentially what are the two management entities that are identified under the Yukon River Salmon Agreement is DFO in Canada and the Department of Fish and Game in Alaska. They are designated by their respective countries as management entities. That has always been the case. It's always been the responsibility of those two management entities to implement the agreement on behalf of the Yukon River Panel to some extent. So I do see the agreement as being consistent with that pre-existing arrangement and still allowing for activities, engagement, development of and implementation of a rebuilding plan through the panel, certainly R&E fund and the different committees and discussions that occur within those groups within the panel still has a tremendous role that largely will continue as it has in recent years. And to facilitate the implementation of the agreement through those management entities where direct management of the fisheries on the Yukon, salmon fisheries on the Yukon apply. Hope that helps clarify. Dennis?
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to just bring up a few different points. Thanks, Steve, for dealing with the 71,000, some of the clarification around that. I think perhaps where there was a little bit of, I guess, additional, we've heard about this a number of times, but I think normally when we say actual fish, I think we were talking about fish at Eagle and the actual number of fish, but I understand the purpose of this in terms of en route mortality. So that's really helpful. I do want to bring up two things that very quick statements. I am in support of this agreement. I think this gives us what we need here at the international treaty table, which is, our legal responsibilities to one another with respect to salmon and the Pacific Salmon Treaty. But I really wanted to bring forward the rebuilding plan and support that effort. I think that gives us something to bring to Canada to work domestically and then bring back to Alaska to work on common interests. I really that's that looking forward piece. How do we solve this as best we can? And I also wanted to point out a smaller thing, but I think it's really important because it is affecting a lot of decisions at the R&E, and it's important to say publicly. There is a lot of work. There's a lot of concern around the non-lethal sampling. So number 6 speaks to, for research purposes shall be minimized and non-lethal sampling methods shall be used where possible. So, I mean, just very clearly, at least domestically in Canada, every fish counts, as Chief Frost said, and the non-lethal sampling, whether it's juveniles in the ocean or it's obviously returning adults, is there's really no social license that I have experienced in Canada for that. And that goes back to the concerns around the counting and measuring. We've always heard about counting and measuring. We've been counting and measuring, and so giving the fish a bit of a break. So I realize we need it for assessment purposes here and there, but just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. So by way of perhaps closing out this agenda item for today's meeting, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to perhaps suggest as an action item for the panel that given the interest, the questions, clarifications, that both Fish and Game and DFO could develop, work to collaborate on developing a FAQ, frequently asked questions, or more explanatory document or documents that could be developed to provide for as many questions that members of both the panel and the public in both countries may have.
I concur, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the recommendation. We'll adopt that as an action item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it quick? Quick.
Yeah, maybe you'll get to it here. I just wanted to remind the co-chairs there's an ask for action item to write a letter to the respective country's State Department. So I don't know if you want to address that here or in closed session or wherever, but I don't want that to be lost, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we are a little past noon. We're behind schedule a little bit. I think we have an opportunity to catch up through our afternoon session, so I'm not overly concerned about that at this point. I do want to provide again a reminder that those that want in person to sign up for public testimony, there are forms on the tables outside the meeting doors in the hallway there. And please feel free to fill out those forms and provide them to Victor Kyong here. And we'll for today's public testimony opportunity, we'll have a cutoff time of around 3 p.m. This afternoon. The same applies for any members that are observing meeting proceedings online. If you would like to provide public testimony remotely, there's instruction on the Yukon River Panel website on how to sign up for and request an opportunity for your testimony. And similar for today's testimony timeframe, we will have a cutoff time of 3 p.m. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. Again, we're going to need to have a bit of a compressed lunch. So please try and be back as close to 1 o'clock or a little after 1 o'clock as possible so that we can proceed with our afternoon session. 1 o'clock, please. 1 o'clock, please. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with our afternoon session. There's one remaining agenda topic to address under agenda item number 6, associated with an update on the Yukon River Panel rebuilding plan discussions. So the panel did reserve a significant amount of time during our bilateral closed sessions to have some of those initial discussions about developing a rebuilding plan. And by way of maybe a little more background, as you may recall from the discussion about the agreement, there is a specific reference for tasking of the Yukon River Panel to develop a rebuilding plan for Canadian origin Chinook salmon. A lot of the discussion that we had yesterday during our bilateral closed session was a lot of brainstorming ideas that I think were very productive. We do have a record of that from the standpoint of our recording. We're going to work on developing kind of a summary of those brainstorming ideas that came out of our initial discussions. We also had some very good presentations, both some background information on the way that rebuilding plans have been developed and implemented under the treaty agreement, as well as the domestic discussions and process that the Canadians have been undergoing within the Yukon on a rebuilding plan. Where we ended up as a result of yesterday's discussions is that we have kind of determined that both sections, the Canadian and US sections, will engage in a series of meetings and discussions over the coming months and year in that regard to have further discussions and refinement of defining objectives, defining priorities for the rebuilding plan, any metrics that would be appropriated and associated with the rebuilding plan. And then over the course of those months, we would also into the fall time schedule a special session of the full panel bilaterally in the mid to late fall timeframe to re-engage bilaterally and report out and have further discussions on the outcome of the conversations and any ideas and additional results that came from those individual section discussions. I think that'll make the panel well poised on this topic for further engagement and reporting out its subsequent postseason and preseason meetings. And I expect that there'll be additional activities both at the individual section level and bilateral level beyond that initial plan for further engagement and discussion. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, with regards to that summary on this very important topic. Earlier today, as part of our morning session, the panel received a briefing on the 7-year agreement, and the rebuilding plan, for sake of reference, is set out as a commitment in Section 8 of the 7-year agreement. But importantly, following up on a number of questions that we received as part of the panel's session on that topic this morning, I think it's important to acknowledge that the Yukon River Panel more broadly through the Yukon River Salmon Agreement does have a very fundamental role and function to play in regards to the development of rebuilding strategies or plans for Canadian origin stocks pursuant to Chapter 8 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. So in this regard, I'm acknowledging that there is a very important function and process that the panel is undertaking in regards to supporting the development of an international rebuilding plan, not just pursuant to the 7-year agreement between the state of Alaska and Canada, but also through its mandated responsibilities as set out in Chapter 8 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. But otherwise, as far as the path forward goes, Mr. Chair, you've set it out nicely. And certainly the Yukon River Panel will be reporting out at its 2024 postseason meeting on progress and developments occurring through the respective domestic processes over the coming months, as well as stemming from its special meeting session to be scheduled for the fall of 2024, focusing on the development of a framework for the rebuilding plan. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be very conscientious of our time here, folks. So yes, we can have some quick comments and questions, but please make it as quick and concise as possible. Ragnar and then Tim.
Mr. Chairman, is our Joint Technical Committee going to be involved in the development of this rebuilding plan?
Yeah, certainly the Joint Technical Committee is a standing technical advisory body to the panel. And given that the technical or the structure of the Joint Technical Committee is broken out by their respective US and Canadian sections during the domestic component of our engagements, we'd expect the US section of the JTC to engage with the US section of the panel, and correspondingly the Canadian section of the JTC with the Canadian section of the panel. Tim?
Yeah, quickly, I think this is a major accomplishment. And to echo what Andy was saying prior to the break, I think that, that this is a major undertaking which will take years, but I think to get it rolling in the right way, I think that we should immediately, following this meeting, send off a carefully crafted letter, with the DFO and Alaska Fish and Game letterheads signed by the co-chairs to all of the bodies who are implicated in this. And, so Section 10 of the agreement lists a number of factors that have to be addressed in the rebuilding plan. Habitat degradation, competition from hatcheries, cyclic national phenomenon, et cetera. And that's going to require coordinating with a number of agencies and oversight bodies. And I think it would be excellent to give those bodies advance notice of what's coming down the road here in a timely letter, because it's going to take them some time to digest it and begin to respond to. So, and I think that's what Andy was suggesting before lunch, but I'd really like to echo that. Let's not wait until the November session to begin telling the world what's coming here. Let's get the message out now, because we're going to need every minute of time that we've got here. Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Okay, seeing none. Let's go ahead and proceed to our agenda item number 7 on the preliminary Chinook salmon outlook and management strategies. We'll have a series of outlook and management strategies coming through the remainder of this afternoon. One thing I do want to reference is that given we're a little behind time, we are going to shift an existing agenda item on our agenda for today until tomorrow. That is specifically agenda item number 10 on the Bering Sea pollock fishery salmon bycatch summary report to the panel. We will be moving that item to the afternoon session tomorrow after the lunch break during that series of presentations we have scheduled during that time frame. So again, in summary, agenda item number 10 is being moved to tomorrow afternoon. With that, let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to interrupt, but also from a scheduling and planning perspective for this afternoon, to this point, thus far, we've received quite a number of requests for public testimony to be provided at today's bilateral meeting session. We have scheduled approximately 1 hour at the end of the day today, I believe, to receive that testimony. 45 minutes we had scheduled. It's clear to Mr. Chair and I that the number of individuals that wish to provide testimony today will exceed the 45-minute allocation. In that regard, we will continue to meet in session through to 6 p.m. Alaska time this evening to accommodate an additional 45 minutes for public testimony. If we don't need that full additional 45 minutes, we will conclude. But from a planning perspective, we are intending to continue to meet in bilateral session through 6 p.m. Alaska time this evening in order to provide for that public testimony opportunity. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Yes, well, we can maybe speak to that in more detail when we begin our public testimony at that time. Without further ado, let's go ahead and proceed with our 2024 bilateral Chinook salmon forecast.
All right, get the technical difficulties out of the way first. So I'm Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the summer season resource biologist, and along with me co-presenting is Adam Odell, and he'll introduce himself when he goes to the appropriate slide. We're going to cover the Canadian origin salmon run forecast for 2024 and with the border passage prediction. So I just wanted to mention that we made a slight change to how we present the forecast by starting out with a table of the actual forecast values before going into how the forecast was developed and wrap up with a few summary slides. We also want to reiterate that this presentation is focused on JTC's efforts to forecast Canadian origin Chinook salmon abundance in 2024. Similar to past years, the JTC will be presenting our forecasts of the total run abundance that we anticipate will return to the mouth of the river. But new for this year, this presentation, the JTC will also provide our expectation of the international border passage in consideration of that natural mortality between the mouth of the river and international border may be high in 2024, similar to recent years. This new attempt to account for natural mortality in the preseason forecast process was at the request of the panel at the January meeting. The approach taken by the JTC to address NROT mortality is a first step and may be different than how NROT mortality will be addressed during in-season assessment. Okay, next slide. All right, so this is the 2024 origin or Canadian origin Chinook salmon forecast. The upper row is the Canadian origin total run forecast that are expected at the mouth of the river based on standard forecast methods approved by the JTC. The point estimate is 23,000 with an 80% credible interval range of 19,000 to 28,000. And new for 2024, like I just mentioned, we're also providing a border passage prediction, which is the expected number of fish at the border based on the total run forecast and anticipated natural animal mortality that has been observed in the recent 5 years. The expected number of fish at the border is a point estimate of 13,000 with a range of 9,000 to 19,000. Next couple of slides will cover the methods used to develop the forecast. Next slide. All right, new for 2024, the JTC decided to adopt the multi-stock run reconstruction model, total run and escapement estimates at the spring 2023 JTC meeting for use in reporting and related uses. A brood table was one of the outputs produced from the new run reconstruction model and was used for the 2024 forecasting purposes. The subcommittee also proposed to explore a lag 1 model component, which uses the observed Canadian origin Chinook salmon run size in the prior year as a predictor of run size in the subsequent forecast year. The lag 1 model tends to over forecast during downturns, under forecast during upturns, but be very accurate when run sizes are very similar from year to year. The lag 1 is often the best model to deal with run sizes at the extremes. Looking at what we're looking at now. From a weight perspective, including the lag one model had limited influence relative to the other models, and including it does slightly help address the recent record low runs. Okay. Next slide. Okay, we want to remind everyone that the methods are the same, relatively the same as previous years by using an integrated Bayesian framework to combine the individual models and produce a combined probability-based forecast to best account for uncertainty. Since this method has been the standard approach and presented for the last several years, we are slimming down the methods section and just providing any updates or changes to the model. So the JTC uses four models to forecast the run size of Canadian origin Chinook salmon, and each of these models provides unique but complementary information about the likely run size next year. So first, we have the stock production model, or RICR model, which is a long-term average data set. And we also have the juvenile abundance model, which is data that's collected 3 years prior, and we can generally get a forecast of what return 3 years into the future. We also have the sibling relationship, which is the data collected the previous year. And we also knew for 2024 is we included the lag one model, which is using the previous year's run size. And each of the four model predictions about next year's run size is combined and weighted by our level of trust, which is based on how closely each model would have predicted prior year run sizes. This method has worked well in recent years to predict the number of fish we expect at the mouth of the river, as shown in the following retrospective graphic. Okay, next slide. Okay, this chart shows a retrospective comparison between the total run forecast and the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon at pilot station sonar based on genetics. The JTC total run forecast range, as shown in the black shaded area, represents the number of fish projected to return at the mouth of the river. The pilot GSI range, as shown in the blue overlapping shaded area, represents the number of Canadian origin fish at pilot station sonar based on genetics. In the last 5 years, with the exception of 2022, the total run forecast has done a reasonable job of predicting the number of fish at the mouth of the river. Next slide. So for the 2024 JTC Chinook forecast, the forecast represents the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that are expected to return at the mouth of the Yukon River in 2024. The forecast considers a range of complementary information to provide the best possible preseason information about total run size. Over the past 5 years, the JTC forecast has aligned well with the total run size estimated near the mouth of the Yukon River. This provides a measure of confidence in the 2024 forecast. Next slide. However,
all right. Okay, thanks, Fred. Yeah, so I'm Adam Odell again, fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans in Whitehorse. So I'll continue on at this point. The good transition slide. Next slide, please. So although the JTC forecast is targeted at the mouth of the river, the total run forecast is expected to be larger than the number of Chinook that pass the international border and into Canada. So this is due to variable levels of natural en route mortality in river prior to reaching the border. Therefore, there is utility in attempting to form a preseason prediction of the number of Canadian origin Chinook that might survive to the border in the absence of harvest. Next slide, please. And since 2019, an estimated 44% of Canadian origin Chinook have not been accounted for once reaching the border. So this is presumed to be due to mortality of fish while migrating between pilot station and eagle sonar, again, commonly referred to as the difference between estimates, or DBE. The JTC has agreed that this recent 5-year difference between estimates is currently the best available information to approximate en route mortality. And this information could be used to extend the JTC total run forecast to provide a preseason border passage estimate, not accounting for harvest. Next slide, please. So here's a bit of a description of the steps that were undertaken this year to provide this estimate. So the first step, obviously, is to, maybe not so obviously, but to create the total run forecast, which this year again was 23,000 Canadian origin Chinook at the mouth of the Yukon River. The next step here is to anticipate that natural en route mortality may be high this coming season, as indicated by the recent 5-year difference between estimates that has been observed and the associated range. And now from there, we apply that range of the DBE or difference between estimates to predict a possible border passage scenario in the absence of harvest. And then lastly, come up with this border passage prediction, which Fred showed you guys on that second slide, which is 13,000, ranging 9,000 to 19,000. Next slide, please. So based on the method described on the previous slide, this is showing here a retrospective look at how this DBE range prediction would have compared to run sizes across the past 5 years. So the maximum border passage, as shown in the blue bars, assumes that all Canadian fish harvested in the US would have survived to pass the international border. So this is just representing all the Canadian origin fish in the system, essentially. The blue shaded area in the preseason forecast range, or sorry, the blue shaded area is the preseason forecast range with the DBE range method described previously. And this is being applied to the previous 5 years. So the recent year DBE statistic appears to adequately index unmonitored in-river losses, such as en route mortality. So applying this range to the JTC run forecast would have provided a reasonable prediction of border passage potential over the past 5 years, recognizing it may not have lined up quite as well for 2022. And next slide, please. So in summary, there is no expectation for harvest opportunity given the low 2024 projected run size, but even more so due to the agreement between parties and a border goal of 71,000 Chinook. The 2024 total run is expected to be poor and similar to record low abundances that we have experienced. And also natural en route mortality is possible this coming year, and the border passage may be substantially less than the total number or the number of fish at the mouth of the river, with this expected range of border passage being 9,000 to 19,000. And lastly, additional information about the actual 2024 run size will become available in season when further data is collected. And can go to the final slide for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions, comments from panel members? Elizabeth?
Thanks, John, and thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to start off by thanking you guys for all the work. I know you show some charts and people think that happens like magic, and I know that's not true. So thank you for all the work you put into getting that together, as well as being receptive to the direction about the difference between estimates and en route mortality. And I think that first chart you showed on number 2 slide, if you don't mind going back there, I think it really speaks to the need for the 7-year agreement and why we needed it so badly. And it's likely going to be the lowest total run size we've seen, which is heartbreaking, thinking that in the time the agreement has been around, that 2 years in a row, well, sorry, not 2 years in a row, but 2 out of the last 3 years, we're down with a run size of 13,000. And if we're not changing and we're not trying to make things better for them, like that rebuilding plan, we are likely looking at the extinction of our Chinook. And I don't think anybody in this room wants that. So thank you for showing it. I think having those numbers is really important. And if you don't mind showing slide 2, I think a lot of people did miss it. just given lunches were long, or we had a short lunch. But having those numbers there, I think is going to be a good reality check for everybody, because in the past we always got a number and then said, but we know these other things are going to happen. Now that you've incorporated those into the number, I think it's really tells the reality of where we are right now, and it's not a good place to be. So I really do want to put faith behind that rebuilding plan and the actions we need to take. So thank you for including that in this round and that extra work you did.
Additional comments, questions from panel members? Tim and then Sebastian.
Yeah, just very quickly, why isn't the point estimate right in the middle between the low and the high? Thanks.
Sorry, Tim, for the border passage, or are you referencing one in particular?
Well, so you've got a point estimate for either the Canadian, the total forecast and the border passage. I mean, the border passage is easier to understand. You've got 13,000 as the point end. So the low is 4,000 away for that, but the high is 6,000 away. And why wouldn't it be in the middle? And the same is also true of the other, but is there some science to that? Thank you.
I can try to explain the difference between both of the methods, but so the Canadian origin total run forecast to the mouth is still using I guess what we talked about before in previous presentations was it's a I guess it's a probability distribution. So you end up with like a point estimate or a median run size, and then you have the range around. And so when you the combined forecast, it's not you might have more uncertainty on the upper end of the forecast compared to the lower end. So your point estimate is not necessarily right in the middle. It's depending on how much uncertainty is on the lower end compared to the upper end of the forecast. So you'll have a different range. And as far as the border passes prediction, we used different levels of DBE to calculate the average or the point estimate for the border passes prediction compared to the lower and higher. So those numbers aren't going to be exactly in the middle either, because we're using different levels of DBE essentially.
Sebastian.
Thanks. Fred, for future reference, you could have just said, yes, it's science. So along with this particular slide being scary, as Elizabeth pointed out, I think that a couple of slides further down, when you call it the retrospective, I think is even scarier, because it shows a trend over time. And what this says, this is the slide I meant, yeah. What this means is if we don't do things differently or things don't change, then the progeny of this terribly poor run this year in 5 and 6 years' time is going to be a similar fraction that this one is of its parent generations. And so this is why Elizabeth was saying we're facing, extirpation of some stocks, or there probably always will be a few Chinook coming into the Yukon River, but at this rate, we're looking at not very many in the future. So by 2028, 2029, if present trends continue, we could be looking at just a few hundred Chinook coming into the mouth of the Yukon River.
Is there any follow-up on that, or more of a comment, I think, than anything? Okay. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Odell, the newly incorporated leg one model. I assume that since it's new, you're going to be revisiting that leg, make changes in 2 or 3 years.
Yes, I mean, we had discussions within the JTC of whether to incorporate that model. Because they've used, or it's been used in other forecasting tools to assume that, the run size we saw this year will predict what the next year's run size will be. And it has provided some information to other bodies. And we looked at it and we compared, or we went back and looked at how it would have performed in prior years, and it tends to over forecast when on downturns, when the run sizes are going down, and then it tends to over forecast when the run sizes are going up. But so I guess it's the value of the information. It's it can it's I think for now we're going to keep it in, but there is a concern that if we do see like the runs, start to ramp up again, it may under forecast because it's assuming that the run size will be low. But the one component with this integrated forecast method is that we are able to, each of the forecast models are weighted based on performance. And so in this case, overall, it didn't have a whole lot of weight, but it did provide, it provided complementary information because there was some weight to it. I guess the weight wasn't zero. So it did provide some information, but the value of how strong it is depends on how it compares to previous run sizes.
Any additional comments, questions from panel members on the forecast presentation? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and proceed then with the first of two preliminary management strategy presentations. We'll start with the U.S. management strategy presentation, followed directly by the Canadian management strategy. Then after both presentations have concluded, there'll be opportunity for panel questions and discussion.
All right. Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch. I'm Dina John with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm up here with Fred again. We'll be presenting the Yukon River Summer Season U.S. Management Strategy for the upcoming year. And also like to acknowledge that we coordinate or collaborate closely in season with the Fish and Wildlife Service team. That includes Holly Carroll and Shane Ransbury over there as well. Next slide, please. So Fred gave a great overview of the forecast, but why do we have forecasts? On the management side, forecasts tell us what run sizes to expect this year and give us an idea of how to prepare for the season upcoming. Run size forecasts are based on previous year's information and trends. And transitioning from the forecast to in-season run size is based on observations and information collected at assessment projects and also from what we hear from fishermen along the river. And information about the actual run size is refined as the run develops and is used to guide our management options in season. Next slide. So this is a very just brief overview of what Fred just presented. So the Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook for this upcoming year is for a forecast of 19,000 to 28,000 fish with a median value of 23,000 fish. And that's below the border passage objective of 71,000 fish. And the projected border passage could be as low as 9,000 to 19,000 fish, which is much lower. It would be a very, very low run. For the drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook, based on an average of 41% Canadian origin fish at Pilot Station Sonar, we have a forecast of 45,000 to 68,000 fish with a median value of 56,000 fish. And as a reminder, the 2023 drainage-wide run size for Chinook salmon was 58,000 fish and no escapement goals were met in Alaska or Canada. So we're anticipating a very low run, similar to last year or smaller. Next slide, please. This slide shows our outlook for summer chum salmon. The chart at the bottom, the green bars are summer chum salmon escapement. So this does not include any additional harvests. The parent years of 2024 are the hashed bars from 2019 and 2020. The 2024 forecast is in the kind of stippled bar with that big error range or big range around it towards the end. And those solid black lines are the lower and upper ends of our drainage-wide escapement goal. Our forecast for summer chum salmon this year is for a run of 500 to 50,000 fish to 1.8 million fish, with a point estimate of 1.1 million fish. The parent years are from 19 and 20. And as a reminder, last year, our escapement for summer chum salmon was around 870 or 900,000 fish. And so we did meet our drainage-wide escapement goal for summer chum. The 2024 run is likely to have a harvestable surplus for subsistence fishing, and the run size is likely to exceed our thresholds and our management plans for commercial fishing, which is around 750,000 fish. Next slide, please. And so as we go into the season, we're doing a lot of management planning, and these are some of the management options we're considering for the upcoming year. And we'll be discussing these strategies and sharing them more at meetings that we've been having this spring, including AC meetings with tribal consultations that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been engaged in, and other stakeholder meetings. Upcoming in May will be the YERDFA preseason meeting. That'll be in Anchorage in early May, where we'll be able to talk directly to a lot of fishermen from throughout the drainage. And then as a result, after all of these discussions, we'll have some more final management options to send out and distribute to fishermen. And that'll be sent as an outlook flyer to around 3,000 households around mid-May. And so based on the outlooks for Chinook salmon, we expect that subsistence management actions this year will be similar to what we had in 2023. Each district will start with closures based on the expected arrival date of early Chinook salmon, so that we're protecting the run as it goes upriver. And that we do anticipate summer chum salmon subsistence opportunity with selective gear types when the run is projected to exceed 500,000 fish. So when we're fishing with selective gear types, Chinook salmon will be required to be released alive. These openings may start after the quarter point of the summer chum salmon run, and that'll give us time to assess the run size and figure out if we're coming in towards the lower end of the forecast or hopefully towards the upper end of the forecast. And when fishermen are going out with selective gear, they can also retain pink and sockeye salmon. And we may consider 6-inch mesh gill net openings for summer chum salmon after the Chinook salmon run has completed or nearly completed in districts as they go by. Next slide, please. And so unfortunately, when we're talking about managing for salmon and taking conservation efforts to protect Chinook salmon, we're also doing more intensive management of fishing opportunity for non-salmon species, which is not something that we used to have to do in the past. But based on the run timing of early Chinook salmon, when they arrive in each district, non-salmon gill nets will be restricted to 4-inch or smaller mesh set nets up to 60 feet in length. And so this is a change in the way that the gear is required to be operated and also reducing the length of those gill nets. Gill nets should be operated close to shore within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark. And when fishermen are going out with hook and line gear, they are required by regulation to release Chinook salmon from hook and line gear in subsistence fishing. Other gear types for non-salmon include long line, jigging gear, hand line, beach seine, pike nets, spears, or leads. And these may be used for non-salmon, but for non-salmon species, and all Chinook salmon must be released alive. And as usual, we will be encouraging fishermen to fish for non-salmon and set their nets in locations where they will avoid Chinook salmon migrating to their spawning grounds. And this is important both for Canadian stocks and Alaskan stocks heading to their spawning tributaries. Next slide, please. So this slide talks a little bit more about non-salmon harvest. The chart down below shows non-salmon harvest estimates per year going back to 1997. These are estimates that we get from a permit, from permits from portions of the river and from a subsistence salmon harvest survey. So these surveys are geared towards salmon, but it's been pretty much the same survey and the same questions asked at the same time of year going back for numerous years. So the data is not great, but at least it's consistently not great. We do ask about the harvest of non-salmon species over the entire previous years. And what I really want to show is that non-salmon species are incredibly important. This is a very important subsistence resource for households in the Yukon. And what we've seen in recent years, going back particularly since 2021, is that salmon closures impact non-salmon harvests as well. Many fishermen would prefer to use larger gill nets for their non-salmon. They might catch a lot of their non-salmon in fish wheels, and we haven't had a lot of those opportunities in the water when we're restricted to conserve salmon. One thing that is kind of interesting about this chart, once I was looking at it a little more closely, is that the harvests of pike and sheefish have stayed pretty close to their recent 10-year average. So in 2023, households got about 90% of the pike and 80% of the sheefish that they got on average over the recent 10 years. But where they really had a much reduced harvest was of whitefish. And so a lot of that is due to reduced opportunity through the use of fish wheels, particularly in the fall, and perhaps for larger mesh gill nets that folks would want to use to get those broad and humpback whitefish that have not been an option when we're restricting gill nets and not allowing 6-inch mesh in the water. Next slide, please. And so Fred's going to present the next couple slides about research and monitoring and projects.
Yeah, thanks, Dina. So research and monitoring we're doing for the 2024 season. We have the second year of the 3-year planned radiotelemetry project that we'll hear more about tomorrow. And this is the last year of the AKSSF funding for collecting samples for ichthyophonus research. The Chinook test fishing effort based out of Monic will be transferred to catching fish for the radiotelemetry project, and all those fish will be live released. The Monic LYTF will operate normally for summer chum salmon, and they'll be collecting age, sex, size, ASL, run timing, and abundance information. That's the main project we get our age comp data from, is from LYTF for chum and Monic. And we'll also continue to collect samples at various sites for body conditions like stress markers, diseases, fecundity, egg thymine levels, and those will be done by ADFNG and other research partners. And we'll continue to collect ASL, water level, and water temperature data from various assessment projects. Next slide. So this is a map showing the 2024 project locations. The lower river Mainstem projects are shown in the light blue dots. And LYTF, as I was mentioning, has been modified by having no set nets this year to reduce Chinook salmon mortality. And the drift effort will be used to assist with the second year of this radiotelemetry project, tagging taking place near Monic. And yeah, the summer chum drift netting and data collection will remain the same. And for pilot station sonar, that project will plan to start counting on June 1st. With tributary projects are shown in the peach colored dots with the vertical dark lines. The East Fork and Rieske Weir is run by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that expected to have normal operations depending on weather conditions. And that project typically starts around mid-June. We've got the Anvik sonar that assesses summer chum salmon and typically starts around June 15th. We have the Gisasa Weir, which typically starts mid to late June, and that we're still waiting on funding on that project. And then the Henshaw Weir, which typically starts the 20th of June, is also waiting on funding. The China and Salcha tower / sonar project should typically start around the last week in June. And we have the upper Mainstem sonar project at Eagle, which that project starts counting on July 1st. And then we have the fish health sampling sites. Those are shown in the slanted red lines. And sampling will occur at pilot station sonar and a research test fishery at Rapids and at a research test fishery at Fort Yukon. Next slide. Okay, as stated in the 7-year agreement, the take of Chinook salmon for scientific research purposes shall be minimized and non-lethal sampling methods shall be used where possible. So all projects operating in 2024 are critical for in-season escapement monitoring and fish health assessment. As a reminder, we are suspending lower Yukon test fishery set and drift gill net sites for Chinook salmon to reduce mortalities, and directing drift netting efforts to catch fish for the radio telemetry project, with all those fish being live released. We are sharing data and project plans broadly to coordinate research and minimize the number of samples that need to be taken. And current projects also include research in trying to develop methods for non-lethal sampling techniques. Select tributary projects will also stop handling salmon if water temperatures exceed a temperature threshold. And next slide.
Just acknowledgements, and then you want us to just hold till after the Canadians for questions?
Yes, thank you. Let's go ahead and proceed with the Canadian Chinook salmon management presentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just while we're waiting for that to come up, I'll introduce myself again. I'm Jacqueline Kendall. I am a fisheries manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for the Yukon River. Great, perfect. So I'm going to be presenting today the 2024 Canadian Yukon River Chinook Management Outlook. So next slide, please. Okay, so in 2024, there are 8 assessment projects anticipated within the Canadian Yukon River watershed. First, we have the Porcupine River Sonar, which is run by DFO and Vuntut Gwitch'in government. The Klondike River Sonar, which is run by Trondek Gwitch'in. We have the Pelly Sonar, which is Selkirk First Nation. The Tatchin Creek Video Weir, which is Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation. We'll have the Big Salmon Sonar, which is done by Metla Consulting. The Takini River Sonar, which is done by Kwanlun Dun First Nation. The Whitehorse Rapids Fishway, which is run by Yukon Energy and Yukon Fish and Game Association. And then also the Nesetlin River Sonar, which is the Teslin Tlingit Council. In addition to these assessment projects, there are numerous projects which are led by Yukon First Nations, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and others which plan to address local and regional Chinook priorities, such as aerial surveys, restoration, monitoring, juvenile habitat, adult mortality, and more. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So the Canadian annual management process has several factors and obligations that need to be met. So international obligations stem from the Pacific Salmon Treaty Principles, specifically Chapter 8, which is the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, as well as any Yukon River Panel recommendations that may arise. On the domestic side, we engage early with Yukon First Nation governments and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee to discuss the season's outlooks and share assessment and management plans. These meetings will help shape any Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations to the Fisheries Minister on salmon management for the season, and will also assist in development of strategies to be incorporated into the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, or IFMP as we commonly refer to it. Next slide, please. Great. So in this slide, we're going to go through a bit of detail around the key pieces of the new Canadian origin Chinook salmon agreement that factor into Canadian management. So the agreement involves the suspension of directed Chinook commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries in Alaska and Canada for 7 years. And within this 7-year period lies a rebuilding target of 71,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon to the international border, which will need to account for en route mortality. Any directed subsistence fishing will be closed unless passage is expected to exceed that 71,000 rebuilding target. But it's deeply recognized the importance of connection to the salmon, and a limited cultural harvest may be provided. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is demonstrating the domestic priority of allocation in Canada, and it begins with conservation in terms of allowing as many salmon as possible to get to the spawning grounds to meet escapement goals. After conservation, the priority is for First Nation subsistence fishery harvest needs to be met, and any opportunity for other fisheries is only provided if a full First Nation fishery opportunity is available. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is depicting the 2024 Canadian origin outlook in comparison to the rebuilding target of 71,000 as identified in the recent agreement. So as we can see, the range expected falls well below the target, especially when incorporating that en route mortality, and does not leave room for a harvest share. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is just a summary of the expected outlook and how it will filter into management planning and set the season for Canada. So the preseason outlook is very important in setting the stage as it provides the initial indication of expected run size and is used to guide management decisions. So we rely on assessment information from Pilot Station and the Lower Yukon Test Fishery to guide our planning early on and during the season. And the information from Eagle represents what we will see in Canada, although the timing there doesn't really allow to make any in-season decisions. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of the anticipated management strategy for 2024, there are a number of factors at play: the low outlook, expected en route mortality, recent years' performance, and of course the new 7-year agreement that really incorporates those pieces. So because the outlook does not exceed the 71,000 rebuilding target, fishing opportunities in the First Nation subsistence fishery are not expected, and Yukon First Nation governments will manage the subsistence fishery accordingly. DFO will close the public angling and domestic fisheries, and the commercial long-term closure will be extended. Next slide.
Thank you, Jacqueline. So that concludes our US and Canadian management strategy presentations. Before we go into any questions or comments from panel members, I would like to note that after the panel received the US and Canadian Chinook salmon management strategy presentations, did have some discussion about developing any management recommendations. And given the US and Canadian strategies are to have predominant full closures again for Chinook salmon in both countries, that the panel did not have any additional management recommendations beyond what was described in the presentations here. So with that said, any additional comments or questions from panel members? Andy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess these are questions maybe for Fred and Dina. I'm just trying to understand some of the movement of the Chinook salmon through Pilot Station on their way up to Eagle. Could you give me some end dates for Chinook run at Pilot Station? And then also, if you have it, the end dates of summer chum at Pilot Station. Approximately, I don't need an exact day. I know it changes from year to year, but typically on years, if you could give me kind of those end dates.
That's a good question. I mean, it depends on run timing and if it's a late run or normal or early run, but around the 18th of July, when the project switches over to fall season, normally around 95% of the Chinook salmon are passed. That's on average timing. And with summer chum, I mean, the last 5 years or something, the runs have been late, and so we've seen like another week or so of summer chum pass Pilot. Yeah, generally around I think the like late July. I mean, there's summer chum can go into August, but majority of them are done by late July, past Pilot.
Thank you. And then can you give me the approximate beginning dates for fall chum and the end dates of fall chum at Pilot? And I guess maybe I'll have to wait until the fall demonstration, sorry, but maybe a heads up to you, Bonnie. And then I guess what I'm driving at is I'm a little bit concerned, or I have some concerns for what's considered the end of the Chinook run and continuation of the summer run will, because I see in slide 5 from your presentation, says may consider 6-inch mesh gill nets opening after the Chinook salmon run has nearly completed. That's why I asked those dates. So I'm just curious how the conservation effort would take place if there's still another 5% of the Canadian Chinook run in the river while the end of the summer chum is still in progress. So maybe if you could just speak to what precautions or what considerations would be for those late running Chinook that are in the final mix of the summer run due to the fact that most of the time those are older age class females. So an important part to protect. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, thanks for that. And so a lot of it's going to depend on what the run timing we're observing in season. I think this last year, Chinook salmon coming in during that fall season. So after July 18th, we're like under 400 Chinook estimated into the fall season. There's a couple days where they estimated passage of Chinook going by pilot. So it's going to kind of depend on the relative timings of the run. These last few years, we've had the summer chum come in late and extend late into that fall season. So it could be a pretty tiny window where there's end of Chinook salmon, still a lot of summer chum, but not the start of fall season. So this is not a surefire gonna happen opportunity. That's kind of like if everything aligns and if the run sizes work out right, there might be a little window of time where we could offer fishing with gill nets for summer chum, but not encounter Chinook salmon or fall chum. So we'll have to look at that in season, and it'll be something we can talk about in season, particularly with the gag, if we want to, if we're getting to what it looks like that point.
Okay, just a quick follow. I'm more of a comment, I guess. There again, I'm really concerned about this change to gear type. I think I'd be very comfortable with continuing with dip nets, but given how the Chinook salmon seem to be a lot more spread out due to climate change. I mean, we're seeing them in eagle almost 3 weeks sometimes after the end of the season normally. I mean, I guess to maybe explain to people, in eagle, we used to see a really distinct cutoff of Chinook salmon right around August 10th to 12th. But in recent years, I'd say the past 8 years or so, we were noticing that there were still Chinook salmon in the run into September, going past eagle. Granted, not many of them, but they would be caught in fish wheels when we were allowed to operate fish wheels in early September. And these were always pecan females. So that's my concern. And I just wanted to express that concern for protecting genetic integrity of these Chinook salmon. Thank you.
Yeah, I very much appreciate those concerns. I guess the one other thing I'll add is that Chinook swim faster, so they might travel closer to 40 miles a day, and summer chum might go closer to 25. So you also might have those stocks spread out a little bit. If the Chinook are kind of outrunning them, there might still be a few summer chum kind of in those districts where that might help to make sure that we're fishing on more summer chum and less Chinook as they go upriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, two questions. My first question actually builds on US panel member Bassich's point on slide number 5. You know, I think that how I would characterize my comment / question is that from the Canadian delegation's perspective, we fully recognize that the state of Alaska is looking to provide opportunities to selectively harvest more abundant stocks of salmon or other species of fish when present during the period of time when Chinook salmon are migrating through the lower Yukon River. That being said, I think it's important to be very clear that that acknowledgement is based on the expectation that selective gear types will be applied in respect of providing those fishery opportunities. And from a Canadian perspective, we do not consider use of 6-inch mesh set gill nets as a selective gear type. And so building on panel member Bassage's point, from the Canadian delegation perspective, we would very strongly object to the use of 6-inch mesh nets in river during a period of time when Chinook salmon are still on their migration route. I acknowledge that from a run timing perspective, we may be talking about only a couple hundred fish, but to be clear, Canada's objection is not to all fishing activities, but rather use of non-selective gear types that I think we all acknowledge are effective at intercepting Chinook salmon and will result in Chinook salmon mortality if those fish are caught. So that would be point number one. Secondly, this is more of a question on the Canadian presentation, and it comes back to a number of the questions around the 7-year agreement. I think on slide number 6, from a management planning perspective, we could bring that up in the Canadian presentation, management presentation. Great, thank you very much. So I can understand in the US presentation why the drainage wide forecast would be used for management planning purposes. But I'm just curious, why would the drainage wide forecast be used for Canadian management planning purposes and not the expected border passage estimate, given that Canada would not see any of the drainage wide fish that succumb to en route mortality? And the point that I'm raising is that I think, as probably depressing as it sounds, relying on the drainage wide estimate for Canadian management planning purposes, in my view, provides an overly optimistic outlook versus what's likely to occur in reality. So any perspectives on why the use of the drainage wide estimate for Canadian origin stocks, recognizing that the Joint Technical Committee and bilaterally Canada and the US has acknowledged that it is virtually certain that that abundance estimate, meaning drainage wide estimate, would not be realized in Canadian waters, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Chair. I likely should have included in there more of the estimate for the border passage projection. Yeah, so good point on that, error on my part, so.
Didn't have anything further, Mr. Chair, but I will add, so the relevance of me raising this point perhaps for the panel's benefit really comes down to the question around consideration of very limited harvest opportunities for cultural or ceremonial purposes, and we need to be clear around abundance expectations. And speaking frankly, it's a very different situation if we're contemplating a return of, say, 25,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon versus, something closer to 10,000, which would be, one of the all-time historic low returns, if not the lowest ever. So that was merely my point, is that in this time of, let's say, dire circumstances, we need to be as real as possible with regards to setting of expectations. And I've said it at previous meetings, and I'll repeat it again, that I am very concerned about changing acceptance of the new normal, meaning 25 years ago, our expectation was to see 130 to 150,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon returning to the watershed. Maybe a dozen years ago, our expectation was more in the, 75 to 100,000 range. And then in more recent years, we optimistically hope for, 40 or 50. And so I'm very concerned that, our new normal becomes looking forward to seeing, 10 to 20,000 Chinook salmon in the watershed, which is very concerning. It's concerning for me. It should be concerning for everyone up and down the river, and we should be acknowledging that at those levels, localized extirpation or functional extinction of some of the smaller stocks is a very real possibility, Mr. Chair.
Any additional comments, questions? Elizabeth?
Yeah, thanks. For the benefit of the people who traveled so far here, I just wanted to make sure they understood some of the other conversations we had during the closed session. So definitely, I know a lot of people feel strongly about the IC project, and we did bring it up on, especially with the 7-year agreement speaking to minimizing science death of fish. And also there was a lot of conversation around making sure Alaskans had food and access to summer chum during the closures, and not wanting to see Alaskans forego that and sacrifice and continue sacrificing. I definitely have friends on the lower river, and I hear the hardships they're facing and the sacrifices they're making. But what came up repeatedly was out-of-box thinking and how we need to think about other ways of getting access to the salmon. And definitely from my perspective, net fisheries are not selective. Dip nets also are not effective enough to spend 2 hours trying to fish to get 7 fish. That's a lot of effort for very little reward. So I just want to make sure as we're going forward in this year that we're trying to think of other ways to do it. And on the Canadian side, there is another gear type that's been used a lot in the past, and that's fish traps. They get set in the river, larger fish can swim by out in the deeper water, so Chinook would not be impacted to the same extent. You could live release fish from there. You could catch freshwater fish, you could target summer chum. They're much more efficient than having to drift with a dip net up and down the river. And I'm not an expert on the Alaskan side. I don't know if those will work well or not, and I don't think they're even legal gear type. But I just want to encourage people to maybe think of older gear that was used previously that might provide solutions going forward. And I genuinely hope that we can find gear that will allow people to access those summer chum and feed their families. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And I guess by way of clarification, I fully understand and appreciate the mention of that methodology. But to clarify, in Alaska, fish traps are definitely not legal. Andy?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not really sure who to address this question to. I'm wondering on the Canadian side, have you had discussions about minimal numbers of Chinook to make for successful spawning events? I mean, 12,000 fish going into an area of thousands of square miles and several key spawning escapement areas. I'm just wondering, I've never heard the discussion from the JTC or anyone on what you feel would be, well, obviously it's cause for alarm right now, but has there been that discussion, and are there any thoughts on that you could share with us? Because that's a question I've been asking myself for a long time. At what point are we, even if the fish get there, not going to have successful spawning events?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, U.S. panel member Bassich. So I can speak to this from a Canadian fishery administration perspective, and practically speaking from the implementation viewpoint. Canada has set 30,000 as the minimum threshold, where any removal of fish below that amount risks, let's call it significant and or irreparable harm to the integrity of the stock. Now, I understand that the Joint Technical Committee is looking to develop some new advice for us in regards to an appropriate standard. So perhaps that 30,000 threshold is out of date, but in absence of any different number or better number to use, that is the level that Canadian panel member Chief Frost referred to that triggered the complete closure of fisheries in Canada back in 2013. And it's one from a management implementation perspective we have used as the threshold in respect of complete fishery closures in Canada. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I guess the reason I ask that is I think it's a really important in our outreach and communications on both sides of the border. I don't think many of our fishers in Alaska understand the importance of the Canadian component, which used to be 50% when the treaty was signed. It was 50% of the run was Canadian origin. And so I think it's really important for the communications committee to have some of this information so we can help to disseminate that into Alaska. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Dennis, go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to follow up on a little bit about what Annie's talking about. You know, we're definitely, as Mr. Gotch mentioned, we're below, you know, the minimum threshold, right? Where we're at risk of losing genetics in a lot of the smaller streams and tributaries. And I guess I just wanted to highlight that's where the rebuilding plan comes in and looking at all the restoration options available to us. You know, there's a whole suite of tools that one could use to support restoration efforts when stocks are disastrously low, which we're seeing in most of those tributaries. So I guess just to kind of lend some weight behind number 8 and the need for a rebuilding plan to, get those numbers up in a general sense. Thanks.
Okay, please do be conscientious of time. I know I want to provide as much opportunity for folks to ask comments and make questions, but I want to make sure in particular we're providing enough time for public testimony. We will have that hard break at 4:30. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a point I think that's important to recognize is that Canadian origin fish, assuming there's a total allowable catch, a large fraction of those are deemed to be of U.S. origin for the purpose of harvest. So I'm reading right out of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. So the total allowable catch is between 0 and 110,000 Chinook salmon. I mean, 110,000 sounds like a big number right now, but as Steve Gotch was pointing out, I mean, that wasn't such a big number when the treaty was negotiated. The guideline harvest range for U.S. is between 76 and 80%. So I mean, these are extremely valuable fish, not only to the Canadians, but to the Americans as well. And I think there's, you know, hopefully some real incentive among, you know, the residents of both countries to rebuild these, because I mean, the benefits are really shared. And some would say that the U.S. gets the lion's share. So I think that's an important point to think about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. So in the interest again of time, we will move on. I'm going to forego our 15-minute break. If any panel members or members of the public need to take a break, they're certainly welcome to do so. But we are going to proceed with our next series of presentations that will start with the bilateral Mainstem Chum salmon forecast. And then we will have an opportunity for questions from panel members after that presentation, and then we will move into the management strategy presentations.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Borba. I'm the Yukon Area Fall Season Research Biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Commercial Fisheries out of Fairbanks. And I'm going to present an overview of the 2024 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecast. And Adam Odell here from DFO, he's also going to help present on the Canadian origin outlooks for the Mainstem Yukon River stocks. The presentation is in your book, tab 4, page 71. Next slide, please. Similar to what they did for the forecast for the Chinook salmon, we're going to start out with showing the two forecasts this presentation is going to discuss. The 2024 forecasted fall chum salmon run size is a range of 263,000 to 474,000 fall chum salmon. The point estimate is 369,000, and it represents a well below average run size of typically 950,000 fall chum salmon. The Canadian origin Mainstem forecast is 55,000 with a range of 39,000 to 71,000. And in this presentation, Adam and I will present how these forecasts were developed. Slide 2, please. So this map orientates us to where fall chum salmon spawning occurs, which is primarily within the Tanana River drainage and upstream of its confluence in the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. The drainage-wide forecast includes all of these spawning stocks that are highlighted in those colors. And the Canadian origin Mainstem is just the stocks within the largest circle there in Canada. Next slide, please. So discussions about the development of the 2024 forecast began at the fall JTC meeting, followed by a meeting of the Fall Chum Salmon Forecast Subcommittee in January. We reviewed the forecast methods. This year, there were no major changes to the methods. All harvest, escapement, genetic, and age composition data sets were updated to include 2023. Each year, the forecast is developed in 2 stages. First, we do the drainage wide, which is based on a Ricker production model. And then the Canadian origin forecast is based on proportional contributions. Next slide, please. Important to note is the parent year escapements contributing to this year's drainage wide escapement, for the forecast, I mean. This graph shows the number of fish on the spawning grounds only back to 2000. The yellow bars represent the estimated drainage wide escapement of fall chum salmon. The solid and dashed horizontal lines represent the historical escapement goals and the current range. The 4 age classes, 2018 to 2021, that will contribute to this year's return are highlighted in the blue rectangle. And the 2 primary parent years producing most of the run of age 4 and age 5 fish this year are highlighted in the 2 gray bars. Note 2020 was the second lowest return on record. For these parent years, we use the Ricker production models to generate the expectation of the number of fish coming back from 2020 and 2021 parent years. In the next slide, I will show the numbers predicted for each of these parent years contributing to the 2024 run. Next slide, please. So this table shows the estimated number of fish in 2024 return by age class. For the 4 parent years highlighted in the box in the that we just showed in the previous chart. So the primary parent years, age 4 and 5 fish in the 2024 return are highlighted in the center 2 gray rows. The primary parent years normally make up most of the return. On average, age 4 contributes 66% and age 5 contributes 27%. In the table, the age 4 fish are forecasted to contribute 75%, while the age 5 are anticipated to contribute 22% of the run. These contributions are closer to average than last year. So adding each of the numbers by age class in the rightmost column of the table provides the point estimates of the for the forecast. Next slide, please. So this graph depicts the historic preseason run forecast with the blue line and the one with the error bars on, compared to the observed total run size in the purple bars. And it goes back to 1995. Severe depressions, like observed in the 1990s to early 2000s, and the recent downturn. Similarly, the explosions of returns, like observed in 2005 and 2017, are not well captured by Ricker. This forecast of 369,000 is slightly above the run-up size observed in 2023 and is depicted as the last point on the far right of the chart. Next slide, please. So summarizing the take-home from the slides that were just presented, the drainage-wide forecast represents a below-average fall chum salmon run size. There is a fair amount of uncertainty since one of the primary parent years had the record low escapement in the age 4s in 2020. And the return is expected to be similar to 2023. Next slide.
Okay, thanks, Bonnie. All right, so now turning our attention to the forecast for the Canadian Mainstem for chum salmon, we adopted a change this year. So historically and through 2023, this forecast has been determined by using the ratio of chum in the Canadian Mainstem relative to the drainage wide escapement. So this value has been 25%. So essentially 25% of the drainage-wide forecast was the expected return to the Canadian Mainstem. However, the past few years, the run strength of the Canadian Mainstem component, it has declined, as shown in this table on the right here. Where since 2020, the average contribution of this aggregate has been 15%, so 10% less than what we had been using. And acknowledging this consistent reduction from 25% and to attempt to improve our forecast for this season, we've discussed and decided to reduce this ratio to 15% for this year's forecast. Next slide, please. So with this new proportion in mind, and as Bonnie has already shown, we can provide the forecast for this season's Mainstem Canadian chum salmon return. With a drainage-wide return of 369,000, this produces a point estimate of 55,000 and a range of 39 to 71,000 for this Canadian Mainstem component. The 2024 forecast is higher than the run size observed last season, but it is below the current IMEG of 70 to 104,000. And it's also important to recognize that in-river mortality of chum salmon has not been observed as seen with Chinook. Therefore, in the absence of harvest, this 55,000 is forecast to reach the border. Next slide, please. And as Bonnie showed for the drainage-wide forecast, here's the forecast performance comparing the observed run, so in the orange bars, to the preseason forecast, this dotted line. So the forecast prior to 2024 was based on the proportional value of 25%, and you can see that this approach, it has led to an overestimation in preseason forecasting the past few years. This year's forecast using the reduced 15% proportion is for a return that is greater than seen last year in 2023. It's about 2 times what was observed last season. And next slide, please. So in summary, we have updated methods to use the best available data to improve our forecast, and we expect to see a below average run size of the Canadian Mainstem in 2024. Yet with this being said, the forecast is for a return that is approximately twice what was observed in 2023. And next slide, please. So yet again, overall summary here. Considerations that go into the drainage-wide forecast include age 4 survival, which is unknown and does stem from that 2020 year, which was one of the lowest returns on record. There are concerns that the Canadian origin run strength will be below average as observed in the past few years. So the Canadian origin Mainstem forecast was based on 15% rather than that 25% that had historically been used. And the Canadian origin Mainstem forecast indicates that the interim management escapement goal will not be achieved. So the drainage-wide forecast indicates a return similar to 2023 in run size. And discussions up to this point have been about the preseason forecast, which is used for initial management guidance and planning. However, in season, we have another tool to use, which is based on the relationship between summer and fall chum run sizes. And next slide, please. So in season, the forecast will be replaced with the application of the summer to fall chum salmon relationship, which becomes available mid-July. So this chart was initially described on slide 6, as Bonnie had shown, which compared the observed run with the preseason forecast. However, in this version, the predicted summer to fall chum run size line is added. So that's the line with the black circles. In most years, the observed return compared much better to the summer to chum fall salmon regression than the preseason forecast. The regression still does not predict large explosions in production, but does a better job indicating declines than our preseason forecast model. So both the drainage-wide and the Canadian origin Mainstem forecast will be adjusted based on this relationship and presented out in season. And next slide, please. And thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Comments, questions on the Mainstem forecast presentation? Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Could we bring up slide 5 again? Very quickly, we may not have the answer to this. I'm just wondering if there are any numbers that JTC or some other entity could give us into the future on what fecundity differentials are between 4 and 5-year-old fish. I don't know if that work's ever been done on Chum. And I would also carry that same question over to Chinook salmon, Mr. Co-Chair. But I don't need an answer now. I wanted to bring that to the attention because we're seeing such a large age class of 4-year-olds, less 5-year-olds. I think it's important into the future to understand the differentials between the dominant age classes that are going into the spawning year events. So thank you.
Okay, Andy, I'll have to look into the literature. I mean, I know there's for chum salmon, but I haven't seen it by age, so I would have to look that up.
Additional comments, questions from panel members on Mainstem chum salmon forecast? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go ahead and move into our US and Canadian management strategy presentations. Again, similar to Chinook salmon, we'll see both presentations first and then provide opportunity for panel member questions and discussions.
And John, do you want me to go into the porcupine presentation directly after this?
No, I think we can proceed as planned. Well, we'll just do Mainstem for both US and Canada, and then we'll do porcupine separately.
Yep, sounds good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm based out of Fairbanks. It's nice to see everyone here in Anchorage, and thank you to the US fishermen and the Canadian fishermen for traveling this far to come listen to our presentations and give us some feedback. Next slide. And Sasha and Sam, do you guys have loaded the recent PDF that I sent? It has the blue lines that are displayed on there. Much better. Okay. Yesterday, we had some issues with converting from PowerPoint to PDF. And so I did a quick little fix this morning so that you guys could see the fall chum salmon distribution that I wanted to show. So this is a map of the Yukon River drainage shown in gray. And the blue lines on this map show the major distributions of fall chum salmon within the Yukon River drainage. And fall chum salmon are the dominant species during our fall season. Therefore, fishing schedules and gear are designed to meet the following management objectives. The Alaskan escapement goals include the drainage-wide goal of 300,000 to 600,000, shown in yellow. There's the Tagish and the Delta River tributary goals as well in yellow. In the blue circles are the Canadian treaty objectives, which include Fishing Branch and Mainstem Canada. Next slide. And below are 3 forms of fall chum salmon assessment used to inform management decisions. The forecast is developed in the spring, and it's based on parent and recruits from 50 years of data of Yukon River fall chum salmon. The preseason projection is developed in mid-July using the strength of the 2024 summer chum salmon run size, and it is based on the summer to fall chum salmon historical relationship. Then we develop an in-season projection using fish counts and assessment projects and genetics. We also use biological indicators such as age classes, male to female ratios to help us assess the run strength and timing in season. And we use local observations from fishermen also to help make management decisions. Next slide. This is a summary of the 2024 forecasts for fall chum salmon that Bonnie and Adam presented. The drainage-wide forecast is 369,000, and you can see it's barely within our escapement goal. The Canadian Mainstem forecasts for fishing branch and Mainstem are both below the IMEGs. These forecasts will be revised based on the summer to fall chum relationship in mid-July. Next slide. All right, so this is a graph that we haven't shown in a few years because we have been in a salmon decline, and we've been waiting to get some of the lower run size points on this graph. But I really want to show you the importance of this summer to fall chum salmon relationship. So this shows our preseason projection of prior years of the summer chum and the fall chum salmon run sizes. The summer chum is on the horizontal axis and the fall chum is on the vertical axis. And you can see that our low returns of the salmon decline in 2020 to 2023 are near the bottom of this plot in orange. So we use this projection to inform initial fall season management decisions in mid-July to late July before we switch over to an in-season projection. Next slide. Our management actions are guided by the fall chum salmon management plan. And note that our drainage-wide goal for fall chum is 300,000 to 600,000. So for this coming season, we are forecasting a run to be within the goal in this yellow zone on the table. And some U.S. escapement goals may be met. Similar to last year, we met the drainage-wide goal, the Tagish, and the Delta River. Subsistence salmon fishing for chum salmon will likely have restrictions and enclosures in order to ensure that we do meet escapement goals. Fall chum salmon commercial, personal use, and sport fishing will be closed, and management decisions will be based on that preseason projection to determine subsistence fishing opportunities. Next slide. So looking at 2024, I'm going to talk about what are some of our management strategies if we're below our escapement goals, and then what some management strategies might look like if we are above our goals and what our options are. So if the preseason projection indicates that escapement goals won't be met in 2024, subsistence salmon fishing for chum salmon will be closed. And selective gear will be open for non-salmon and some salmon species, like what we've been doing the last few years. Gear would include dip nets, hook and line, beach seines, and manned fish wheels. And if there's conservation warranted, we could require the release of a salmon species from these gear types. And we plan to limit 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets to be operated as a set net for non-salmon. And these would also be limited to a maximum length of 60 feet. And these are our salmon conservation measures that we go above and beyond to apply when we have a concern for salmon. Next slide. And here is our management strategies if we are planning or if we are projecting to meet U.S. escapement goals, but if we are below the Canadian IMEGs. So the following actions will allow subsistence fishing opportunity on U.S. chum and coho salmon while protecting Canadian origin fall chum and Chinook salmon. So our first option is early in the season. There are mostly summer chum and border U.S. fall chum salmon that are swimming to the Tagish, and there is very little Canadian stocks at this time. And we could allow some selective gear like what we did in 2023 for about the first 10 days of the fall season, or depending on the run strengths and the current situation, we could offer 6-inch gill net opportunities and fish wheels. And then the second option is mid-season is the timing where the majority of the Canadian stocks of fall chum salmon are starting to enter the Yukon River. And at this point, if we are meeting US escapement goals and we identify a harvestable surplus, subsistence fishing for chum salmon could be opened in the US tributaries and the lakes of the Yukon River drainage with 6-inch and fish wheels, maybe on a reduced schedule. What I want to point out, though, is the closures would be maintained for chum salmon in the Mainstem Yukon River and the Mainstem Porcupine River to protect Canadian stocks. And the last option is late in the season, the fall chum salmon stocks are dominated by the Nenana River that in the coho salmon. And so if we are meeting the US escapement goals at this time, we could look at providing subsistence salmon fishing opportunities with 6-inch gill nets and fish wheels on a reduced schedule. Next slide. And with that, I'd like to thank our collaborators that help with fall season fisheries assessment projects and communications in season. And I won't take any questions yet. We will turn it over to Jacqueline and provide the Canadian management presentation.
Thank you, Christy. Jacqueline, as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. Again, my name is Jacqueline Kendall. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be going over now the 2024 Canadian origin chum salmon management. Next slide, please. Great. So there are 2 recurring chum assessment programs in the Yukon River Mainstem area, which are anticipated in 2024. So we've got the mid-mainstem aerial and the Kluane aerial, both run by DFO. But in addition to these 2 assessment projects, 2024 will include a few other projects which are focused on chum salmon, such as pilot projects, which will aim to identify chum salmon via eDNA in stream water. Next slide, please. So this presentation is coming quite quickly after the Chinook one, so I won't spend too much time on this slide, really just to reiterate that there are a number of pieces to the process of management pre-season that encompass international and domestic obligations. So next slide, please. Great. So like the Chinook presentation, this is a comparison slide of the 2024 chum outlook for the Yukon River and how that relates to any US or Canadian harvest shares and total allowable catch. So the 2024 Canadian origin outlook range, as depicted earlier, is 39,000 to 71,000, with a most likely point estimate of around 55,000 fish. So if the outlook were to come in at that high end, we have a bit of a harvest share, but realistically speaking, we are not expecting to see that higher bound and are focusing more on the point estimate or quite possibly even less for management decisions. In keeping with Canada's conservative approach, a harvest share for Canada is not anticipated, and we'll be relaying this information in early season planning meetings. Next slide. So in this slide, we are going to look at Yukon River chum preliminary outlook and how that relates to management actions for 2024. So with harvest equaling 0 opportunities, with harvest equaling 0, opportunities are not expected in the First Nation subsistence fishery, and the public angling and domestic fisheries will be closed. The commercial fishery will remain under the long-term closure. We will watch the run as it progresses very closely for any in-season revisions that could change any Canadian management actions. Next slide, please. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And perhaps again, before we go into questions and comments from panel members, I would like to reference that during our closed bilateral session, the US and Canadian sections did have some discussion about some bilateral management recommendations concerning the fall chum mainstem management strategies for this coming season. Those discussions revolved around some discussion and concerns about 4-inch mesh set gill nets for non-salmon fishing in the mainstem. We did not manage to achieve bilateral consensus associated with those discussions and management recommendation conversations. So by way of that lack of consensus, there's no specific additional management recommendations from the panel concerning Mainstem fall chum salmon. Any questions, comments from panel members on either the US or Canadian management strategy presentations? Andy?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm going to ask the same question of the fall managers. Protecting the front or at the front end of the transition from summer chum to fall chum. I saw there may be a short period of time where there might be some 6-inch gear in the water. So I wanted to ask the same question for them. I recognizing that it's a very small percentage of the run. I just wanted to share a few numbers very quickly to demonstrate how important those late fish are. And I did a little data mining. I'm going to keep this as short as I can, Mr. Co-Chair. 1967, the average fecundity was 9,500 with a range of 7,500 to 14,000 eggs per Chinook. And then that average went down to 9,000 and for the average in 91. And it went down to 8,000 for the average in 2005. And it's now down to 6,500 for the average in 2020. That's the last data set that I had. So the point that I'm making here is that the average fecundity of those females has gone down. In addition to the upper end of the fecundity ranges seems to be dropping. 67, it was 14,500. 91, it was 13,000. And in 2025, 9,000. So I'm just trying to demonstrate on the record that those older age class of fish have been getting smaller, less fecund, and they are well recognized as being one of the stronger, or I'm sorry, one of the most important drivers of productivity in the past. And so I think it's really important when we have these transitions while we're trying to provide for subsistence harvests that we also make adequate efforts to protect those late, I'm calling them the stragglers, who are often fecund females coming up the river. So maybe if you could just address that, any of you managers on that transition, and I'm speaking to the Alaska managers, how are you going to protect those late running Chinook salmon as you transition from summer chum to fall chum, if there's surplus in the summer chum run? And then also, obviously, some of those are mixed up now in the fall run. So what is the strategy, or do you have a strategy for that? Thank you.
Hi, Andy. I can talk to you about what some of our strategies are to protect kings during that transition. I can't address the king fecundity issue. That would be for the summer team. But yeah, what we do during the transition of the summer to fall is we know that's the tail end of the Chinook salmon run. And I dug up some numbers while Fred was up here. He mentioned that 95% of the kings are typically done by July 18th. If you just look at normal timing of all the years that we have at Pilot Station Sonar, July 19th, which is when we start counting fall chum, the kings are 99% done. And I was looking at the daily catches quickly with Bonnie, and we'll catch like 1 or 2 kings, and then we'll go a week to 10 days to 2 weeks without catching another single king salmon. While Pilot Station, they fish for 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening, all the variety of mesh sizes. And so that just shows that, yes, those fish, those king salmon are important, but the encounter rates are really low. And so there's that thing to consider at our science project. But then also when we're fishing in the transition of summer to fall season, there's still a lot of summer chum in the water. And the fall chum are just starting to pick up. And so when they enter the river, they enter in large pulses. usually over a period of 2 to 4 days. And so that's when we want fishermen to be out there on top of a pulse of summer chum and fall chum salmon mixed. And then their 6-inch nets, if we provided that opportunity, it would fill with chum salmon. They wouldn't be targeting king salmon. And I think they would be pretty thankful for that opportunity, especially if we are exceeding summer chum goals.
Yeah, thank you for that. So how many, or what is the percentage of Canadian origin fall chum that are coming in, mixed in with those summer chums? Can you give us a little bit of information on that?
Yes. So last year, the genetics from July 19th to July 31st, it was 98% US chum salmon and 2% Canadian salmon, fall chum salmon. And then if you look at prior years, it's closer to like 97% to 96% US chum salmon and 4% Canadian fall chum salmon.
Thank you.
Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I know this question is probably for the summer chum managers, but it came up here in fall chum, and I meant to ask a question earlier about it, but I've been to a lot of these panel meetings over the years, and up until this meeting, at least we were told by the managers or the researchers that the late running Chinook or more of the lower river Yukon River US origin salmon, and that the big fish came in early, and that's why they were first pulse closers, because the big fish, Canadian origin fish came. Now I'm hearing the big fish coming late and they're Canadian origin. And what the heck happened to the lower river component? There's some research here that is contradictory to what I've heard in the last 19 years, apparently, Mr. Chairman.
It's an interesting, I'll maybe try and take a stab at that, since it does kind of transcend summer and fall season. So I think what fishermen certainly have recognized is that there's been significant changes to run timing of salmon stocks, not just in the Yukon, but we're seeing that same phenomenon throughout Alaska to a large extent. So when you hear commentary about, say, certain stocks come in at this time, there's always some measure of overlap. It's more like when we think about it in terms of Chinook for Canadian origin Chinook, the overall Yukon run is what's termed as front-loaded towards Canadian origin. Canadian origin exists throughout the duration of that run, but it's, say, 70% at the beginning of the run, and it trickles off to less than 20% towards the end of the run. And inversely, US stocks increase in their proportion. So as you start to look at chum salmon, Chinook salmon, you've got essentially stocks may persist throughout the duration of the run. They're just weighted towards one section of the run or the other. And I think it's still accurate to say that the end of the Chinook run might be weighted towards lower river Chinook stocks, but that doesn't necessarily mean there might be some other middle river or perhaps even a small number of Canadian origin that are still a part of that same component of the run. I think that the same general phenomenon, for lack of a better term, does exist with chum salmon, summer chum as well, in regards to their distribution and run timing. You combine that with what we're seeing with respect to odd run timing information in recent years, in particular, of a trend towards later timing of Chinook salmon and chum salmon, a little bit later arrival of fall chum salmon. It makes it very difficult to try and determine where you can target your conservation efforts first and foremost, and where there might be opportunity for some additional windows of opportunity for harvest. It's not going to impact your efforts on conservation. So I say that all by way of saying that when we hear options under consideration from either the summer or fall seasoned presentations from the US perspective in that regard. It doesn't mean we're going to implement them. It means we're going to be paying attention to it. If it looks like an opportunity is available without impacting that need for conservation on those stocks, we may act on that. Ragnar?
Mr. Chairman, so are you in agreement that there's a component of large female Canadian origin Chinook at the end of the run? Has it become noticeable as indicated in testimony?
I guess I'd have to get some clarification on what large component of female. Is it large compared to the beginning of the run, end of the run? I don't know. The context is important here. Is it absent? Would I say that not a single large Chinook that's Canadian origin might be present at the end of the Chinook run? No, I'd be open to that prospect. Compared to the beginning of the run where it's front loaded, I can't imagine it's more. It's likely less. Andy, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, just a quick comment. The reason I bring that up is that's my TK that I'm trying to offer to this group. We're placing a large value to traditional knowledge. And I may not be a native, but I've been living on this river and it's built my life around this river and the fisheries. And so what I'm offering is my experience and my knowledge of the river and the changes due to climate change and the changes due to reduced stocks on the river. And the two key elements that I have been studying and watching very closely are fecundity and run timing, placing a large value on those large Chinook that are fecund, because when we had high percentages of those in the 90s and the 2000s, we had very, very consistent good runs. And that's what we've lost. That's one of the elements that we've lost. So to me, logically, that's one of the elements you want to make sure you bring back as soon as you can. And that's the element we have to protect the most. So whether it's a large component of the run or whether it's only a dozen fish, it's at 10,000 fish making up the spawning ground. That's pretty huge. If one of those fish could potentially be carrying well, it used to be they were up around 14,000 eggs. Now they're down to about 9 for a large fish. Those are the things we need to be thinking about and talking about when we design our rebuilding plan.
Back to Ragnar, then we do have, were you going to comment on this? Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe adding to Andy's commentary, I know that former Canadian panel member Roger Alfred would often bring traditional and local knowledge to the Yukon River Panel as part of our deliberations. And I know going back probably almost eight or 9 years, almost 10 years ago, working with Roger Alfred's nephew Eugene on the Selkirk local community-based Chinook fishery management plan. One of the comments that came forward, and one of, let's call it the local traditional ecological knowledge observations, was exactly as Andy, US panel member Andy Bassage is describing, is that the later running fish, at least in recent years, had been observed to be larger fish and female fish. And so one of the principles that came forward out of the local community-based First Nation fishery management planning process was really to avoid situations where we keep fisheries closed until very late in the season and then opening them late in the season, because local observations suggested that that resulted in, let's call it, a disproportionate targeting of larger female fish. So I wanted to offer up that piece of local traditional knowledge that was originally brought forward to this panel process by the late Canadian panel member Roger Alfred. Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ragnar, then we'll go to Elizabeth.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to start comparing who's fished longer, but anyway, Mr. Chairman, you know, the fish we see, and I'll admit in the last 4 years, I don't know where you're getting the information, but at least in the lower river, we haven't been fishing. So at least in the last 4 years, I don't know what they've been catching up there that they can compare this with. The fish we see late are obviously close to spawning. The Chinook we see late, they're red, they're gnarly, they're either going to Andrisky or somewhere close by. They ain't making it to Canada. And I admit that that's probably 5 years ago. So, you know, this sudden change of odors, fish or big fish coming in, those big fish are late, they're going into Canada. That just doesn't, and for years and years, we're told they're the leaders of the pack, the small ones lag behind. Or, you know, anyway, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Ragnar. Elizabeth?
Yeah, thanks. I think one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about the late part of the run is even in the Alaskan section of the drainage, the Chinook goals aren't being met. So if we apply the same Canadian ideology to Alaskan ones, every fish matters, and we should be worried about the Alaskan component as well. If they disappear, it'll affect Canadian origin as well, just because there'll be increased harvest pressure on Canadian ones. So just wanted to share that thought, but as well as sharing some of my my comments during the closed session, just that nets aren't selective enough. Even though last year there was no directed chum fishery, it was just a freshwater fishery. What the chum that was taken out of there equals about 8% of what's made it to the spawning grounds in Canada. That's not a small impact. So I think we do need to find a better solution and get back to that out of box thinking. And any harvest on Canadian origin salmon for chum has a larger impact on them than on the Alaskan origin. Just when you look at the goals and the proportion of those Canadian origin salmon in the run, the goals are a larger percentage of the drainage wide than the runs are of the drainage wide run. That means any fishery on them will have a larger effect. So I just want to keep that in mind as we're trying to meet spawning goals after record low year runs, and Canadian stocks just aren't strong enough for fisheries right now. So we really have to try and limit any bycatch or incidental catch of them. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fish king salmon all my life since I can remember, and I've never seen a change from the jacks come first. That's why we always argued when they switched us to fishing later in the season that we affect less females when we catch the front tricklers of jacks, young males, and always the big sack king sack females come in later. And right now, in a rebuilding time on this river, I don't see why we're even having this conversation. Every egg counts, not unless you know, everybody's saying every fish counts, but I think every egg counts at this point. I don't think there should be any talk about commercial fishing when we're trying to rebuild a stock. Everybody's hungry. The whole ecosystem is ready to crash. And I don't think we even should be talking that way for at least 2 years until we see some contributaries get full of chum and king. We're never going to rebuild if we keep attacking the salmon every time they get a little bit percent above. They're far from historical levels. So it's kind of shameful in my mind to think about a commercial at this time. Thank you.
Rhonda, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's very specific definitions around what traditional knowledge is. And I think it's also laid out in the stewardship guidance document and in this document also. And that is specifically to Indigenous knowledge. But secondly, we were talking about the fall chum, and I didn't see where there was a commercial opener in fall chum. Is that a separate discussion or just in general, a general comment?
If you're asking me, yeah, it is a general comment because we keep going back to the king salmon and summer chum, and there shouldn't even be a summer chum commercial because the people that are hungry on the Yukon River, it trickles all the way up to Fairbanks on the Tana River, into the Kyikavichik River and into the mid river on the Yukon. All those villages are hungry. So we got to take care of ecosystem, fish, and people first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brandy.
Just to some of Regner's comments. We in the upper watershed have a fish ladder that has a viewing chamber. And for us with our observations is that the bigger Chinook are coming in later. They're actually right now in the last couple of years have been running about a week to 10 days later, and it's all the big females at the end. And that's actual visual seeing them. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions from panel members? Oh, Carly?
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't have a mic in front of me. I just wanted to echo Andy's comments from Trondek. What we hear for traditional knowledge as well is that the larger fecund females come later in the run, and echoing Charlie's comments about seeing the jacks earlier in the run. And then we've also had scientific knowledge to state that the later salmon actually are the ones that travel the furthest. So just wanted to allow for that. Thanks.
John Lamont, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs. I'll tell you a story. We have some elders here who can verify this. I've been fishing commercially fishing Chinook salmon on the mouth of the Yukon since 1965. Our first kings that came in were the big, robust kings. And we knew, my dad spent time here in not here in Whitehorse, but up there in Whitehorse. And he knew those kings were going up the Mainstem. They were the big, robust kings. Toward the end of the season, the July 4th run, we used to call it, was the last run of Chinook salmon. Those were leather belly, red fish. They were going up the Clearwater, up the Duane, up the Andreevsky, and maybe even other streams down in the Y1, Y2 area. So historically, at the end of that's why the department said, no, we're going to give you a 7 to 10 day run strength build, then we'll cut you off because those are kings going into Canada. And the last year I really harvested Chinook salmon was 1992. For this reason, wanting to make sure fish get up the river, no matter where they're at. But I'm probably older than two of you who are talking about fecundity and big fish at the end of the season. In my area, that's not true. And you can look at the data going back to at least 1965. I saved every one of my fish tickets. And I'm not a biologist, I'm not a scientist, but I gather data. I store it in here, I store it on paper, and I just don't appreciate others saying that, oh, now we changed the situation. The big robust kings are coming in end of the season. That I don't know. Now going back to the fall chum, historically our summer chum started around the middle of June. Then earlier in later years, the end. I'll stop. Thank you.
No, you can continue, John.
The summer chum started middle of June, ran into about mid-July. The last 2 weeks in July, historically, there was a very few fish in the river. August 8th was when our fall chum started coming in. And there was a distinction between summer chum and fall chum. There's elders in the room that can say this. We called them Aucoin, which were the big, robust fall chum. They were probably going up the Mainstem too. And so we never seen the big fish at the end of any run, whether it's the summer run of kings, the summer run of chum or fall chum. But I just wanted to put forth my historical knowledge that I have on the river that has been passed down to me and that I've experienced. And like I said, I'm not a scientist, but I have a lot of knowledge that has been gathered over the years as being a fisherman from Mumsuk or from Sunshine Bay or Lamont Slough in the Y1 area of the Yukon River. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairs.
Thank you, John. I certainly very much appreciate the discussion, especially because it's driven by chum salmon and that transition between the summer and fall seasons in that regard. Any additional questions or comments on the fall chum management strategy, Mainstem management strategy presentations? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and proceed with our Porcupine forecast presentation, which will be followed by similarly the US and Canadian management presentations.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again. I'm Mark Ross. I'm going to be presenting today in lieu of Adam Odell, who couldn't be here. He sends his regards. Once again, I'm Mark Ross. I work with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse, also co-chair Canadian JTC. So we're going to be presenting out, or I'll be presenting out the 2024 Canadian Origin Fishing Branch Chum Salmon Forecast. Next slide, please. So as you may recall from the earlier presentations that for the chum forecast, we start with a drainage-wide estimate, and that was, to highlight, was 263 to 474,000, with a point estimate being 369,000. Should be noted this is well below the historical averages, which exceeded 900,000. Next slide, please. Our chum salmon forecast for the Fishing Branch River uses a standard proportional approach similar to the Mainstem component. However, for the Fishing Branch component, we use a 4% number for the drainage-wide forecast. The run strength at Fishing Branch has been variable in recent years. However, in 2023, we did observe a 4% return, 4% of the drainage-wide, that is. Using the same approach for this season results in a forecast of 15,000 chum predicted to reach Fishing Branch with a range of 11 to 19,000. If you recall, the IMEG for Fishing Branch is 22 to 49,000. Next slide. So looking at the preseason forecast represented on the chart here in the dotted line and compared to the actual run size with the green bars for Fishing Branch River, we can see large overestimations in the preseason forecast in recent years. However, most recently in 2022 and 2023, forecast has lined up fairly well with the observed run returns. This year's forecast is for a continued increase over the past 2 years and a return that is similar but exceeds last year's observed return. Of course, it's important to remember that we'll benefit greatly from the in-season projection that's developed in mid-July, and it'll give us a much clearer picture of what we can expect for 2024 chum return. Next slide, please. So with this slide, we'll just present as a summary slide because we've heard a lot of information today. The two forecasts listed here on this chart here are the drainage wide, and again, that was for 263 to 474,000. And then that 4% derived number for Fishing Branch specifically, which is 11 to 19,000. The Fishing Branch River forecast is below or the lower end of the IMEG or the Inter-Management Escapement Goal, and it's not expected to be achieved. Considerations that go into the forecast include the age for survival, which is currently unknown, but it is referenced that the parent year of 2020 was the lowest return on record. This forecast indicates a similar to 2023 run size. The forecast provides a starting point for planning. However, the forecast will be revised once we have in season based on the summer to fall chum relationship. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll leave you with a lovely picture of the fishing branch weir, which is jointly operated between VGG and Vuntut First Nation and DFO. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Sebastian, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, thanks. I do have a question. I'm a bit confused about slide 4, where, yeah, that's the one, where it appears that there is that the gulls, the IMEGs, don't have the same proportion to the forecast for the drainage wide or the fishing branch river. Can you explain that?
Sorry, I might need some clarification.
Sorry,
Sebastian.
okay. All right. So the IMEG for the Yukon River drainage is high enough. It's above. Okay. The range in the forecast range for the Yukon River drainage wide, right, bleeds into the goal, the IMEG. Okay.
Okay.
The forecast range for the fishing branch river, which is 11 to 19,000, does not bleed into the goal IMEG. All right. This tells me that the Yukon River drainage wide forecast could well be high enough to allow a fishery. However, on the Yukon River drainage. However, the forecast for the fishing branch does not. Could you explain that discrepancy? Did that make it a bit clearer?
Yeah, I think that helped. And recognizing that Adam's not here, I'll do my best to try that. But I can see that the IMEG, as you're saying, is pointing out, is for the main stem and then for fishing branch, and then how the forecast for drainage wide possibly has a fishery over 300,000, while the fishing branch doesn't. But the IMEG for fishing branch, I can't speak to the history of how that was established, but the 4% is specifically extracted from the drainage wide for a fishing branch. And obviously it's not 4%, it's something different that's used to establish that was used to establish that IMEG range for fishing branch. So based on those numbers, that there's no potential fishery for fishing branch.
That's right.
Right.
And so what I would like to know is why are the IMEGs so out of sync? So how come the IMEG for the drainage wide, is it low? It seems to be lower in proportion to the forecast than the IMEG for the fishing branch.
Right, and based on how the IMEG was established, I believe it is a different apportionment that was used than 4%.
So in other words, in the fishing branch, they manages to decide, or we decided that we wanted to have more fish on the spawning grounds than was decided for the drainage wide escapement.
Possibly. I don't think I know the answer to that right now.
So
Yeah.
that's okay. If you don't know the answer, that's
I
fine.
get back to you on that though, and we
Yeah,
could
no
talk
worries.
after. I'm not sure if someone could lean, maybe I could lean on Bonnie for that. I don't know with Adam's absence, but I'm not sure. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Canadian panel member Sebastian is going to challenge my memory and history, but I think the point that you're getting at is an important one, and what I will flag is that in 2002, the interim management escapement objective for fishing branch was set at 50,000 to 120,000. So it's subsequently been adjusted downward quite considerably. And it's reflective of presumably changing productivity of that portion of the watershed. So historically, the spawning biomass and the productive capacity of that portion of the drainage was far more than the 4% current biomass represented in the adult returns to the watershed. If that helps clarify.
Perhaps, yeah. I do know that there were some real outlier years on the Porcupine fishing branch river, like especially like 30, 40 years ago. Like there's some couple of really massive years, and that really skewed the average. And I think that had something to do with the change in the IMEG. But yeah, so go ahead and challenge my memory. It's okay.
Mr. Chair, no, your memory is correct. I don't have the exact year in front of me, but I believe it was in the 70s that there was adult passage into fishing branch of around 300,000, somewhere in that range. That being said, that was 1 year. And the original interim management escapement objective of 50,000 to 120,000 was based on the presumed productive capacity of the watershed at that time. Now, fast forward to today, what we are seeing, and I think that the stock recruit numbers are showing this, but we're seeing basically declining survival and declining production from that portion of the Yukon River watershed. So it's the interim management escapement goal is more than 4% of the, interim management escapement goal for fishing branch is more than 4% than the drainage wide goal. And so when we generate forecasts of adult abundance that are relying on 4% of the total drainage wide forecast, you will see this lack of alignment between fishing branch forecast and IMEG versus drainage wide forecast and IMEG. And in more extreme years, such as this one, it's more profound, where drainage wide within goal, potential for fishery opportunities, fishing branch well below goal, no chance even at the upper end. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gosh. That does explain it.
Sven, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the information. The question on slide 2 there. It says 4% is, 4% is a drainage wide forecast for fishing branch. In the last presentation, it was reported that the forecast for the Mainstem historically was 25%, but they've dropped that down to 15%. Is this a historical percentage, or is this something that's been dropped down as well?
Yeah, as far as historically, or more recently rather, the JTC did consider evaluating this for changing this number. It does fluctuate, and I did speak to that a bit in the slide, that it does vary over time. But coincidentally, last year it came in right at 4%. So the JTC decided we better monitor it for another year based on recent data, get some more data on that. It did come in at 4% last year. You're welcome.
Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you. So a few notes going back on data and looking at the numbers and then looking at the agreement. I think we're debating this right now, but the fact of the matter is we have an international obligation to come away with a fishing branch strategy, a rebuilding plan. We have not done that very successfully. And I can tell you right now, if you go back on the numbers, you go back 20 years, we have not once met escapement on the fishing branch, Chum. We're talking a lot of numbers. You're dropping numbers like 100,000. Even if you got 50,000, we still have not met the escapement requirements for the fishing branch, Chum. So we don't have a rebuilding plan. We've asked for it numerous times at this table. So the debate is a moot point. The fact is, what are we going to do about the fishing branch obligations to protect that species. We were told that, well, that's very, very difficult to distinguish between the main run. Yet we count the fish at the weir, we put in a sonar, we do the telemetry testing, we track the Chinook. We have many, many pressures on the ecosystem with respect to climate change and dewatering. So there are factors that we consider when we look at a co-management regime, an obligation to meet our international treaty deliverables. So frankly, I'm at this point, if I go back in the numbers, I mean, how? To be honest with you, I don't even know how we're not like 2,413, 4,795. That's what goes by my community. So I think we have to just do a bit of a reality check, whether we know history or not. We've collected data for the last many years. Just go back and try to pull it out. I mean, it's here in front of us. So I'd rather not go with our long ago distant memory and try to throw some numbers on the floor, because the reality is just as important as the Chinook is to the Yukon River Mainstem, the Chum is as important to my community, to the communities along the Yukon River. So I want to just make that note. I know it's yeah. Thank you.
Any further comments, questions on the Porcupine Fishing Branch 2024 forecast? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and proceed with our US and Canadian management strategy presentations. Again, we'll start with the US management strategy, followed directly by the Canadian management strategy, and then there will be opportunity for panel member questions and discussion.
I am not as tall as Mark. Well, let me just bring this down to my level. All right, so once again, I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager, and today I'll talk to you about the management strategies in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River for 2024. Next slide. All right, the 2024 Yukon River drainage forecast is 369,000 fall chum. And as we saw from Mark's presentation, we apply 4% of that to estimate the number of Canadian origin fishing branch river fall chum salmon. And so we're estimating for 2024 a run of about 15,000. And given this forecast, it is unlikely that the interim management escapement goal will be met. Next slide. And during the season, we use the Mainstem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the run in the lower Yukon River. We also use 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management actions in the Porcupine River. These include the Porcupine River sonar and the Fishing Branch River weir. We also rely on local observations and reports from fishermen along the river. So next slide. Based on the forecast, the 2024 management strategies in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River include subsistence salmon fishing restrictions and closures are anticipated in the Yukon River drainage. Closures are anticipated for personal use, sport, commercial, for fall chum salmon fishing. And in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River, subsistence chum salmon fishing closures are expected in the Mainstem, Porcupine River, and the 3 mouths. Non-salmon gear will remain open, and if there's a conservation concern, we can require the release of a salmon species if warranted. And 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets for non-salmon are going to be limited to set gill nets and 60 feet or shorter in length due to salmon conservation. And I know that's a pretty short presentation, but let's hear from the Canadian managers.
Thank you, Christy. Just wait for that to come up. And I promise this is the last time you will hear from me today. Yep. Just waiting. Perfect. Oh. Great, thank you. So again, I'm Jacqueline Kendall, a fishery manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and I'm going to be talking about the 2024 Canadian origin chum salmon management for fishing branch. Next slide, please. So in 2024, we anticipate 2 chum salmon assessment programs to continue in the Canadian Porcupine River watershed, and that would be the Porcupine River Sonar and the Fishing Branch River Video Weir, both jointly run by DFO and Vuntut Gwitch'in. In addition to these projects, Vuntut Gwitch'in government is coordinating research on the extent, cause, and impacts of dewatering within and adjacent to spawning habitat of the Fishing Branch River. Next slide, please. So again, I'm not going to go into too much detail on this slide as we have previously gone into the Canadian annual management process, but one focus for us in the coming months will be the development of the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, for which Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, Yukon First Nation government feedback during that early season engagement will be extremely important. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of fishing branch chum management, the 2024 preliminary preseason outlook range is 11,000 to 19,000 as previously described, with that point estimate of 15,000, which does not meet the IMEG of 22,000 to 49,000. So a harvest opportunities are not anticipated. The Vuntut Gwitch'in First Nation will manage the subsistence fishery while DFO closes the public angling fishery. So as with the Mainstem chum, we will watch how things go in season and share info on any revisions that could occur to change Canadian management. Next slide, please. And yeah, that one was equally as short. Thank you.
So although the Porcupine fishing branch presentations may be short, I don't think it minimizes their importance. If anything, the separation out of Porcupine stocks and management is highlighting that importance of that stock and that system. Questions, comments from panel members? Elizabeth.
Thanks. Obviously, as a porcupine rep, these fish are very important to me and my reason for being here at the table. Currently, we have a 61% failure rate of meeting those spawning goals. So what we are doing even before the crash was not working for these stocks. So I definitely think we need to see some drastic change here for meeting them. If there had been no fishery, we would have met 4 more of those goals. And the way that's calculated in the NB22, I know it's the best that's available, is based off of 4 or 5% assumed harvest. And from an exchange from yesterday in the closed session, myself and others believe strongly that that is an underestimate of the harvest. And what we really need to see is an actual mixed stock analysis of the chum harvest so that we can fill in those missing data points in those table so that we know what the actual harvest is, and that will go a long way to help with the fishing branch, because one of the tasks we still have to do as the Yukon River Panel is come up with harvest shares for that stock. It hasn't been accomplished. It's saying they're waiting for us, and that's a piece of information we really do need to have for that. And it just makes me really nervous that if we're talking about a harvestable surplus on the Alaskan origin ones, that any sort of nets, 4-inch, even if it's just for freshwater species, is going to have a large impact on this stock. And just given our failure rate, even when times were better, it makes me very concerned for this stock and how few are making it back to spawn. And we do need those. As Charlie said, every egg matters, as not every fish. So thank you.
Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just so reiterate the need or the desire to have an agreement. In effect, we've asked for it many years ago, and 51 or 61% failure rate is it's a pretty sad statistic, and frankly, I'm ashamed of myself for sitting at this table all these years and we've not met the obligations to our community. The fact that we're still talking about the potential for commercial fishing on chum, any chum, will have detrimental impact on a culture and a people and a way of life. Some of the things that we've done through the Vuntut government is knowing that we protected the headwaters, pristine waters, pristine headwaters 32 years ago to ensure that the fall, the fishing branch chum will have a place to go. That is never going to ever be developed in any way. It's protected. We protected it for a specific reason because the elders advised, and that's local traditional knowledge. But at the same time, climate change and measures that we're observing is affecting the critical habitat that we protected. So we're now trying to ask and get some answers. So we put forward a proposal to the Yukon River Panel for the R&E submissions. And one of the projects that's up for discussion that we've looked at for the last 2 years, the 2 years left on the project, is the dewatering project at Fishing Branch. $121,000 is not going to get you the answer. So we have to go out and try to find additional resources. And we're able to successfully do that. $500,000 tapping into other sources of funding so that we can find the answers, which is an indication to you and to this panel and to everyone that sometimes we have to take the drastic measures into our own hands to find the resources, because what we see at the river panel, we only have just over $1 million for projects, and that's insufficient to give us the answers that we need. And we have to go outside of the scope of the panel to find and support our own efforts. So we're able to acquire in excess of $400,000 from the climate change adaptation programs to answer the question, provide context for this table, but also to help us address the decline, address the points that I wanted to make. And we talk a lot about data, and I go back and I look at the numbers, and then we give the age class, and then we give the return, and you go back and you try to correlate age class with the return and the brood year, and then you go back. It does not correlate and make sense for me. Something else is going on other than they made it to the spawning ground, but they did not return on the fishing branch, on the Porcupine. Why is that? No one can answer that question. I don't know. I have to answer the question for my people, the people that live on the river, the people that live in my community. And it's a difficult conversation for me, because I want to say that one of the things we did last year in Canada, my community, we took measures to the next level. We implemented and enforced rules in our community, zero fishing. No nets in the water. There were no gear restrictions. It's just we needed to get the fish to the spawning ground. If you only have 345 Chinook going by, you have 2,400 chum going by. Somebody's going to have to make some decisions, and it had long-term effect on my people. Relationships were broken. Trust was broken. People were hurt. And that's what the future we have to look for when we start thinking about putting some measures in place. as a panel, we have a huge obligation to stand strong and steadfast in making a decision to protect the fish so that we're not restricting from the mouth, from the ocean to the headwaters. Let's come up with a plan that's going to work, but let's also talk about some of the small little tributaries that were forgotten about, because I certainly don't want to be the forgotten about people, because the porcupine is just as important. And we define that the Chinook going up the Porcupine, we have no plan because they define them as mainstem Chinook, but they're not. It's unique to the Porcupine. Fall Chum is unique to the Porcupine. But we don't have a plan because we were told 10 years ago, well, there's no option. We don't know what to do. We're having this discussion right now, and I think here's our window. We have 7 years. Let's make it right. But don't put the pressure on the individual First Nations to implement and manage because it's difficult. But we will do the science if we don't have the resources at this table. Put the resources in, just like we did on the dewatering project. Chase after the funding, get the work done, offer it up as some of the solutions. So I wanted to just share that information because it's kind of a sad situation, actually. And it breaks my heart. Wassilie.
Thank you, Pauline. Stanley, go ahead.
On the porcupine for the chum, it's all you see, basically the same situation in terms of the extremely low numbers that are coming up there. The habitat is there, the spawning grounds are there. And we just definitely we need to track and deliver and manage that fishery all the way up to the from the mouth to the Porcupine River. In more ways than one, this, it's been said a number of years ago that what happens on Porcupine will happen on Yukon River. And we're seeing that today on all species. And I think that and it's a touch and go right now, the Porcupine River system, in terms of their run size and for the chum that's coming up there. And I think in terms of how that fishery get managed in both countries and putting that effort in there is definitely needed. I'm not saying that no one's doing enough. I'm just saying that it has to get done. How do we do it? How do we manage porcupine stocks for the chum fishery, and not the fishery, for the chum stock itself, to make it there for the survival of the stock itself, because that's just basically what it is right now. And we have all the building blocks are there. The spawning grounds is there. The river is there. To make it the avenue, there's no stumbling blocks on that river system itself on both sides of the country. It's the only river that runs into the Yukon River and runs through two different countries and basically get to the Yukon River and then out. So in a way, it should be managed, differently. We should have a different system. We have a basic needs allocation in terms of 6,000, which is written into our First Nation final agreement, which I was talking about earlier, by our chair, in terms of how each country needs jurisdiction managed in their countries and by two different jurisdictions in a domestic area in terms of how that stock is managed. So I guess we're looking at science right now to look at how we can resolve this issue. How do we definitely build up that stock? And what do we really need to do at this point, Is look at other measures that we don't want to do, but it's needed in terms of how do we look at productive hatchery or interim measures of other ideas of interim and incubation.
the fishing branch, the spawn, where the salmon spawn and down below spawning, there's about 8 miles of open water, year round. There's no ice in that river system. Like, as the picture shows up there, there's no, it's like that in the river. There's no ice in the river all year in that area right there. It's always open. It's definitely, we definitely need more research in terms, look at the hydrology and temperature and everything else in that river system to get that done like this being done right now, but definitely need to have something done on that river system in terms of like putting those stocks back into, get it to, and look at how we can increase the numbers in that river system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stanley. Additional comments or questions from panel members? I guess I have a couple, and I'm not sure if this is for DFO staff or perhaps from some of our Canadian panel representatives, but I know it's been a persistent question that US member Virgil Umfenauer has asked, but that bear viewing area. And I asked for a specific purpose because the presence of those bears is directly related to fall chum salmon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with regards to the Neanderthal Park, the fishing branch bear viewing operation was tightly controlled and regulated because it sits within a park. And it was really, the intention was the ice bears and viewing the ice bears. Bear Cape Mountain sits right on that as well, but it's connected to the developing corporation. It no longer operates, and because it's controlled by the First Nations. So as soon as there started to be a problem, we shut that down, and it's managed by the corporation of which I'm a member. So it's not something that we should concern ourselves with right now because it's non-existent. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and I appreciate that clarification. I guess my main question is that has there been any, recognizing that the viewing operation is shut down, has there been any notable impact on the bears in that location and their desire to feed on fall chum?
From our observations, and we've had we've managed the fishing weir operation for quite some time, and that's right near the Bear Cape Mountain. So from our from the reports we've received from our game guardians and of course from the operations is that the bears are no longer in that vicinity. They've moved on. Dempster Highway is not so far away, so they tend to migrate anyways, move around. They no longer occupy the Bear Cave Mountain, so there are many caves there that they historically used, but they don't do that anymore, so they've moved along. You know, maybe in time they'll come back once we get an abundance of fish there, but they tend to move around, so they're not there now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Pauline. I knew we could count on our local experts with respect to that interest. Stanley? Who was it? Oh, Brandy. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not with the porcupine or fishing branch bears, but with Klawani, with the White River there, the bears, they've been going down there and now they're going back. The ice bears are going back there, but there's no fish and they just wander around and they keep going back. And we're noticing a big change because the fall chum are not coming back there at the same numbers. There's some really interesting video out there that I'm sure some of the Canadians are familiar with, but Peter Mathers did this assessment on that. And it's just thought I'd throw that out there about what's happening because of the fall chum and the changes in the runs, what's happening to the bears. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Stanley, did you have some more comments? Go ahead.
Fishing branch has a lot of history. Thank you. Back in 1986, when we were doing the land claims negotiations, we started the land claims process. And the elders told us at that time, you gotta protect this area. This area needs protection. So when we were at the table, we made that effort and we made a strong effort to put that forward in terms of protecting the fishing branch spawning area. And their approach was that all life and most life use that area. Meaning it provides nutrients and food and everything to all animals or, you know, the vegetation, everything in that river system. So we said, okay, we made our efforts and we got that area protected. It's an ecological reserve on the Fishing Branch River. And it's a larger area that got protected recently. And it took a lot of effort by a lot of people to get the whole watershed of the Fishing Branch on the height of the land of that watershed protected. So the total watershed of that of the Fishing Branch River is protected. We put that forward. We made that effort from Vuntut First Nation along the Yukon government. And so when you were talking about have we done anything? Have we done our homework? Yes, we've done it. And that area is like totally protected. There's no mining. When you want to talk about mining, well, we've done that. We've protected from industrial development. So that's there, and it's just a bit of a history, and just want to share that with you.
Thank you, Stanley. John Lamont.
Thank you for that report. I know a number of years ago when I first got involved with the panel and the numbers up in the Porcupine had dropped off, there was presenters, I think from Okra, I might not be wrong, about certain spawning areas that had drained due to permafrost melting. And I was wondering if there was any reports or any updated reports on that over the last so many years, because I think it might be related to the same effect the Kluane has with the glacial melt change. Thank you. Thank you.
Looking to who might be able to speak to that. I myself am not aware.
I do recall a similar concern, especially when we first started to see the initial dramatic declines on Fishing Branch and Porcupine Canadian chum stocks in that regard. I was wondering if some of the comments and descriptions you were providing, Stanley, was earlier was related to that. But if we don't have any specific follow-up or information available at this time, maybe that's something we could look to hear some information on in the future. Stanley, go ahead.
There's erosions happening along the Porcupine River, and the hillsides, the clay cliffs are from time to time sloughing into the river system. And the river where there's ravines, the east-facing slopes are sloughing into the river. So it's random, and it's happening more readily than ever. So to the point where we got to be careful where we camp on the Porcupine River in the fall time or at any given time. So it's happening more and more often. Some of the banks are like basically the banks are eroding the river, and that's happening a lot more. We're talking about a lot of erosions, you know, and the point is, what can we do about that? Definitely there's some ideas in terms of looking at how we're going to stabilize the riverbanks in the riparian zones and do riverbank stabilization. I think that's definitely probably going to be needed, and that's going to be probably pretty extensive on the river system. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions from panel members? Okay, not seeing any. I guess with relation to the comments Pauline, panel member Pauline Frost was making on rebuilding plan, in that regard, maybe a little of the recent history that the panel was provided recommendations on a Porcupine/Fishing Branch specific rebuilding plan in 2015 timeframe. That was based on a tasking from the panel to the JTC to investigate and develop recommendations for the panel's consideration. At that time, the panel opted not to take any specific action. I think there was some questions and maybe concerns about some of the recommendations that came out of that process, but ultimately opted not to take any further action in that regard. So that was the last time that the panel tried to tackle this topic of rebuilding plan for Porcupine or Fishing Branch in that regard. Currently, since the JTC is actively and has been, as it notified the panel both at this meeting and last year, that it's actively evaluating escapement goals for both Mainstem and Porcupine. It's part of a standard update that is periodically conducted by the JTC on a decadal basis in that regard, or as new information and knowledge becomes available. So there is an expectation to receive information on the escapement goal component. Granted, that's not a rebuilding plan, but it could be a component of it, starting in the 2026, leading up to the 2026 cycle in that regard. So I just wanted to mention that. Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you for panel's benefit and for, of course, the public. The Yukon River Agreement, Section 25 and 26 speaks very clearly about a rebuilding plan if you don't meet the escapement obligations on the Porcupine. It's an international agreement that commits this table to do that. We had that discussion in 2015. We had it prior to that, but clearly directed the Joint Technical Committee to go away, task it with coming back with a plan, a remodeling plan. Unsuccessful. There's a under 1610(2) of our self-government agreement, it speaks very clearly about allocation on the Porcupine. We think about numbers in terms of Chinook and what's extracted from the Mainstem. We have a harvest allocation, and that's how we manage through the Porcupine Caribou Agreement and other agreements. We try to harvest manage so as not to ever deplete the stock. So the numbers that we have in our agreement sets out for Chinook at 750, Coho at 900, and Chum at 6,000. And we talked about 2015. That's quite a number of years ago. Prior to that, we have not met escapement on any of those for quite a number of years. So I want to just make note publicly that we do have an obligation at this table, but in Canada we set the numbers early for ourselves so that we can regulate ourselves if we ever come into a place of, but we can't even implement that. So I want to just make that note. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pauline. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep this very brief. Just trying to think outside the box. You know, we've been dealing with the inability to reach escapements on the Porcupine for a long time. And then I think one tool that we might try to seek to get, which might help with possible incidental harvest because the stock is so intermixed throughout the entire run, is the information that I remember hearing years ago, would be to try and determine when these stocks become more bank oriented. So instead of being mixed in the entire run throughout the Yukon River spatially, once they become bank oriented, we may be able to afford some measures of conservation after that point. Just so I guess I would request that if the JTC or anybody is doing information gathering or research, that might be a useful bit of knowledge to know to try and reduce incidental harvest of this stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I think perhaps this topic of chum salmon rebuilding plans warrants some further consideration and discussion in that regard. It's not so much caution, but just trying to be as realistic as possible that what the panel is tasked with and what we've developed in initial expectations for a Chinook salmon rebuilding plan, that could be extremely informative to other species. I think in the context of that process, and very educational for that matter, for other species. And I'm also bearing in mind that the JTC is in the midst of an ongoing process to review and update data sets and for the purposes of evaluating presented recommendations to the panel on both porcupine and mainstem chum salmon over the coming years in that regard. And perhaps there is an opportunity to have some additional discussion surrounding chum salmon for rebuilding plans. Mr. Chair, is there any perspectives or comments that you have in that regard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not necessarily, other than to highlight, maybe for the benefit of clarity, that the tasking of the Joint Technical Committee, which the committee reported out on earlier today, in respect of developing a recommendation for a chum salmon conservation or escapement goal, is focused both on mainstem and porcupine river stocks. And so we expect over the course of the next 24 months there to be further information forthcoming, both on current knowledge and understanding in regards to both mainstem and porcupine river chum stocks. I think concurrently with that, in speaking with the Traditional Knowledge Committee chairs yesterday, I understand that the Traditional Knowledge Committee will also be looking at how best to position the panel with information and advice in regards to setting escapement and conservation objectives for these stocks, and consequentially may also inform future discussions with regards to a rebuilding strategy. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that context and additional information. So if there's no additional comments or questions on porcupine management strategies or forecast, I guess one additional clarification or finalization and to close out this topic is that the Yukon River, with regards to Yukon River Panel management recommendations, there were no specific recommendations from the Yukon River Panel associated with porcupine or fishing branch stocks. By way of the presentations provided to the panel from both the US and Canadian, that's the preliminary management strategies for the coming season on the Porcupine River. So we have managed to catch up with our time frame fairly well. It's about a little after 10 after by my clock at this point in time. We do have a 4:30 to 5:15 time frame scheduled for providing public testimony. We do have several individuals that have signed up for both remote by phone testimony as well as in person. In that regard, as Co-Chair Gotch expressed earlier, is a fairly decent list of people, which is great to see. So how about we take our late break at this point, since we plowed right through our mid-afternoon break, and we'll plan to come back at 4:30 as scheduled to begin our public testimony for today. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 4:30 resumption, and look forward to starting public testimony at 4:30 sharp. Thank you.
Okay, we're just at a minute past 4:30. Let's go ahead and take our seats. We will proceed with our first public testimony opportunity for our public session. Excuse me. We do, through the efforts of Victor and our PSC support staff, we were able to kind of find out which folks signing up for testimony would be able to go tomorrow instead of today. And so we do have a list of 9 individuals, both remote by phone as well as in person, that will be providing their testimony to the panel here today. I'd also ask for all testifiers, both online and in person, to do your best to try and keep your testimony limited to 5 minutes or less, so we make sure we have adequate time for all testifiers to provide their comments to the panel. I'll perhaps check with Victor to see if we have our first testifier on the phone and ready and available.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, we have some folks from the Vuntut Gwitch'in First Nation, and they are now online. So I'll meet those folks and yeah, give them the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. So first for public testimony to the Yukon River Panel is Mr. Hal Frost from the Vuntut Gwitch'in First Nation. Mr. Frost, can you hear us? And if so, feel free to proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you quite well. Please proceed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Yukon River Panel for giving me the opportunity to speak. Speaking on behalf of the First Nation, speaking on behalf of the community and the children on how important salmon is to the First Nation here. You know, salmon has been a part of our culture for thousands of years. And we've gotten to a point where we have to think of our children and think of the next generation so they'd be able to harvest and fish. And how important that is, you know, when I look at those children, and I feel for them because, you know, we want this, the same opportunities for them as for ourselves as we had. I've been fishing for 36 years. I fishing out of the Porcupine River salmon for 36 years, and I look back and I think about all the opportunities I had as a young Gwitch'in to have that opportunity just to be out on the land and to provide for my family. And I look at what has been done here in Old Crow for the last 30 years. We've protected all our headwaters for that reason. Fishing branch habitat protection area. We protected the Bell Rivers, we protected the Crow River. And you know that's for the future generations. And now it's up to us to try our best to do something about the salmon. And you know, over the years, I know we've been looking at in-season management, and I don't think that's a proper way to go. I think we need to look long-term and look out into the future. I also believe that strongly, in order for us to continue, I think we're gonna have to make some deep changes and sacrifices for our children so they could be able to fish. And that's not be that, I think, you know, it's important that we not fish and try to revive the natural cycle of the salmon. What we don't want is hatcheries in our waterways. We don't want that. We want to protect what we have. And we need to honor our elders who told us that long ago, that we're gonna have a hard time. And that hard time has come, and the Creator is gonna bless us. The Creator is gonna push us forward. And I really believe that as long as we work together and we honor one another and we work side by side, state, federal, tribal nations, and we work to get this right. And I just want to give that testimony, and I want to thank everybody there in the room. I also want to thank, you know, the Yukon River Panel. Masicho, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frost. Appreciate you taking the time to provide your comments and testimony to the Yukon River panel. Any questions or comments from panel members for Mr. Frost? Okay. Again, thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Frost. We'll move on to our next person for public testimony, Mr. Vernon Kyikavichik. I hope I didn't. Kyikavichik. Thank you, Colleen. Mr. Kyikavichik, are you available? And if so, please feel free to proceed with your testimony.
I want to thank the Yukon River panel for giving me opportunity to speak. I believe the salmon is really important for the Vuntut, right across Yukon River. I also fish, harvest fish and go on the land. I have 2 young boys that I teach on the land. Haven't been fishing for the last few years. I talked to them about, you know, numbers are so low, you know, trying to teach the younger generation how important it is. It's not going to be, it's going to be hard not to fish, but it's going to be good in the long run. This is our chance to teach our younger generation how to protect our fish and waters and our headwaters. This is our chance to teach them now. And our elders taught us, so now it's our chance to teach them how to take care of it now. So, and then, yeah, it's really important to me that, yeah, the salmon is very important to me. But we have to look after them. Thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kyikavichik. Any comments, questions from panel members? Colleen, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to just acknowledge the 2 young men that just spoke from my community. They are knowledge keepers. They are both traditional men that dedicated their lives to preserving and protecting the environment and teaching young people. So I just want to honor them and say thank you for doing your testimony this afternoon. We all appreciate your insights and your firsthand knowledge of what's happening around you and how important livelihood is to our nation and to yourselves and your families. So Wassilie, and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pauline. Next for testimony is Mr. Peter Frost. Mr. Frost, if you're online, please feel free to proceed.
Peter Frost is not available, unfortunately, to give his testimony today, so we'll pass on to the next testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Much appreciated. Certainly, if he's available, perhaps tomorrow to provide testimony, it would be wonderful to hear from him. Moving on to our next testifier, we have Norma Kassi in person.
Can I use her? Masit Choshalaknai, chiefs, leaders, everyone here today. We've learned a lot since this morning, and we don't have all that much time. We were told we got 5 minutes, so I'm just going to get at it. And these are 2 young youth that we have trained and worked with for the last 3 years under the Reconnection Vision, under Jocelyn Joe Stratt in the river. They will introduce themselves later on when they make testimony. I just want to say, like in 1988, when we had our meetings in Arctic Village and our elders told the environmentalists to step aside
And that they were gonna, this was our meeting, this was our strategy. They laid out a strategy for us to protect the porcupine caribou herd. And they told us that don't let the caribou get stuck in politics. They said, keep it out of there. And they also told us that our animals don't know any boundaries. So we don't use boundaries with our animals. We share, and we share to make sure that there's an abundance for everyone. And they also told us caribou is not for sale. We don't sell our meat. And Vuntut Gwitch'in has kept that law forever. And I just want to say now that that this is the last remaining largest migratory herd left on the planet. We learned a lot from that. It's good to see our experts here from Canada, from Yukon, and our chiefs here in action. And for many of you, you've started this fight many, many years ago. I've watched it from the outside. Elders are leaving, your advisors are leaving. And I just turned 70 today. It took many years for Alaska and Canada to come to an agreement like this. This is an important step forward, I think. Our ancient ways have always have to have a place. And our ways is to leave a place alone if the animals are declining. Leave it alone for a while. Do ceremony with them. Let them be for a while. And as you all know, we are coming to a state of insurmountable political and global issues that we will face. We will face extinction, and we already are, of our many critical life sustenance, our food and our biodiversity. This is not going to be somewhere else. This is going to be right with you and me, right here, right soon. And we need to take action. Our culture camps and place-based knowledge systems have been broken as a result of many years of colonialism. Our knowledge transfer are no longer functioning due to no caribou camps and no more fish camps. These are very serious issues for our people. Because of that, we do not have the place-based knowledge transfers between generations. Our elders had this knowledge, but many of our youth don't. Together with these youth, we will create spaces and organize a way to bring our youth and elders together to ensure that these ancestral practices, which are the foundation of our future survival, will continue. We're going to do something about it. Within the next 3 years, we're going to start training more youth. We're continuing with these two beautiful ladies here. And we're going to bring youth together. We're going to go to the knowledge holders. We're going to teach them place-based knowledge. There's going to be 15 youth from Alaska, 10 from Yukon, northern BC, and we're going to follow the tributaries along the salmon rivers. In discussing the salmon issues with the young people, they express strongly what they want to learn. The youth, we will bring the youth together to begin the planning on this initiative this May, next month. They will begin with place-based knowledge with our elders. We will visit elders in their homes. We'll learn about climatic changes and what has happened to our spawning grounds and in the oceans. They will look at the hydro dams, mining industry, sports fishing, as well as large-scale commercial trawling, fishing industries, and that have destroyed our salmon along the way. We will look at Eastern Canada. We'll engage with the Mi'kmaq and how their ways of life have been impacted due to overfishing and the collapse of the cod industry. They will learn from scientists about the industrial toxicity levels within our salmon that's killing our salmon as well, and also will hurt our people eventually. They will review politics of the Pacific salmon tables over time to understand how we got to here. At the end of their training, they will return home to their nations to assist their communities on long-term survival strategies, including food and water security. They will speak out of our traditional laws. They will become advocates for conservation action. Some of the facilitators and teachers are sitting right here in this room. Dennis Zimmerman, Colleen Frost, our elders from Fort Yukon around Alaska, our chiefs from the Yukon, Brandy. Those will be our teachers in the next 3 years, and the elders who are still with us. I want to thank you guys for this opportunity to be here. This is the first time I've seen you in action. I've watched you from the outside. And I want to say thank you very much to our Yukon River Panel people for doing what you do. Masik chosalak nai. Jat no one no nan kat nai tik na chat the tel and the tree. And it's oh you know gene. Masik chosalak nai.
Thank you very much, Norma, for coming all this way to provide your very hopeful and important comments. Go ahead, Dennis.
Just really quickly, I would love for Nika to maybe just quickly talk about her vest, if possible, if she doesn't mind.
Is it all right if I do my my testimony right now? Is it, Mr. Chairs?
Yes, absolutely. You're next on the list.
Okay. Here. Zinusotan Fechito, they my idol chi, tage cho I tage chi, ine and la tage cho hudans and etchi, in Sue Bessie Blackjack Uji, in C David Blackjack Uji, in Sua Sally Silverfox Uji, in Sia Peter Silverfox Senior Uji, in Sia and Shots Ekenuk Ne Hudans and Etchi, Ine Debbie Silverfox Uji, Ine and Shla Tagechu Hudans and Etchi, Ite Finton Young Uji, Ite and Shla Newfoundlands and Etchi, Kuchanki Nika Silverfox-Young Uji, Danki Eju Iji Hunling, Egune Ichi, Kwanlin Yunenji. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nika Silverfox-Young. I am Wolf Clan. I do not have a traditional name yet. My family comes from the Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations, as well as my father's ancestral roots come from Newfoundland, Canada. I live in Whitehorse, Yukon. The catastrophic decline of Yukon River salmon species means that all the traditional knowledge that would have been passed down to my generations and the ones that come after me mean we do not fully understand the relationship with the salmon that swim in our DNA. My father's ancestral roots come from Newfoundland, Canada. Growing up, he has made sure I knew and understood the importance of what it means to lose our fish. With the decline and crash of the cod stocks in his lifetime, he felt it was very important that I learn these exact same things that are going on in my lifetime. Growing up, I was taught how to process fish, but not the traditional trainings or the cultural protocols that go with it. I was not taught how to make the strips and holes required for gun for dry fish, or how to hang them in the smokehouses, or why it is the way it's done. Growing up, we did not have salmon. Growing up, we did have salmon, but unfortunately, I was too young to learn how to cut, and I was always told next year. Sadly, as the years have progressed, less and less fish have showed up in our nets, and I was not taught these life-saving skills. I know how to cut and I know how to process fish, but I do not understand the importance and the cultural protocols behind why we do these things. These are the skills I want to revitalize and bring back to my communities and my future generations.
I was in university working towards a degree in Northern Conservation and Environmental Sciences, but sadly had to drop out because the Western colonial framework did not fit my brain. I did not sit well with those things, and the teachings that they taught me gave me nothing. Learning my traditional language of Dunk-E and learning my cultural protocols has given me everything that I am now today. If it wasn't for this, I would not be here today. I felt it was way more beneficial to learn my Indigenous worldview than any scientific book could ever teach me. With that, I've been learning my Indigenous language of Dunk-E with my great aunt, who I call my grandma, Lizzie Hall of Selkirk First Nations. And during our mentorship, we spent many hours discussing salmon and the importance of respecting the fish. For the past 3 years, I've been learning the ancestral art of fish skin tanning, where I turn fish skins into leather. I've been learning this incredible skill through a local Kwanlin Dun elder, Cheryl McLean, through another elder that's an Eyak elder named June Pardue, also with the help of Janie Chang. She lives in BC, incredible woman. Fish leather is one of the most durable leathers known, and due to the cross fibers on the back of the skins, it becomes untearable. You can't tear it. If you know the proper sewing techniques, you can make essentially waterproof clothing. My people used to do this to make backpacks for our dogs. We were very reliant on our dogs. When I first told Grandma Lizzie that I wanted to turn fish skins into leather, she's like, "You want to do what?" And so she really had no idea what I was trying to tell her until I brought my fish skin to her. The second that she touched my beautiful skins, blood memories came back. All these incredible memories and stories came back to her, and she immediately knew what I was talking about. She was able to touch it and feel it and remember all these things. Remember the importance of how we used to rely on our salmon and how these are a part of us. What happens when the last salmon does not return home? Where will we be then if we don't have our fish? If I am Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations, will I still be Little Salmon Carmacks First Nations if there's no more salmon? Will I still be Dunk-E? These are the questions that swim through my mind now. The loss of our salmon is catastrophic to my people and to my Yukon. Due to climate change and high seas fishings in the oceans, the low return of spawning adults have greatly impacted Indigenous peoples all along the Yukon River, who used to heavily rely on the seasonal diet for generations. With each year that passes that we do not have the ability to harvest the fish that my ancestors have lived off for time immemorial, we will face more issues like sickness, such as diabetes, cancers, Alzheimer's, and dementia. We now rely on fish that comes from other communities, or fish that has been farmed, or on food that comes from a grocery store instead of our lands, which is wrapped in plastic with all the life and essence taken out. Our youth and children are able to identify big logos instead of the traditional plants that we used to harvest for time immemorial. Our nutrient return is dwindling lower and lower, and we are starting to see the devastating impacts of losing our fish. Soon, our animal kin will start to feel it as well. When we are able to harvest the salmon that swim in our DNA, our beautiful fish camps brought our families and our people together. Without these camps, we will lose what it means to be Dunk-E and the important family traditions and time spent together on the land. Now our fish camps are empty, a former shell of what once was great. The ghosts of generations of salmon swim through my nets now. If we do not act immediately, the salmon that swim in our DNA will go to sleep forever. To stave my fears as well as the youths, we need to bring them home to their streams where our children of tomorrow can continue our traditions and thrive along with our fish. Masicho ni esoni than since Oaks and Lay for allowing me to speak publicly to you guys. I hold my hands up to you, to the leaders in the room. And as Norma has said, we will see you soon, and come talk some salmon with me. Masicho.
Just a quick comment, and it's important that these young ladies here, it's their future that are testifying today. And I want to thank Norma for her incredible work and what she's doing. We also have another young lady that's going to be testifying here for my community too also, and this is her future. And I thank you for everything that you're doing too. and hearing them is some of the most important things that you got to do. This young lady that's incredible is one of our future leaders. Masicho.
Go ahead, Pauline.
Thank you. Thank you, Nika. I'm so proud of you. And to your mom and dad, I see them sitting back there, proud of what you're doing. I want to just acknowledge you and the work that you're doing. There's young people like you that are gonna sit here one day, very soon in the near future. And I think that the more you learn and reach out and educate yourself, I think you'll do great things. You'll do great salmon things. You'll do great things as a young leader, and keep doing what you're doing because it means a lot to us. It means a lot to me as a leader from Yukon, but you know, I see you, I hear you, and I want to acknowledge you. So masi.
Ni sonita nanti masicho. I realized I didn't answer Dennis's question. I just will quickly just take a moment to explain this. So I tanned my salmon skins in language with my my great aunt, my mentor, Lizzie Hall. We spent 100 hours learning our indigenous language of Danki, as well as tanning these skins. This is actually a 2020 Chinook salmon caught from the Alaska side of the border. So this is why it still has this beautiful color. I tanned this in an egg yolk and oil method. So that means it takes about a week. It keeps the colors all along the trim. This is a red rose tea tanned salmon skin, also done in language with grandma. This they take both about a week to do. I was in an art program at the Yukon University with my best friend, and we were tasked with creating a final piece, and I really felt the salmon speak to me with this, and I needed to do something about it. I wasn't sure how to use my voice to escalate to these problems, to get to these spaces like this, so I thought, well, I can use my art. So on the back of my salmon skin shawl, I beaded a king salmon as well as a chum salmon, kind of in a yin-yang position. These are both on home tan hide. On my shoulders, I have 14 little abalone shells, 7 on each, to think 7 generations ahead, as well as one for representing each First Nations, tacked down with gold beads to represent the Klondike Gold Rush. They're all done in orange as well, because the eggs are my favorite part to eat with grandma. And so, yeah, I know we talked about eggs earlier. I feel really guilty about that. But this is something that when I wear this, I feel more comfortable. I feel all my ancestors. I feel all my grandmas hugging me and loving me. When I smell my home tan, it brings me back. It grounds me. It keeps me grounded in spaces like this where it can be very intimidating and nerve-wracking for young people to get up and say these things. So, masicho, I hope that answers it, Dennis. Thanks again.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nika. I just wanted to say, I think from my perspective, that was one of the most powerful testimonies I've heard in 20 years. I wish you could clone yourself and come to Alaska.
Thank you so much for coming here to speak with us today, and I hope we see you in the future at future panel meetings. Thank you. Next for public testimony is Mr. Duane Aucoin. I believe he will be online by phone. Mr. Aucoin, I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong, but if you're available on the phone, please feel free to proceed with your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Masiti sa tigat yuan. Yakaito yosatini. Aklang gonna chish hat yanadi. Aklang gonna chish. Dana ina kwan. Aklang gonna chish Yukon River Panel. Aklang gonna chish all the participants. Na Tlingit Chish Algonquin Kwan. The stunt Kakushnoots Uketu Asauk. I just wanted to say it's good to see all of you online right now. I'm watching you on the YouTube, the wonders of technology. And I wanted to thank the Nenana people whose land that you're having your meetings on there in Anchorage today. Wanted to thank the Yukon River Panel, all the technicians, all the participants. I see my daughter-in-law's family there from Teslin. I wanted to say it was good to see you and glad you traveled there, and I hope you go home safe and give my family there some good snicks. Tell them I miss and love them. And I wanted to thank the Algonquin people whose land I'm on here in Odawa, in Ottawa. I have not, it's my first time speaking to all of you in many years, and I wanted to explain why quickly. I was called away to my dad in 2019. He lives in the Ottawa Valley, and he's elderly and sick. So I was called away to look after him, and so I've been here ever since. And so that's why I've not been at Yukon River Panels in many years, but my heart is still with you. But you know how the Creator works. When I get and others get called away, us with the gray hairs, well, He sends the youth to step up and take our place. And we witnessed that here today with the amazing youth speaking and showing that leadership that the Creator wants them to be. And so I hold my hands up to the youth who have traveled there and spoke your strong words, and I thank you for sharing. I've been asked by the Executive Council of Teslin Tlingit Council to deliver a message to all of you here today. I've been voluntold by them, and it's an honor to give me this opportunity to speak to you again. At Teslin Tlingit Council, we're very happy that there's finally this is happening, this 7-year closure. Many years, Teslin Tlingit Council has been calling for this, and other Yukon First Nations and within Alaska as well have been calling for this for many years. So it's finally good to see that it's happening. It is sad, though, that it's taken the collapse of the fishery for us to finally do the right thing. One thing we're afraid of is this too little, too late? We've heard about the cod fishery in St. John, in the East Coast. I was just in St. John's recently, my first time there. My dad's people are Acadians. They're from the East Coast. And so they've experienced that cod collapse. 1993, the cod collapsed there. And they're just talking about that maybe the cod will return in 2030. That's 40 years. 40 years from the time it collapsed to the time that they think that it might get to a place where it's back at a sustainable level. That's because they waited too long to do something. 7 years of a closure probably would have been enough if we did this many years ago. But unfortunately, I think we waited too long. So I think that it's going to take longer than 7 years to rebuild this fishery. But if we're lucky, and the salmon people are not mad at us for too long, that we can still bring this back. But it can't be business as usual if we do bring back the numbers. And if the salmon people do come back to us, it can't be business as usual. Western policies, Western politics, Western science is what helped get us into this crisis, into this mess. Traditional knowledge is what will help get us out. Yukon First Nations need to be involved as equal partners in finding solutions to the problems that we did not create. TTC is also concerned about how this closure is going to be enforced. We're not just impacted by fishing that goes on the Alaska side of the border, but we're also impacted by fishing that goes on the Yukon side. by even some other Yukon First Nation members who refuse to stop fishing because they say it's their right. But there can be no rights without responsibility. But you know, there's another saying. You know, there's that saying, too little, too late. There's another saying that we hope will be the truth. Better late than never. We hope that this is an opportunity for all of us to learn from the mistakes of the past, and the mistakes are many. Turn to that traditional knowledge of the elders who've been saying all along that we have to respect the Salmon people and shut down and let them rebuild their numbers. Teslin Tlingit Council is looking forward to working with everyone on the Yukon River to help save our salmon today for our children tomorrow. And from my Teslin people, I say, Yi Gwaya Juan, Yi Gwaya Juan, Yi Gwaya Juan. Do your best. Aucoin Gwitch'in. Thank you very much. And I hope you all travel safely back to your homes and continue working for our salmon and for all our people. Thank you. Gwitch'in.
Comments or questions from panel members? Elizabeth?
I would just like to say it was great to hear your voice again, Duane, and I hope that you'll be back at these tables again very soon. Thank you so much.
Dennis?
Yeah, it's great to hear you, Duane. And I recall when I first started this, I remember you testifying with Madeline, and Madeline's name came up today a few times. And you talked about Teslin being the canary in the coal mine. And this is definitely a full circle moment. So thank you for participating. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say to Duane, it was very nice to hear your voice here. It's been far too many years, but certainly acknowledge the challenging circumstances that you're in, and wish your family all the best. Do very much appreciate your testimony, not only today, but in many years past, and the sage words of wisdom and guidance and knowledge that you brought forward on behalf of the Teslin Tlingit people to this Yukon River Panel process in years gone by. And I sincerely hope that it's not too little, too late. We spoke about the 7-year agreement between the parties that we'll be looking to implement to help protect and conserve a generation of Yukon River salmon, with the hopes of rebuilding this stock into the future. And I hope that we see progress in 7 years, but perhaps it may take a 7-generation commitment. And I can't help but feel that maybe there's a sign here with the words of wisdom from Norma Kassi and her leadership, not just domestically, but internationally on many fronts, both salmon and caribou conservation. On her 70th birthday, joining us here with the youth from Yukon and young fishers from Old Crow. So I'm certainly encouraged by what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing. This will be a challenging time. We are in a difficult place and space, but what I am seeing and hearing is that as people from throughout the Yukon River, we're coming together as one to each do our parts so that collectively we can help restore and rebuild these salmon stocks into the future for the land, for the salmon, and for the people that rely on them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next for public testimony is Mr. Leonardo Wassilie from Nenana, Alaska Subsistence Fisher. He will be online. Mr. Wassilie, are you online and can you hear us?
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leonardo Wassilie. I'm I live in Nenana, Alaska. I was born in Bethel, Alaska. My Yupik name is Alaska. I'm on traditional lands of Dane on Tagish, and and I just wanted to acknowledge that the Chum salmon here in Nenana, is amazing to restore to. I was at a potlatch, for Al Kessler Senior. There's the elders tell me, she's like, how can we have a traditional potlatch if we don't have our traditional foods? And so anyways, that's really important, keeping, those traditions alive. But I also want to talk about, the life cycle of a salmon. And, and when they are born in, the headwaters of, the Yukon and other rivers, across the Arctic, that they go out and leave the rivers and swim in the ocean. And there's a lot of things that are happening to our oceans right now. And so there's different things from not just fishing, but threats from other species, and mention of global warming, because that permafrost and ice is so important for for the habitat for salmon, and for especially for salmon to spawn, and for the eggs to have a place to preserve them, until fry and go out into the ocean. And like I mentioned, that the threats in the ocean are, overfishing. There's, genetic engineered. There's bycatch, and so, we can conserve as much of our resources along the river, but it also takes cooperation, and I think that's important to acknowledge. And it takes cooperation from our partners that are managing the ocean, and really working together and bringing that collective of knowledge together to help preserve the habitat. And I just met with Senator Sullivan's office in Washington, D.C., and Senator Murkowski's, and with the things we talked about, were this is critical habitat for our indigenous species, food security. This is critical habitat that we're identifying, that we're protecting. And this is, we don't build buildings or or structures or roads. This is like, these are the things that are most important, not just for us, but ecosystems that salmon travel along their entire life cycle. And so and understanding those threats and doing what we can to preserve that spirit, and the spirit of the salmon. And when our salmon people catch that salmon, they carry that spirit in our blood and in our life, and bringing us happiness, bringing us nutrition, and providing those opportunities for us to teach our children, to engage with and listen to the stories of our elders, not just with salmon, but and these things that are happened in the past, right? And things that might not happen every year, but things we got to prepare for. And those stories and that connection we have, it makes a difference. We take care of our salmon, use it all. We use all of our salmon. Life, it's more valuable than diamonds. You can go to any planet in the universe and get diamonds, but you can only get salmon here on Earth, Mother Earth. and protecting that critical habitat is so important. But I appreciate the time to provide testimony, and I really appreciate stories from our elders and our youth, and they're really engaging in difficult discussions, but also speaking from the heart and truth. That matters. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak the things that go through my mind and the things I care about and I advocate for in every aspect of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wassilie, for taking the time to speak with us today and sharing your comments and concerns. Any questions or comments from panel members? Not seeing any. Thank you again, Mr. Wassilie. Hope to hear from you in the future with regards to testimony to the panel. Next, we have Colleen James. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Up next, we have Colleen James from Carcross Tagish First Nation, again, providing testimony online by phone. If you're ready to proceed, please do. Colleen James.
Hello, everyone. My name is Colleen James. My Tlingit name is Gwitch'in. It means wolf's mother. I'm from the Carcross Tagish First Nation, formerly known as the Tagish Kwan, and we're at the headwaters of the Yukon River watershed, now known as the Southern Lakes. My grandmother would tell me stories of fish respect, and she would talk about the story of Moldy Head, wherein a young boy said something negative about a piece of fish his grandmother gave him, which offended the salmon people, the Aucoin, the fish people, in which they took him to live with them during their life cycle. And when he came back to his very original village, he was able to share with the people the lives of the salmon people and how we were to take care of their bodies and to look after everything and to make sure that the bones went back into the water and to make sure that we had this respectful relationship and that we were conduct ourselves in certain ways during salmon spawning time, even right down to not letting certain parts touch our hair while we were in the smokehouse. So these are stories that my grandmother would tell me so that I could learn fish respect. Now she talked about fishing salmon at McClintock River, which used to be called Ahini, King Salmon River, right up here at the headwaters. So she was born in 1917, and she talked about rowing and sailing to the McClintock King Salmon River to put up salmon for the season, and that they met many families from the Southern Lakes who congregated there at that time, in early August in that time. In 1923, the Lewis Dam was put in by the White Pass and Yukon route. And last year, that dam would have been situated at the headwaters of Yukon River for 100 years, which is not a lot of time in the scale of how old the Earth is. 6.5 billion years old, something like that. And that we depend on fresh water, and that water has been cycled and filtered and through many creatures and sustained life for that 6.5 billion years. It's almost like it's all we're going to have, and it's all we're going to have, ever going to have. Inside of our bodies, it's known scientifically that we're approximately 70-75% water. So is the Earth. So what I'm saying is what we do to the water outside of us, the old people are saying we do to inside of us. So the hydroelectric dam at Whitehorse went in 1958 So 1923 essentially was when our people lost our connection to that salmon, and we've never fished them since. I've never caught a salmon in my traditional territory where my grandmother told me stories and told me the moldy head story. Just to put it in perspective, the Carcross Tagish First Nation voluntarily volunteered not to hunt caribou 35 years ago. And we went to and it wasn't just, it was some people in the area that could see that the numbers were declining so vastly. They went to the Yukon government and said, we're willing to do this. Are you willing to not issue any permits? And Yukon government said, yes. And therein started the most successful caribou recovery program in northern Canada. In fact, maybe one of the most successful. And I heard Norma talking about the peel, and I respect very much what the Vuntut Gwitch'in have done to lobby and look after that caribou herd. And so our connection and our relationship to those beings that give us our livelihood, that give us our clan emblems, that swims in our DNA, like the young lady Nika said earlier, and connected it to our very culture and maybe even our extinction. That the Carcross Tagish First Nation people have for 10 to 12 years done research on water, both scientifically and traditional knowledge, because it's that important of a priority that we want to be able to protect it. It's written into our agreements to some degree, and so we have a bit of a strategy that's come out of that. And the first part of that strategy is to implement our hakusti, it's called, our ways of knowing, being, and doing. And as we revitalize our language, we come to learn that a lot of the geographical place names in our area tell a lot about a fish pattern or an animal pattern or a weather pattern that's going on within. So there's a lot more to the place name scientifically, yes, than the present names on the map are. So between the stories and the elders' teachings and the lack of a relationship with the fish, I only have stories of fishing for salmon. And so as I listen to all the salmon talk and the fishing downriver and the crash in 1984 and the commercial fisheries, and it's known that it could be a political hot potato. The Carcross Tagish First Nation people are of the position that when water is clean and looked after, the fish will be healthy and the people will be healthy. So in a Tlingit language, ha desagu ye yati, and I'm not fluent in my language, but I'm trying to learn. That means our breath is in the water. Our life is in the water. The elders talked about when everything used to be fat along the Yukon River at a Yukon River intertribal watershed meeting. And so they were talking about balance and how we take, and that we need to give rest to things, to give back to things, to give them time to replenish. So we would gather and ask, where are we going to hunt? Where are we going to fish this year? So that we didn't deplete things that much. So this 7-year moratorium that you're talking about in the agreement that's been signed is definitely a step in the right direction. I appreciate that. I appreciate the hard work that the Yukon River Panel has done. I appreciate all the leaders and the people and the youth that are in the room that are very passionate about the revitalization and the reconciliation with this very important and valuable part of all of our lives. And that if we can get into the creation canoe and paddle all in the same direction with the holistic approach, not separating land from water, to meet our collective needs into the future, so all of our children and all of the fish children and all of the moose children can enjoy life like we do, enjoy the good clean air we breathe and stuff. And so we are a part of the land and a part of the water, and we are obviously gathered here today for our children tomorrow. And so I just like to honor all the hard work and all of our ancestors, and I would especially like to honor the king salmon and the chum salmon and the Yukon River, who is the home for them. And to say that in the rebuilding plan, as I listened, I'm hoping and hopeful that as the dam relicensing proceeds, that the fish ladder is rebuilt in a better way. Because when I look at it, it's got 2 switchbacks and looks to be like 2 to 3 feet, 2 to 3 feet wide. Anyway, there's a lot to do in the rebuild plan. I'm just curious as I listened, how come there isn't like a sonar station or something up at the headwaters? So McClintock River is up above those 2 dam structures. And when we had open houses with Yukon Energy, they seemed hard pressed to answer little fish going downriver past structure 1 and little fish or big fish coming back upstream from structure, either one of those structures. Anyway, the last thing I would like to say is that my Uncle Norman said we should be asking ourselves what we don't know. And what we don't know is why the little herring are disappearing so fast. Every time we talk about water, anything, the elders allude to those little Cisco fish. The biologists don't know where they spawn, and nobody knows why they're disappearing so fast. But in not so short time ago, you could walk across their backs, across the river. They were so thick. So the elders connect the loss of that fish to the depletion and the pollution of the water. And the last thing I'd like to say is that the bottled water that we pay for today costs more than a liter of gasoline. And the young people are afraid to drink off the land, but they're not afraid to buy bottled water that's full of microplastics. Now, what is it that we're doing, or what's going on where we're okay with buying bottled water, but not with drinking it off certain areas of the land? Just a thought I had. Anyway, so what are we doing to our dinner plate, and how can we change those things? And I think we're on the right track. I just want to say Gunish Cheese to everybody. Thank you for the good hard work, and Gunish Cheese.
Any comments or questions from panel members? Andy?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the little fish you call the little herrings, or maybe fry or some other small species, if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
A lot of there's little tiny, they're called Cisco, I think, or herring are what we call them. And they used to be, they'd spawn at certain times of the year, and so people would follow them. Anyway, the old people would talk about, and when I was a child in Tagish, we would jig the herring and then sell them to the tourists who would use them for bait to catch the trout. And they were fairly easy to catch, and they were fairly thick. Today, if I go to Tagish at the same time or certain times, those fish are depleted, and fish biologists honestly don't seem to know where they spawn. And when I asked our own elders, the one place that maybe was alluded to is a very muddy, clay-based, shallow river. So there's a lot to be learned there. Even when they built the bridge here, they alluded to the fact that they just did not know some stuff about some fish. If that answers, or if that helps.
Go ahead, Ted.
Hi, Colleen. It's Danny Cresswell here. It's really good to hear your voice and have someone else talk about the caribou recovery and what we've gone through with the loss of our salmon. I've been just trying to educate them on some people here on what Carcross has gone through. And when we talk about species, every big game animal within our traditional territory is all under permit or no hunting. And like I said, what was it, 58 with the dam come in? So we haven't fished up in there for put a net in the water for over 50 years. Over the last 10 years, there was some incidental catches where people caught salmon, like way up the lake where people didn't think there would be salmon. But we listened to the old stories and the names of those creeks, and they're named after salmon. And they talked about the elders in Atlan that these salmon used to go all the way up into there. That's a long way. No, that's extra miles.
Yeah.
And with the Cisco, they're little. They're in our river system, in our water system, the lakes, and everything eats them. We did some work with them with a company that they hired. Myself and Carrie actually spend some time out there, and we did find where they are spawning. And the thing I didn't know is that they spawn in the fall, but the eggs take a year to hatch. Like for a little tiny fish, I figured it'd be a few weeks. But with the dam in place, the water level is up in the fall, and there's a couple of predominant places just below Carcross and just above Tagish where we found the spawning Cisco. And when that artificial water level is up high and the dam lets out that water, the eggs, the spawning areas are dried. It's all dried up. So, I mean, there was some mining disaster, you could say, a long time ago. In our area, there's a lot of natural arsenic in the water, in the mountains, and they were mining, and the dam broke in the tailings pond and came down a creek just above the bridge, and that's where the Cisco were all year round. And Colleen was right. I mean, it's you couldn't see the bottom. That's all you could see was those Cisco. Now you see groups of them. You don't see them like that anymore. And they're make excellent bait for catching trout if you want to go trolling, but they're damn tasty too. You get a frying pan full of those, they're really good. So thanks again, Colleen. It's good to hear somebody from home here.
Okay, thanks. Good to hear your voice too, Danny, and nice to know there's another voice there saying some of the same things. And one last thing, in regards to the youth and the great talk she did, I always like to say we're in good hands.
Thanks very much, Colleen. I appreciate you taking the time to join us today and provide your comments and testimony. Hope to hear from you in the future as well. Thank you. Next, we have Stevens, again online by phone testimony. Carrie Stevens, if you are online, feel free to proceed.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Good evening. Masi to the co-chairs and all of the panel and alternates. My name is Carrie Stevens, and I have been fishing in the Yukon for only a couple decades. I originally come from the East Coast, and I married into a traditional fishing family of the Tlingit Hutana, people of the canyon, where the canyon opens up into the Yukon Flats National Wildlife Refuge, the third largest wildlife refuge in the nation and the largest waterfowl breeding ground in North America, which now, with the keystone species missing, is facing a grave ecosystem collapse. That is where I'm coming from. I'm here today on the lands of the Chinook in Fairbanks. I see many of my friends and colleagues in the room. I'm sorry I'm not with you. I was there in Anchorage last week at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and returned back to the interior. This is all critical only if it is a gravel to gravel approach for the entire life cycle of the salmon. And while I applaud this precautionary measure, as I do believe that we should be in a precautionary management system and focused on conservation, we know that tribes have been leading. The tribal governments along the Yukon imposed a moratorium on themselves 10 years ago. So this is not a new endeavor. And just to be clear, it seems slightly unclear in the room there, we have not fished since 2019. So I very much want to applaud the tribal leaders for navigating multiple salmon governance systems, for Chief Rhonda Pitka at the table, our Secretary Charlie Wright, and all of the other tribal leaders and First Nations in the room, and those who spoke before me. Although the legal rights of the Indigenous peoples of this place to stored salmon have been purportedly extinguished, this did not extinguish their inherent responsibility to do so. And we need to continue to let tribes lead. I just wanted to be clear, to share the measures that we have taken. I am not a tribal citizen. I work along tribal colleagues. I am speaking as myself, but I am also faculty in the Department of Tribal Governance at the Trothieta campus of UAS. And again, I see many good faces in the room there. But I wanted to be clear about the list of actions that we have been taking, that tribal governments have been taking here in Alaska at great cost. They are not funded to do this work, and it has cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. We, again, have not been fishing for Chinook, and I'm from the upper Yukon, so really my fate is the same of all of you in Canada. And we have not fished. Now this is going on our 5th year, so the moratorium will be 12. Our fish camps are empty. They told us to buy 7.5-inch nets. We bought them. They told us to buy 6-inch nets. We bought them. They told us to buy 4-inch nets. We bought them. Our tribal governments are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase salmon to feed their people. We all together have been educating ourselves on ocean fishery science, spending thousands of dollars to advocate at the National Congress of American Indians, at the Alaska Federation of Natives, ensuring that there is full unity across all of Native America to stop the wanton waste of your relatives, your salmon. We have begged with no action the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Halan, for direct action. We have showed up in droves at the Board of Fish regarding salmon bycatch in Area M. We have spent days, hours, and weeks at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council advocating for limits on bycatch. We have requested interventions from our state legislature. And really, with nothing else left, as you are all most likely aware, the Nenana Chiefs Conference and the Associated Village Council Presidents are currently suing the National Marine Fisheries National Marine Fisheries Service over their failing EIS for fisheries management in the Bering Sea. We have left no stone unturned. I saw Eva Burke in the room. We advocated until there was a tribal seat on the panel for the council. I see Holly Carroll in the room. We pushed hard for Fish and Wildlife Service to use their non-voting seat on the council to speak up for their people. It is a terrible loss to all of us that the state of Alaska and Canada negotiated this agreement without the panel, with none of you, with none of the tribes, and none of the First Nations to the table. Those who have not created this crisis continue over and over again to give the most. We know that in many of our communities and tribes that it is strong held if there's not a relationship with salmon, they will not come back. This agreement broaches that relationship. And again, as shared many times today, look to concern as to how the cultural and educational allowances will be made. We have very little faith in the state of Alaska and their relationship. They have failed to meet their constitutional obligations to prioritize subsistence and feeding people first. So with this failure of state management, tribes are really looking to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, requesting a special action request to meet federal obligations to close the Yukon River drainage to the harvest of Chinook, summer and fall chum, and only as allowable, prioritize federally qualified subsistence users. In our system, that is the people in the village. So we are doing everything that is possible on our side, and I wanted to share that. And wholly do not support 6-inch nets in the river for fall or summer chum. We know that this will increase incidental catch of Chinook king salmon. Really am not supporting summer chum and fall harvest with dip nets is now recommended. Again, that will cause incidental harvest and bycatch. We know once you've handled a fish, you can't return it to the water, as has been said today. And the tribes have turned to the feds because we do not support any commercial fishing in river. And while I really very much support our brothers and sisters downriver 110%, this is a false economy, and it is not to return. The in-river commercial fishing economy, it's a false one. It is the same as the trawlers who are subsidized by nation states that divide. You are all the same people on opposite sides of a false border. The salmon don't see that border, but the nation states use it against us. The CDQ groups and the trawlers have been subsidized by the U.S. government, and it is not true economy for any of us, and I wish we could invest in a real economy. In my closing comments, and I thank you so much for this time again, I really cannot stress enough that this agreement to me is, as we've heard over and over today, not the solution. I do believe in conservation 100%. And we are already standing down. The numbers are not changing. And it is the nation state's attempt to not address further issues. The trawling, Area M. And I really would love to say a big Gwitch'in, Masi Cho to Colleen James before me. If those dams are not removed, the salmon will never come back. The dams must be removed. I thank you for the mention earlier. I understand now is the reauthorization of the dams. We should look to the Columbia River model. They are funding tribes to build their energy infrastructures to replace the energy of the dam. We need to do the same. We need to support one another. We need to support our downriver brothers and sisters who are not going to commercially fish again. So we need real, true economies. That needs to be a part of this discussion. The mining in the upper tributaries of the Yukon has been detrimental. As you know, a fairly recent fisher to the upper Yukon, I have to ask myself, why have the salmon not wanted to go back to Canada for decades? Of the last 20 years, we have maybe fished 5. Not just these last few years. When I met my family in 2000, they caught 3 king. So I really hope that we can address the true causes of our salmon crisis, that we can maintain relationship with salmon, and that we can work together to take down those dams. Masi Cho, I head up to your relative in Vashran Ko, Netsai Gwitch'in tomorrow for some foot racing. And I'm sorry that I'm not with you there today. Again, Masi for that.
Any questions or comments from panel members? Okay, not seeing any. Well, thank you, Carrie, for taking the time to join us and provide your comments and testimony today. Much appreciated. Mr. Chair, that concludes our public testimony for today. I will make one quick check-in, though, that we had a question mark on whether Hazel Skookum was going to be available to provide testimony today. It sounds like she may have not been feeling well and left early. If so, perhaps we could hear from her tomorrow. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes our public session, day 1 for the 2024 preseason Yukon River Panel meeting. I do want to provide a reminder to everybody that we'll be having our public reception at the 49th State Brewery. That's just a couple blocks down that direction. There will be ample food available. A couple folks have asked. Ample food available, and our challenge is because in some years we haven't eaten all the food available, and we brought it back here for folks to enjoy the following day. So let's see if we can't finish it off tonight. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
6:30.
I'd like to thank all of our technical staff who provided presentations today, as well as those individuals that provided testimony, both in person and online, and look forward to resuming in public session at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.